'cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
A sovereign citizen. Just do yourself a favor.
It is livable.
Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been for. Find me one that one. God dang, you're right. Don't go down. It's not the don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. God dang, you're right. Moorish Empire. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Moorish Empire. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. The late evening U.S. people.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! My God!
That's right. Shop smart. Shop S-Smart. You got that?
You got that? Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, why you're doing it in the first place, and however many times you're going to do it later. I don't care. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices, on this little old channel we call Legal Vices. We are in day, whatever it is, day 3 of the
Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. But we've got to catch up on afternoon of day 2 first. We're going to go through day 2, the afternoon session of day 2 at 1.25 speed. And then we will kick into the live today morning, Friday morning, as soon as we wrap up with Thursday afternoon. Excuse me here. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to do like 1.25, 1.5 speed if we can pull it off. And we've got the indication that the prosecution will be calling Hannah Gutierrez Reed as a witness today. They're going to put her on the stand. Will she testify? Will she plead the fifth? We're just going to have to see. We're going to have to wait and see how that works out. The prosecution have said they're going to try to ask her questions that have nothing to do with her pending appeal. She filed an appeal in May. So we're just gonna have to see how this works out. Let's see, anything else we need to talk about? The big thing we need to talk about, the absolute big thing, the first thing we need to talk about is Blue Varro with the $20 super chat to kick us off with the super chats of the evening. Keep them coming. It is Friday fun day. Blue Varro released the Lorax. The Lorax has been released. And that makes us takes us 1/5 of the way to releasing the emotional support potato pig dog cam. Woohoo! Thank you so very much for that. And if you don't like YouTube, if you don't like the super chats on YouTube, right down there in the link, we got PayPal, we got Venmo, we got Cash App, we got Zelle, we got it all. So as you see fit. And if you just want to sit here and hang, that's cool too. We have our like and subscribe poll up as always every day. We have our like and subscribe poll to remind you to like and subscribe. Even you people that are watching on replay, remember to hit that like button. Remember to subscribe. And it's fun. YouTube is going through a subscriber purge now for me. I've entered the time of struggling. So if you have subscribed, just do me the solid and make sure that you still are really this time, really. And if you haven't subscribed, do me the solid. Let's take this walk together. We do the Alec Baldwin trial right now. We got Sarah Boone coming up. We got Courtney Clenny coming up. We got the YNW Melly trial, retrial coming up sometime, God knows when in the future, and a lot of fun stuff in between. We've got some What the Hales news to catch up on. We got some Laura Owens and Clayton Eckert news to catch up on when all this is over. We got so much to do when this is done. And we have an Aussie Overlord raid right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ozzy, for that. That is so appreciated. You are an awesome dude. Thank you and welcome. Everybody that's coming in from Ozzy, also same thing. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff, you know. And take our like and subscribe poll. Again, we got 60 cheaters in the house. 60 cheaters. We got 133 likes. And 193 people have taken the like and subscribe.
For some reason,
poll.
it's only letting premium people.
Do it in the order: like, subscribe, vote. Who do you find to be more annoying? That I purposely left myself off there because I know you would all say I'm the most annoying, but you know, insert cursey words.
Moment.
All right. Who do you find to be more annoying? 36% of you say defense lawyer Spiro. 25% of you say prosecutor Morrissey. 6% of you say the judge, and 33% of you say Baldwin. I'm surprised that 25% of you think that prosecutor Morrissey is an annoying person. I like her, and I like her style. I'm not big on the glasses on-off twirling thing, but I like her delivery. I like her brashness. I like her brassy balls. I like her aggressiveness. I guess it's a difference in style. Spiro makes my skin crawl. All right. Well, whatevs. Hey, Mary Jane, welcome. And welcome everybody else, too, that's included in there. Jules, you can't stand anybody in this but Alec Baldwin. Come on. Jules, I'm going to do my best to convince you. I'm going to do my best to convince you that Alec really needs to go down for this. I'm gonna do my best. Have you swayed a little bit, Jules? Has the gauge moved a little bit towards guilty? Anyway, welcome, Jules. Good to see you here. Neither was the cross-examination of any of the witnesses by the defense. But yeah, you know, not gonna see, Jules. That's the problem. No, not gonna happen. No, you've made up your mind that regardless of what the evidence is, you're not gonna sway, right? Right? Or can we at least agree that you'll really give it a try to look objectively and weigh the actual legal evidence? I'm gonna break you. Anyway,
Chopper was in here yesterday.
Here. I didn't do one thing.
And he sent me a text
real
yesterday
quick. Let's see. Give me just one quick second. I have to click a button, and I know how difficult that can be sometimes. There we go. That's the button I need to click, and we have here joining us now for as long as they want to be here. And when I say they, I mean like, you know, just him. It's Aussie Overlord. Hi.
Good morning.
Who shall remain faceless. How shall remain faceless for some reason.
Oh, just give me a second. I'm working on it.
Got to put your makeup on. Got to make yourself pretty. Got to do your hair.
No, I want to make fun of Baldwin.
All right. Oh, anticipation. Suddenly I'm anticipating.
He said he hasn't been getting notifications.
We have Aussie joining us here for a bit. It's in the middle of the night. And for it's even more in the middle of the night for him than it is for me. All right, where are we sitting here? We've got the prosecution. Real quickly, we got to run down there in the middle of like the most horrendously boring cross-examination that you can possibly imagine. Jules says, I stand by my convictions. Well, what a coincidence. Alec Baldwin's going to stand by his conviction in about a week or so, too. Yeah, the witness that's on the stand now, Marissa Popple. I said Popel. Pardon me, do you have any gray Popel? Marissa Popple. She's a crime scene technician. Mm-hmm. You've done Straubs. All right. It's show and tell day. I call it show and tell day. It's picture day. You know, here's the picture. Shotgun approach to cross-examination. He's been put in his place by the judge a few times.
Oh, God.
He said he's going after Kenny. It took a long time for me to realize he's going after Seth Kenny. Kenny kept the live ammunition of the prop house that concerned the witness. They were looking for more evidence when they executed the search warrant there. But she said she's a technician. She doesn't investigate. She doesn't know if Baldwin's DNA was on the trigger. She talked about where they found all of the live ammo, including Jensen Ackles having a live round in his belt.
Oh, so that was true. They actually found a live round in his bandolier.
Yep, they did. Yeah, and considering that he was the one that was the next person to have the weapon pointed at him and the trigger pulled when they went live, kind of made his wife upset. There's the rounds that are indistinguishable from live rounds. It's this Denex round is called. Apparently they were on set. And she just went through. Kenny helped with the search. Kenny admitted to supplying some of the rounds. They searched every box in Kenny's house. They never became suspicious of Seth Kenny. He's going after Seth Kenny.
Okay.
And which is weird because he hasn't been charged with anything. Seth Kenny hasn't been charged with anything. He's not going to be charged with anything. It's the blame shift game. So it's not my client. It's the guy that hasn't been charged. Then they took a lunch break, and they're coming back from the lunch break, and that's where we're going to be picking up. Aussie Avatar is the best thing ever.
Oh, it's about to get a whole lot better.
But I will tell you, I will be changing mine if and when we're called. They're supposed to be calling Hannah to the stand today to testify. So I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that with my Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal avatar for when Hannah's on the stand. So we're good.
Yeah, I was already in bed when Duke went live last night.
Right. That's it. I think we should just jump straight into this. And we're gonna watch this at 1.25 speed to give us a little bit of time to get used to it. Then we'll click up to 1.5. And the problem is we have New Mexico lawyer and we have New York lawyer. New York lawyer talks fast like a New York lawyer.
Right.
And Nancy Jo Am, member for 17 months. I would be terrible as a juror because I love Baldwin. I'm totally fangirling. I'm such a pop culture sap. Well, I think like after Beetlejuice, after The Shadow, and after Glengarry Glen Ross, that was kind of the end of it for Baldwin. I think that was like his last good movies, but that's just me. Nancy Jo Am gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships. Holy cow, that gets you a foghorn. Woo! Nancy Jo Am is the Vice Racks of the day so far with the 10 Legal Vices memberships. That's going to take something big to dethrone her. And Stingy with the $2. What's up, Stinge? Been a minute or two. Today's lesson for Alec: do not talk to the cops. Do not talk to the cops. Oh, by all means, keep talking to the cops. All right, and for those of you that have seen the afternoon session of yesterday, no spoilers, haven't seen it yet. So I'm watching this unfold as we go. Got my notes ready to clack, clack, clack. All right. Get everything set up here. Are you ready, Hayden?
I am ready as ever.
Have you generated your bingo card?
That I have not done.
Then
People,
you're
make
not
sure you generate
ready.
your bingo card.
Then you're not ready. God dang it, I can't take you anywhere. You're not even ready for bingo. And for the rest of you that aren't ready for bingo, go to the top of the chat. They're right up there, pinned to the top of chat is a bingo card, the Baldwin Big Bang Bullet Bingo. There's a link. Click on the link. Click on generate your bingo card and get ready to rock. We do the bingo to help keep you a little bit focused on, make you pay a little more attention. It kind of keeps you alert, keeps you relatively awake and on your toes and paying attention to the testimony. So let's go. Give you a couple of seconds here. Of course, mark off your free spot. And then when the magic words or magic scenarios happen, we mark off the appropriate box. And it's all about smashing boxes here. Just saying. Where are we? Right. Add to stage. This is it. This is the afternoon session. We're going to kick this bad boy up to wherever it goes. Where is the actual thing? There's the actual thing. 1.5 to begin with, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Ready, go.
And we have thank you. We have
we can't begin without the defendant, please.
All right.
I don't think it's not appropriate.
All right, they're going to be doing some motion hearings. This is like the post-lunch. This is why they took a 2-hour lunch break yesterday. Who's coming?
well, I would say given the documents, I agree with you. Given the
All right, they don't want to start without the defense, and while they're waiting for the defense, 5 pounds from I. With all due respect, Mr. Vice, sir, you are approaching this fair and neutral. I feel like the Baldwin hate may be fogging up your glasses. No, I don't hate Mr. Baldwin. I hate irresponsible gun handlers. And again, in my head, he's like way super completely incomparably guilty. But I'm willing to, and I think frankly the prosecution has already proved the elements of the crime. I think they've already.
That's the problem that I have is that it's literally. So speaking this from a legal standpoint, as a lawyer looking at the wording of the criminal code and his interview where he says, yes, I had the gun, I pointed it, I shot it. All this comes down to now is whether or not he can provide sufficient factors to either point it at somebody else or mitigate the sentence. So I'm starting from this is one of those situations where, despite the fact that always given under the doubt, he has already proven the case for the defense, for the prosecution, and he needs to work backwards. He's starting off on the back foot with me, and that's got to say something.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of where I am, and we have people mentioning SAG rules. SAG rules don't trump the law, which says you don't do shit like this. You have to you do something that's inherently dangerous. We all agree, at least we all should agree, that pointing any gun of any kind, a real functioning gun, if it was like a big blue rubber gun, that would be a different story. But a real live actual can shoot bullets, live real gun, pointing that at anyone is inherently a dangerous thing. It's more dangerous if you don't check it, and frankly, pointing a gun at someone and pulling the trigger tells me you're not using due care, and circumspection, which are the elements of the crime. Doing something is inherently dangerous, circumspection and care. So anyway, we're gonna see how it plays out. I'm not on the jury.
Jody, Tobo.
I think they've already met their burden of proof.
I was gonna go do some
right, but I said let's see what the defense has to say. And there's a lot of stuff the jury's not seeing as well that's been excluded, like his role as a producer, which I think is correct because he was a creative producer, not a hiring, firing on set, like watching over everything producer. I think it's correct that his role as a producer was left out. They're not allowed to bring in like his state of mind and his behavior and stuff after the shooting and whatnot. But anywho. Remember, for 15 months, safe firearms handling is everyone's responsibility. Just like Smokey the Bear and forest fires, only you can prevent firearms injuries. Anyway, that's we've pounded this thing to death. Let's get Kat in Virginia, Page and Line Morrissey, barf. Maybe this happened in the afternoon. I don't know what that means, so maybe, but so no spoilers, whatever that means, but I'll keep an eye out for it, Kat. And Melanie Dowdle. He became a YouTube member of the Clean and Sober Crew, the newest member. Thank you so much. And on that note, let's go again.
Given the document, I can waive, but this is part of the trial, and he should be here for this document in particular. Yes.
Do you have a preference about the order, the manner in which we make these arguments? Do you want the defense to go first about why they want them redacted, or do you want me to go first about what I want them to?
Well, they are going to be your exhibits, so you should go first.
Okay.
Wow, and while we're waiting for Alec Baldwin to show up, it's already happened. Wow, I'm surprised.
Release the hounds.
Oh, man. That was fast.
Yes, wow, that's some of our new Vice Racks of the day and her ginormo gifted memberships. Nancy Joe M.
I have those things in this particular order. Thank you, Brian.
All right, nothing's going to happen until Alex shows up, so we can fast forward through until then. There, oh, he showed up now. Now, the jury is not here for this. Otherwise, I'd be criticizing him for looking like a smug ass.
Which one do you want to start with? You want to start with the 21st? Yes. Okay. Okay.
What are we arguing?
This dialogue here that takes place between pages.
Okay, she wants to get some dialogue. She wants to get something that he said admitted.
You have heard the defense attorneys on appropriate questioning of the witnesses, and also during opening statements talk about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, that he was upset, that he was panicked, that he was ashen. He was even ashen in color. What pages 2 and 5 demonstrate, and I want to tell you.
Just pausing real quick here. This is the stuff that the defense was barred from bringing in. You know, his demeanor after the accident and how he appeared to act after it happened and whatnot. She's saying by doing all of this, by saying he was ashen, he was panicked, that they're opening the door to allow them to bring in all the stuff they weren't allowed to bring in about his actions and behavior afterwards. Interesting.
Let me make one. Let me make one correction. Sure.
The highlighted is the portion that you want redacted.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I only see. Got the wrong one in front of me. Okay. Sorry, I transposed them. Okay, go ahead.
Let me find this part. Hang on just a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I to help make my point, if we go down to the last paragraph of page 4, you'll see where Mr. Baldwin is speaking to someone on the phone, and he says, and just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they've got to deal with. He's talking about, I think, investigators and also insurance investigators, and deal with what they've got to deal with. And we shouldn't let will go have, it'll work, and will go and I believe what he says, and I can play it if you need me to, because you can actually hear it on the audio, even though the transcript says indiscernible. We'll go have a good time.
Okay, the day before this trial started, we went and we reviewed his first questioning by the police. And when he was sitting there, they said, we'll be right back. And he got on the phone and he was talking to his wife and somebody else. I said he has cooked his goose. He has lost his case before they ask a single question. And this is what I was talking about. Things like this, where he's on the phone going, yeah, you come on out here anyway. You get away from the vultures there. Come on out here where we have a good time. We got our vacation. Come on out here and let's have fun. Let's enjoy ourselves. I said, dude, they're watching this. They're listening to this. All right. Yeah, I told you, it's almost like I know what I'm talking about sometimes. His words that he was sitting there in the police station without his lawyer present talking are going to come back and bite him in the ass. And because he's even though he wasn't read his rights, even though he wasn't Mirandized at this point, he is what's called a party, and can be brought up in court to impeach other witness, impeach other evidence. So let's go here. Let's continue.
So these are not, at this point in time when Mr. Baldwin is making this statement, he's at the police station. He does not know that Ms. Hutchins has passed, but he knows that she's been critically injured, and she's so injured that she's been taken away in a helicopter. And if the defense hasn't spent all of this time saying how panicked and upset he was, I'm not sure that it would be relevant, but he is actually planning basically a vacation, and he tells his family, still come to New Mexico, we'll have a good time. So this is obviously information that directly contradicts what the defense has argued. And if it would help the court to see his demeanor and hear what he actually says, his family was coming to New Mexico the following day. Because he had a bit part for his daughter in the movie. So his wife and all of his children were coming the following day, and he is telling at one point, I think he's speaking to his wife, and he has her on FaceTime, so we can actually hear her, we can hear her responses, and then he's speaking to another person who sounds like some sort of a family assistant or a nanny or someone like that. And he is explaining that he wants that person to try to convince his wife to still come to New Mexico because they can't get their money back for plane tickets, and they'd like to go ahead and have a good time.
Yep, go ahead and have a good time. That's what he said.
So here's where he says it. There's a part here where he says they're not going to give us our money back.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
That's what he's referring to. So
are you talking about lines 19 through 25 on page 4? You object to the redaction on just this portion.
On what page, sorry?
Well, you said 2 to 5, and then you pointed out a particular portion within 2 to 5.
Overall, my position is this is the defendant's statement, and it comes in, and I don't see a reason that it stays out. And the reason specifically that a lot of this conversation comes in is because of the defense statements about his state of mind, and this directly contradicts those.
That absolutely should come in.
Yeah, I want you to
by saying he was ashen, he was panicked, he was this, that, and the other. Now they get to bring in stuff to go, no, he was telling his wife we need to go on vacation and enjoy ourselves like 2 hours after the shooting.
That we're going to be discussing right now is we have also some additional hearsay. So we're looking at not only Mr. Baldwin's statements, but it also includes statements from the female speaker who would be his wife. And then, and you see female speaker 1, there's also female speaker 2. So there's additional hearsay aside from, again, the statements that we're talking about with respect to Mr. Baldwin. In addition, when we're looking at whether or not this is admissible, the court has to engage in a balancing test as to what the probative value actually is. The court has already indicated.
All right, I'm going to slow this down. She's talking too fast.
That Mr. Baldwin's demeanor, even leading up to the accident, was not going to be coming in because the court engaged in that balancing test and said, for example, anything regarding him exhibiting poor behavior. Understood, Your Honor. And so I have actually the court's ruling here, so I'll be more specific. So what it says is that any of the videos or any evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's gun that worked or didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting. There's videos showing that the gun that would come in. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew or telling people to hurry up, none of that is relevant, and that is propensity evidence.
Right, and that dealt with what was offered. Okay,
that is correct.
So it's not offered. This was not even discussed.
All right, I'm making a ruling. The bingo term is cock the hammer, but I'll give us cock the gun. mark that off on the
at
card.
that time. So this is fresh to the court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So what we're doing is we're looking at what the court had previously ruled, and then we're using that also to inform the arguments that we're making at this time. And so
Don't read back to the court what the court said.
State of mind for after the fact, that becomes even less relevant than state of mind or actions that were happening leading up to the accident. So when we're looking at what this is actually probative of, the state is saying it's probative of that he's, talking about he's going to go have a good time. He's really not that distraught about it. But if we look again at what is Mr. Baldwin's state of mind after this has happened, what element does that go to? Then the proof that the state has to demonstrate in order to meet the elements to demonstrate that he's actually guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And the answer is that none of this here is probative of any effect of consequence to any of the elements of the crime that he's charged with. So when the court is engaging in this balancing test, we have to listen to this value, it's very minimal, but the danger of unfair prejudice is substantial, and it substantially outweighs any probative value in that, again, he's talking about his family, he's talking about plans that they have.
Making a reasonable argument.
That the jury will misinterpret that or misuse that to view him as being callous or that he doesn't care about Ms. Hutchins, when actually that's not accurate. So we are asking for the court.
Strong argument, but I don't think strong enough.
Referring to.
Just because of the amount of emphasis they put on him being freaked out, passionate, panicky.
Here again, this is just more, them trying to make him look callous. He's worried about, at the top, he's talking about staying away from people.
Over your shoulder?
Yes, of course.
Can I just lurk?
I just want it because mine's under yours, so I just where you are.
Okay. So what we're talking about here up at the page is again, he's being photographed. He does live a very public life, and this is a very difficult, sensitive time just in general for everyone.
Yes,
and
because he's missing a vacation.
The references to the media here, again, could be taken as something callous.
Vacations are important.
Something of that sort. And so, he's talking about, this is breaking news, this is media, and he's trying to keep his family away from that as well. So it's misleading, and when we engage in the 403 balancing test, this should not come in.
Normally, I would agree, but for the fact that the defense actually made his demeanor after the fact relevant.
Mm-hmm.
So now that they've made it relevant, it's relevant. And it goes both ways.
All right, thank you. The court makes the following ruling. Under 11-401, it says it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the factors of consequence in determining the action. It is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday. So I do find that it's relevant to
there you go.
Basically respond to you all talking about how
don't
upset
talk without your lawyer.
And certainly that you consider that fact consequence, and I'm deciding that this rebuttal information is of consequence. I also find that its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and all the other choices that are under 11-403. I will say that I think that I'm not going to let everything in. I'm going to focus on page 4, and I'll start with line 16, and I'll go to page 5.
And I'm sorry, is this what's coming in or what's staying out?
No, it's coming in. The rest of the yellow is staying out.
Can you repeat that line?
Just a minute, I'm reading page 5.
For those of you that are wondering what opening the door means and looks
Okay,
like,
so
this is it. You can't
it's
bring
line
in evidence of his state of
16,
mind.
starting with Alec Baldwin.
And then the other side
Finishes
says,
the rest of the page 4, starts on page 5 at the top and finishes
he's distraught.
on line 10.
Well,
The rest of the yellow
or
will
to his
stay
state of
with
mind.
redacted.
Here's our evidence saying that he was more worried about his vacation and a refundable airplane ticket than he was about someone he shot a couple of hours
Are we ready to
ago.
move on to the next one?
Yeah.
The next one I show, and Mrs. Wolf, just correct me if I'm wrong, is on page 12. So this issue goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, and I'm looking, Your Honor, I'm sorry, at basically 12 through 14. He understands that whether there's a live round on set or not, these guns can be dangerous, and he says it right here between 12 and 14. What he's talking about with the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. That's what his knowledge is. That is directly to the heart of the state's case. As the court knows, the state doesn't disagree with 15 through 17. And again, when we start here on 18, where Mr. Baldwin says, I'm told, that again goes directly to his knowledge of the the injuries that can occur if these guns are not handled with safety. He says right there, I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die. And you know what? We can take out this part here that says which both of them died, because that is relevant to the Brandon Lee.
Okay, this was the deal. He wasn't. They wanted to bring up all this stuff that he knew what was going on, as far as John Eric Hexum shooting himself in the head with a blank, and Brandon Lee dying. She was only going to let in like one sentence, I think, and now he's saying no. He knows. He knows that he's an expert in this. He admits he's heard that this is dangerous. He's heard that there's problems with it. He knows this, and this is what they're talking about here.
John Eric Hexum that we agreed to remove. Yep. So I don't oppose taking out both of them died, but this goes directly to the heart of the state's case. And then I think it's 21 through 25 we've agreed to redact. Obviously, this part here on the top of page 13 is very important to the state because Mr. Baldwin says, my point is I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before where a flash round was. Obviously, what I'm trying to get in is he's got experience with firearms, and he talks to Detective Hancock pretty extensively about that. So his personal experience with firearms on movie sets and off movie sets is all absolutely relevant.
Yeah. Yeah. The defense better have a good argument, because I agree with her.
So, Your Honor, this was already the subject of a defense motion in limine that the court ruled on. So we have the pretrial proceedings. The parties were arguing about whether or not this knowledge of danger of blanks would be admissible. And so what the court ruled was, the court said, the court makes the following ruling, weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less probable than it would be without it, and whether its probable value, substantially probative value, substantially is outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with. What I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is that this manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, etc. And then with respect to the alternative is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, and I remember the word confirm, about live ammunition before he pointed it at someone. The court went on. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says that blanks also can kill. But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows that guns can kill. It depends on what's in there, but I think that you cannot mention it, but you can mention it, but that's it. We're not going through 5 different questions on tell me how serious this is, and if he's a gun owner and he's done all these Westerns or not Westerns, but all this gun experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. So that's specifically on this subject. And so we've already argued this, and the court has already ruled. So based on that, we are asking that the court, consistent with its previous ruling, exclude these portions.
Okay, mark off the dummy round.
There will be a number of other sections in the transcript that I think we can dispense with rather quickly once we have the court's ruling on that as well.
Is that the part about when you talked about the commingling? Is one of them about the commingling and the dummy round?
I don't recall, I have some flags, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly, and I can identify those for the part of replace. And that is throughout the transcript. But,
all right, thank you.
If I may. So my concern is that I didn't realize necessarily during the motion hearing, I thought we were talking about witness testimony, not the defendant's own statements. And let me try to articulate for the court where I think some difficulty may come in. If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that.
Yeah. Oh, geez. I almost wrote the script myself.
Made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows that, and the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction. So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules that say don't point the gun at anyone, and this is obviously one of the reasons, is because even if you have largely inert ammunition, it can still hurt someone, or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew that it could kill someone. So I think that this needs to be in for that reason.
Your Honor, it was Albert Civilian.
Yeah, if this comes in, he's screwed. More so than he already is.
This better be a hell of an argument.
3, so it'd be defense 3, defendant's motion on May 3, I believe it was. And then we have the transcript. Like to review it. State has just reviewed in their reply. May I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
I'm sorry,
The new argument?
yes,
That's a reply. Didn't she go first?
She did. She did.
You're doing a reply.
Oh, the judge is like, what the fuck are you doing? You're done. You've already had your say. What do you want to talk about now? What do you do? I didn't tell you to come back up here.
So like, sit down.
Uh-oh. But she did mention new arguments.
And if I may have just a few sentences, Your Honor, because I think this is important as what she stated is new, since she's now talking about disagreeing with it. But we're right, and our case law did not cover this topic. In our opening, we did not cover this topic.
It's not 3. Where is it?
I believe it's
You need defendant 7.
Defendant's 7. Yes, Your Honor. It's our motion to exclude.
Right, Luke. If he would have kept his mouth shut, it might be a completely different rate.
Is defense shit out of luck on the bingo card?
Nope. And okay, credit to the judge. Credit to the judge. She's saying, even though you've had your chance to argue this, I'm going to listen to this new stuff you're talking about. Give her credit for not just telling her to shut up and sit down.
She's being fair and reasonable. She's also trying to avoid error. So,
But it's got to come in. It's exactly his own words.
And they made such a big deal about it, they might have well stuck a stick of dynamite in the hinges of the door. So,
yep. All right. Well.
Oh, all right.
Yes. The name of the motion.
It's motion to exclude evidence related to family, Your Honor. Oh, all right. Okay, got it.
See, this is the thing. If you win a motion to have evidence excluded, don't talk about that evidence during trial. If you talk about the evidence, then the other side gets to talk about it. They're going to bring in the stuff you didn't want them to bring in.
Relitigate this. I think. Thank you, Your Honor. So to allow the state to basically relitigate this, I think would put us in very dangerous territory because the defense relied on the court's ruling, and the court was very clear about what would be permitted and what would not be. I think to say that the state thought that somehow didn't apply to statements they wanted to introduce by Mr. Baldwin is disingenuous. And so we relied on this again in our jury. Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, she's right, but Alec's looking a little more serious now. He's looking a little more fidgety and angry, dare I say?
Well, to be fair, think about just how much he's probably paying these lawyers, and they massively screwed up.
Oh yeah.
You know, this was related to, and I think I say it here where I talk about on page 154, which you left out.
Oh, no.
This is to Mr. Nikas, where he's
no.
saying,
I said that's something you never want to hear the judge say.
Something you left out. That's...
What I was talking about is on page 4 that you left out. Oops.
that the statement such and such would have died if there were a blank in the gun. That they were asserting that they were going beyond live ammunition, and they were talking about that they expected witnesses to testify, in particular Mr. Carpenter, that blanks can kill as well, and that
That's right. $2,000 an hour for Spiro, not unreasonable. He is a partner in a top 50 law firm, so yeah, that's not unreasonable. But value for money is a different story.
Yeah, that he should have known that. That's different from his own admissions of his knowledge. And I'm going to let the following one. Yep. I'm going to let page 12.
2 for 2.
Line 13, right in the middle. Sometimes the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. It shows that he does have knowledge of guns.
Yep.
Hang on, you're just want to use. I see. I'm sorry.
And then on lines 18, 19, and I'm told even with a flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed. And then also lines 1 through 5 on page 13.
And Your Honor, I do understand the court's ruling. If I may, just for the court, just to remind me, because I know we're dealing with the transcripts and we had these arguments earlier. So if I may, just to kind of perhaps refresh the court a little bit, part of what the arguments were about as well was the fact that the grant focused on blanks. It was about live ammunition, live rounds, and that was the basis of what the knowledge must be in order for it to meet the elements
including the knowledge that blanks can kill. He said that he should have had that knowledge. Everybody has that knowledge when they talk about don't pointing the gun and things like that. And I did not want to belabor the point that blanks can kill. Okay, but that's different from Mr. Baldwin's own assertions of the knowledge that he had with respect to guns. All right, next.
Same argument from.
So yeah, I was doing you a favor by limiting this because I didn't want him to belabor that blanks can be dangerous, but he kept talking about it. So now we're belaboring it.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
But I would say that was like a long time ago. But all right. So from that, dog cam. Here's what you should have marked off on your bingo card so far: dog cam, dummy round, cock the hammer, and blank round. That's where we should be right now.
Mistake with regard to the bottom of page 14, the last two words that start with and I'm. And then I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. And then we move to the top of 15. This is the exact same information, exact same argument. It's Mr. Baldwin solidifying and reiterating what he knew, which goes directly to the elements of the offense.
Yep.
Nothing further.
Well, that was
sorry, you're right.
short to the point.
We go right down to the bottom of 14, and we just start with those two words, and then you just roll over to the first 4 lines of 15.
And so, the issue that we're going to have, again, with this, Your Honor, is that, we did not ask witnesses questions regarding this type of harm and what was learned. And
maybe I'll
those
do
kinds
one
of things
better.
might have been able to come through Ms. Popple. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection on this, which we absolutely would have. We didn't open on this because of the ruling and the way that we understood it based on our review of the transcript. So I do have concerns that this is going to prejudice the defense, and we would ask the court consider not allowing
Attention
this.
to my ruling, because my ruling was with respect to witnesses, because I particularly told Ms. Morrissey that her witness got to ask her witness one sentence. And that is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about the blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want.
Well, I don't normally do this, but I want to go back and listen to her. Again, when the judge says, "Why don't you pay attention to my ruling?" You're not in a good place.
Yeah.
I told you it was for this specific reason, and we've gone beyond that.
This, Your Honor, is that, we did not ask witnesses questions regarding this type of harm and what was learned, and certainly those kinds of things might have been able to come through Ms. Popple. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection on this, which we absolutely would have. We didn't open on this because of the ruling and the way that we understood it based on our review of the transcript. So I do have concerns that this is going to prejudice the defense, and we would ask the court consider not allowing
attention
this.
to my ruling, because my ruling was with respect to witnesses, because I particularly told Ms. Morrissey that her witness got to ask her witness one sentence. And that is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about the blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want to move away from the fact that if they weren't blanks, it was live ammunition. But this goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, completely different, and I'm going to let this in as well. Page 15, 1 through 4.
All right.
Lines 1 through 4.
Additional latency to Alec.
Do you know what the next jump is?
Yeah. Just to page 62. General.
Hotshot New York lawyer screwing up the case.
Okay, Your Honor, we're jumping to the bottom of page 62.
Alec talking to his lawyer going, how screwed am I? Ooh, he just shot his lawyer a dirty look, I think.
You know what? I'm gonna change my position. Why don't we go ahead and just exclude the bottom of 62 and the top of 63?
Yes, I agree.
What's the next one, since you've got the tab?
The next one we have is 69.
Yeah, that's not an appealable issue. That's a defense screw up. You should have asked them about that. You should have asked the jury about that.
Yeah, we reset them.
I think that as witness testimony, and it's difficult when we're doing motions and
No new competition set up yet. I don't know what I'm going to do yet.
All the witness testimony is going to be.
Still don't know where I'm mailing this hat off to.
We were intending to
Matt hasn't
ask the
sent me his
court
address.
to, not necessarily today, these witnesses, to potentially reconsider this ruling. I don't think that makes a big difference
You can give it away,
this
Chopper.
particular interview, but we absolutely have
We had such a
witnesses
hard time giving away a
who
$30 trucker
will
can.
testify if the court were to permit them. The safety bulletins speak directly to producers and their responsibility for set safety. I can show it to you. In addition to that,
no, they're not going to
witnesses who
get
were
it.
on scene with Mr. Baldwin would.
Yeah, they've already been told they're not bringing anything about him being a producer in. So roles of producer and stuff, none of this is going to come in.
Here.
And Emmanuel Quinones, I'm going to have to just stop you right there.
No, they're on
Says
sale.
Danny on took your bingo game
125.
idea and is now claiming she came up with it. No, she's
Now's
not.
the time to get one.
I
If
was
you want
actually
one for the
watching the
next
stream
competition,
yesterday
no.
when she was thanking me for coming up with the idea, and I know she's using it. And guess what?
10% off right
It's
now.
cool. I told her.
Badass
So
hat.
stop. Please stop.
$10. It's gonna cost me more to mail it, but I don't care.
I didn't come up with it. I stole it from somebody too. So there you go. And everything's cool. So please don't be doing that. Thank you.
Hat too. Is there another hat?
Discuss the fact that his role as producer
What was he
is
doing?
what enabled him to be in a position
like
to
the new one. I like
disregard the safety rules.
The new one's more
But with
expensive.
regards to this particular line, I'm not married to it. I can try to revisit this issue with the court when we have relevant witnesses on the witness stand.
The new one.
And I'm going to not let it in.
Okay.
Bitch.
Okay, next.
Next is this is outright stipulation. Let me see. Next is page 81. A portion of that is outright stipulation, but I believe.
Yeah, it's not coming in.
The next is page 81.
Yes.
The top portion of that is outright stipulation, I believe, but then the lower part of page 81 is still subject to disagreement.
Let me just refresh my memory on what it is.
Hey, Xterra Bill, what's up? And you are correct. Welcome.
Some of this contains his, wait a minute, let me.
I'm shooting at my other job right now. It's
Part of it
job.
is what he's talking about at the beginning, which the court admitted.
Oh, he's arrogant as hell
So
too,
my
JC.
My concern is I don't think that we.
I love it.
If we take out, and on Saturday.
She
my
works
daughter
for him
was
too,
going
but
to the
he's
animal
not
park
there yet today.
In this top, so
This is the defense attorney. This is the prosecutor. And that's a special prosecutor. Normally, she's a defense attorney. Oh, this is him right here, right next to Baldwin.
Originally, this is very
This is the one that
complicated. I mean,
opened the
none of
door
this compared
to
to
those
what happened
questions.
to them, but my wife and my whole family was here. They weren't, but his daughter was going to be in the movie. So again, this goes to the opening arguments, the continuing defense that we are going to hear throughout the course of this trial. Mr. Baldwin, at this point in time, knows that someone's in the hospital and another person has been taken away on a helicopter, is critically injured, and what he is concerned about during the interview is what's happening to his family and whether or not his family is going to come and visit him. So he's actually taking a moment in the interview with the detective to talk about, this is complicated because my family's supposed to come.
So, Your Honor, the court has already ruled admissible the previous portion of this. And again, I think when the court is looking at balancing, the court can also determine how much of this to permit in. It is cumulative of what the state already has used the earlier statements to reference, which would be his supposed state of mind after the fact. I don't know how much we need to then, continue to allow in all of the rest of this over and over. And certainly, again, him wanting to have his family there with him is not shocking after something like this. It's certainly a very difficult time. But again, the court is looking at the balancing, one of those things that the court will balance is the cumulative nature of what is being offered. The court has already ruled admissible the previous statements, and we would ask the court not allow additional statements related to that at this time based on the limited probative value of the testimony or evidence.
All right, I don't think this is of much consequence. I think that the part I ruled on earlier went to rebut the information about his coloring and everything else like that. Granted, there was a lapse in time, so that can be addressed in questioning. But the fact that his daughter was going to be in the movie and he's mentioning that, I don't think that I don't think that's helpful. He's just describing really his kids. That's not coming in.
Understood.
Hey.
Is the next one on page 83? Is that
Yes.
4 for 4.
And the first, I think, 5 lines are by stipulation, and we're just dealing with them 6.
Right. So 6 through 14. Certainly the top part is an explanation of his comments at the beginning that the court has ruled are admissible. I certainly can.
And Mr. Deadhead 69,
tomorrow,
cut it out. Thanks.
In case anybody else, their insurance investigators, their lawyers want to talk to me. I don't have too much heartburn over letting that go, but I do think that the fact that there are 2 people who've been taken away to the hospital, and Mr. Baldwin is upset because his wife wants to cancel her trip, again goes directly to the defense of this man was devastated.
I thought everything was shit.
Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, first the statement, this was already part of the stipulation, was through page 83, line 5. So I won't argue that since the state had already stipulated to that earlier. With respect to lines 6 through 14, much of what is being relayed here is actually his wife's statements, about what she thought about, the weird energy or whether or not she wanted to come down. And so I think, again, the state has already is already going to be permitted to introduce those other statements related to his state of mind. This has very minimal probative value, particularly considering the court's ruling a moment ago, and we would ask the court to exclude this, particularly, again, considering the fact that a lot of this is about his wife and her thoughts as well, and it's not sufficiently probative.
Yeah, I don't think it's very relevant. I think, and the relevancy goes to the rebuttal of how he was feeling. I think that the pages 4 and 5 directly relate to that, but I don't think this does, so I'm not going to redact it. Last page.
There is further down on the same page. I believe it starts at line 22 of page 83 and then continues on into page 84, line 8.
So, Mr. Baldwin has critically injured someone, and what he's saying to the detective, and keep in mind, Your Honor, Mr. Baldwin was going to stay and complete originally he was going to be in New Mexico to complete the filming until I think close to the end of October. And he is already making plans to return home to New York, even though he's critically injured 2 people. It is the exact opposite of what the defense is going to argue, which is this was devastating to him. This devastating. I think there's even phrases in this interview where he says, "I'm devastated," or maybe it's in November 3rd. So this is completely contradictory to other statements that he makes where he says, "I'm devastated." 2 people are in the hospital and he doesn't even want to stay and make sure they're okay.
Your Honor, he offered to stay, and that's throughout this transcript.
This is a losing argument to the
down on the same
prosecution.
page. He says, "Unless you tell me not to, or if you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever it is that you want." He's making himself completely available, but not shockingly, his wife wants him home. He is a father.
Okay, just one thing here. It was mentioned very quickly here by Toyer there, told him not to sit with his arms crossed, guaranteed. Yeah, it looks defiant. It looks, it's not, but the jury's not here. So, but he does it when the jury is there as well. Never sit with your arms crossed like that when you're a defendant. It makes you just look aloof. We don't use the word aloof enough. Are you aloof, Ozzy, or are you
too
asleep?
much? Sorry. Not sir.
We've lost Hayden. Maybe he'll come back.
I'm gonna find it. It's the rebuttal. It's going to be redacted. All right, next.
The next one is out by stipulation, which is on page 85. That may be on this one. I will
stipulated to. Okay, what?
Yes. There were other portions within here that we had found that were related to the blank situation. I understand the court's ruling. If the court is willing to consider as part of its gatekeeping function, limiting the amount of that.
Too late. Too late. That's what happens when you do 2 days before.
Oof.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, dang. Oh. You know, we have too many cases where the judges don't judge. The judges don't do their job. They're wishy-washy. We'll let it in and see where it goes. I'm not going to make a ruling just yet. She just made a brutal ruling. She just made a brutal ruling. Yeah, no, you're too late. Sorry. You don't do this 2 days before. Sorry. Move on. It's not petty. It's rules, man. The court has rules for a reason. It's like, yeah. Sorry, you're just too damn late. It's your fault.
Just in terms of, I know that we've got one more statement to try to tackle. So now that the court has ruled on the redactions, because these are the defense requests, I'm expecting the defense to do the redactions and provide them to me quickly. Because
what on earth is this person on the far right wearing? Is that a tube top with a scarf and some sort of arm sweater? I'm sorry, I just got distracted by that particular fashion choice.
This is Hancock, and Hancock's going to take the witness stand as soon as possible.
That is our intention.
Well, you're finished, so you're going to do. Oh, that's right. Okay, I apologize.
So 10 minutes max.
Okay, and then you're going to do the redirect. So while they're doing that, go ahead and provide a copy with the redactions that I've ruled redacted, which were minimal. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
What's next?
There is the second statement.
So
the
second statement, this is a statement that takes place on.
I hope you got that. Do you need any clarification? Because I don't want this going south when Hancock's on the stand. Do you want to repeat it?
I think we have it.
Okay.
I think we have it.
No. My rulings. So, okay. All right. Okay, what's next? I said the jury comes back at 2. They have 1 minute before I call back the jury. Otherwise, you're going to abandon these.
Yes, sir. We'll be quick.
Wow.
So,
you got 1 minute or it's out.
So if we look at this part at the bottom of page 1 and the top of 2.
This is what I'm going to do because we're running out of time. I'm going to make a ruling. These were given to your intended redactions were given 2 days before. And so far, the only thing I've heard that was a surprise was the testimony of his knowledge of guns. So let's see. Well, I mean, everybody got to put somewhere. I don't find that. I'm going to redact that. I don't find that's relevant. It's just in passing, really. And he's talking about other people.
Well, if I can,
sure.
Your Honor, I just want to talk about it in a little bit more context. So what's happening here is Detective Hancock and Mr. Baldwin are talking about Ms. Gutierrez and her lawyers.
Morning, I'm Dr.
Is obviously being her conduct.
You want that? It's coming. It's falling into your lap now. The trucker
had her lawyer saying that on her behalf. So if we're going to redact the bottom portion, that wasn't we need to redact the part where it says it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. I mean, I don't think we redact the part about the lawyers. We redact everything.
The address you want to send to.
That's fine. It does take it out of like nowhere context. Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then if you really want to argue it. All right, page 15.
It's cool.
That's fine. I don't find this relevant.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me catch up to you.
Sure.
Sharing Lewis. Where's Lamb Chop?
So this is relevant because what Mr. Baldwin is talking about right here to Hancock is his intention to sit for a public interview, and that public interview turns out to be with George Stephanopoulos.
Oh,
it was that interview that led to the accidental discharge testing and all kinds of stuff. So again, Judge, it's the defendant's own statement. He knew he had a right to counsel.
I'll let 1 through 6 in, but this thing about the Kennedy Center is not coming in. Page 15.
1 through 6 comes in, the rest of it's out. Understood.
Page 18. Tell me why this is relevant or not relevant. Relevant, Ms. Morrissey.
Okay, let me just. Sure. So the top part is him saying to Detective Hancock, "You don't know anything about my business. You don't know anything about my business. You're in law enforcement. You're the person who, when they do something wrong, you're the last person they want to see. You live a very, very difficult but ultimately very narrow life. I believe." Hang on. Let me finish it. Well, it all goes, I think we've got the three or four pages, so it all kind of goes together. Hang on just a second. Okay, so this part, I mean, the part at the bottom of 18, it puts in context the part at the top of 19, and this goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's motivation to lie about pulling the trigger of the gun. I'm 63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore.
All right, now this was a big deal. This is the only thing I know about for sure. Him getting up and walking out. Law and Crime was making a big deal about it. Everybody was making it. He storms out of court when they start calling him a liar. He stormed out of court when the questioning got tough. No, he didn't. Larry DUI guy was there. He basically he had to go to the bathroom. He asked his lawyer. He asked the lawyer on his right if he can go to the bathroom, and then they said yes. So he got up and left. And he went to the bathroom. Now his lawyer is going to freak out. His other lawyer is going to freak out because he didn't see it. He didn't hear it, I guess. And so he doesn't know why Alec just got up and stormed out. There's nothing to see here. It's not a thing. He just had to take a leak. So there you go.
Sometimes you just got to take a leak.
63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore. This is
his lawyer going, "Oh my God, where is he going?
And that he can't rely on luck anymore." This goes exactly to his motivation not to tell the truth.
Can we approach it?
Sure.
Well, that's all that was. Just going to the bathroom.
That helpful one way or I don't think this information is that helpful one way or the other, but I'm going to let it in because of the lateness of your redactions. So because it's 2:00 now, and so we're going to go. All right.
I understand. Just briefly just be heard on that point.
No. All right. Get your redactions in earlier.
Understood.
Should have got the redactions in earlier.
Everything I put on is coming in. Do you understand? That page forward.
Yes.
So everything subsequent to.
And that page.
Okay.
Wow. Sorry, it's all coming in now. All the redactions from here on out are coming in because you're just too slow. Dang. All right. Uh-oh. Hey, Baldwin, coffee is for closers. Coffee is for closers. You don't get coffee yet. You don't deserve coffee. You haven't earned coffee. Coffee is for closers. Hoisting your own petard is an old saying that seems relevant. For those who don't know, the saying "hoisting your own" a petard was sort of like an old style claymore mine or an old style bomb. Is you basically you raise your own bomb and set it off at head level. All right, we have a couple of super chats here before the jury comes in. I wish I was drunk with the $2. Hey Jeff, hey Chad, how we doing? Hope all is well. All is well, and thank you very much, Irish. I was drunk. It's Friday. I'm working on it. Thank you very much. And Dorian Shepard, 5. I think Morrissey's doing a good job. I like her. I really do. But maybe that's just because I'm an asshole too. I don't know. I think. Oh, hey, you're back, Hayden. Welcome. Good to see a cigar nut, man. I've unleashed the cigar monster in Hayden.
Yeah, Mel blames you very badly. Mind you, this is nice. Mundi Victor Augustus.
I've never heard of it. Sounds good. It sounds very, very Spanishy, so it must be good.
I'm just annoyed because I put a fan on so I blow the smoke out the window, but
yep,
it keeps putting it out.
And Luke Smith, thank you so much for becoming a new member of the Clean and Sober crew. Welcome to the mayhem. Ike, how you doing, Ike? Member for 13 months. I have to say, Stephen Baldwin's performance in this trial has to be the best performance ever. You mean Alec or Stephen? Stephen isn't in court today. He was in court the first day. We all get the Baldwins confused. Are you confused with the Baldwins, or are you just saying that Stephen, by his absence, is making the best performance of his career? And Lily Smith has been a member for 18 months. Hi, Legal Vices. Glad to see you today. Glad to see you too, Lily. Thank you so much for being a supporter for a year and a half. Oh, and Dorian Shepard, the card-carrying misogynist, as he calls himself, is celebrating his 20th live chat, his 20th super chat on a live stream. Jill M says, lol, I'm confused. Too much lawyer talk. In summary, all this stuff about what he knew out, the judge already ruled that his state of mind after the shooting can't be entered into evidence. What he knew of whether he knew that blanks could kill or not, or cause injury, that was ruled excluded. It was limited. They couldn't bring it up. But big old defense guy here, in his cross-examinations of people, has kicked the door wide open to all of that, saying he was ashen-faced, he was panicky, he didn't know. After the shooting happened, he laid down all this stuff about how Alec Baldwin was acting in his state of mind after the events occurred, and he was saying that he doesn't know. You don't know that these things can happen. The dummy rounds or blank rounds, and the judge said, well, now you're going to bring all that stuff in. All that stuff I told you couldn't bring in, you get to bring in now because you talked about them. You wanted them excluded. We excluded them. You talked about them. They're back on the menu, boys.
Speaking of things that are back on the menu, that's an excellent pause frame, as pointed out by George.
That's what it's going to be. 5 minutes.
I don't know what part of that you're talking about, but don't know what part of the freeze frame you're talking about. No,
Fair enough.
Just saying, plausible deniability. Legal Vices, this judge did the Karen Reed trial. You reckon it could have been done in like 3 weeks, 2 weeks tops? Most murder trials are like 3 or 4 days. This is Alec freaking Baldwin, and his manslaughter trial is only 8 days. So yeah, it would have been done. Hey, Lily, you got a 2 for there. All right, so that's what that was all about, Jill. Just everything they said they got limited, they brought up, so he gets to come back in, and it's really, really, really damaging. He was so distraught, he was so torn up, and then they go, no, he was on the hours, just a couple of hours, a few hours after he Swiss cheesed the woman, stabbed another dude in the shoulder with a freaking bullet. He's on the phone to his wife going, yeah, why don't you flying out here tomorrow? We can still have our vacation. We can still enjoy. The tickets aren't refundable. We may as well go have fun. Oh, and by the way, I'm an expert. I've been doing this for 40 years. I know that, I know John Eric Hexum got hurt. I know Brandon Lee they both got killed, and Brandon Lee got killed. And I know all this stuff. I know you can get burned from things. So it's all back on the table now. All that's coming in. And Alec is what we like to say in the industry, intercoursed.
Oh, he's toast.
Yes, that was brutal. That was a brutal series of rulings by the judge for the defense. And it's all because big guy here. Well, it's all for 2 reasons. One, Alec Baldwin didn't keep his freaking mouth shut when he and all the George Stephanopoulos shit, that's all coming in. All the stuff he was saying on George Stephanopoulos, all the stuff he was saying on Cuomo, all the stuff, it's all coming in because 1, Alec couldn't keep his stupid trap shut, and 2, his lawyer, after getting it all excluded, couldn't keep his stupid mouth shut, and it all gets to come back in again. Why he did it, whatever reason he did it, he shouldn't have done it on phone, on camera, in the police station while they were watching him.
Hey, what's her personal email again?
He could have. She didn't call him. He called her. He could have done it after the police interview was finished.
I'm gonna put that in before.
He didn't have to go on George Stephanopoulos and do shit. It's timing. It's timing. When the police are listening, don't do shit like that. When you're being recorded, don't do that. So it's time and place. All right, the jury's coming in. And then we're going to, how much time do we got left here? We've got a little over 2 hours. So at one point, we should be caught up in about an hour and 20 minutes. Then we'll start the live today, and we'll go straight on through. It's Friday, so I might pull an all-nighter. We might do the whole day. We'll just have to see how this works.
All right, you may be seated. Go ahead. Mr. Spiro.
Good afternoon. You had seen when you were testifying earlier Mr. Baldwin in court today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've seen him since, I believe, since the day that the incident occurred?
Correct.
And of course, you see him here as a defendant in a courtroom wearing a suit jacket. He wasn't dressed like that on the scene, right?
Right.
He was.
All right, one real quick thing. ICE is not arguing with it coming in, arguing with your interpretation that it proves he didn't GAF give an F that he shot someone. It goes to his state of mind. It's directly contradictory. The defense was painting this picture that he was an emotional wreck. He was just as shocked as anyone else. He was ashen faced. He was panicky. He was having he was an emotional wreck, and they get to impeach him with that, with his own actions. He wasn't ashen faced.
It's not specifically that it's being used to prove that he didn't care that he killed somebody. It's being used to undermine the way that the defense has played out the strategy. Yes. Two different things, subtle delineation.
Yeah, it goes to his state of mind afterwards. It's just basically the defense got caught with their pants down, telling a little bit of a fib. It's like, nah, he wasn't doing what the defense said. He was doing exactly the opposite. He's right there on camera, planning his vacation, talking about refundable tickets, et cetera, rather than panicky and being ashen-faced and all that other stuff the defense said he was. That's why it's there.
He was Harlan Rust, and he had his actor costume on, right?
Yes.
And you actually took those clothes and tested them for blood, like you said before, right?
I did.
And he was shaking as you did that, was he not?
He seemed upset as I did that.
And of course, you remember that, right?
Yes.
And the hotel that you've reviewed has refreshed your memory.
Correct.
And you know that he received a phone call from his friend Joel, the director who had been shot, and you used that information to then send officers to the hospital to retrieve the bullet, correct?
I believe we already had deputies at the hospital at the time.
But he told you that and told you that would be something that he wanted you to do, right?
He indicated it was something he wanted law enforcement to do, but we were already making the necessary.
And the police don't take their marching orders from Alec Baldwin.
Sending a deputy to the hospital to retrieve that.
And he told you that he pulled the gun out, he turned, and he just cocked the gun, right?
He did state that, yes.
He didn't say he pulled the trigger, right?
I don't recall him saying that.
And you never tested the hammer of that gun for DNA, did you?
I do not know the FBI lab's
Mark pulled the trigger
for processing a firearm for DNA.
But because he told you that, and I'm putting up A10, defense exhibit, that's why you knew that the document that had fallen near Ms. Hutchins that says macro on hammer as thumb toxic was so important. Isn't that right?
Huh?
There was a paper inside of the church that indicated a firearm was being used. So I photographed it. We had paperwork that was later collected out of Ms. Hutchins's side bag that was also additional script. And that was collected bag part of her personal property.
Oh, for sure. Hey, Brandon.
And you see the name Helena on top, right?
Yes, this is what was taken out of her bag.
And what was at the floor, A. Frigg, Russ Colt, cocked quietly now. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you and your fellow officers discussed this and said, this is important. It confirms what he told us, didn't you?
I believe that I stated it was important because it was a script that involved a firearm inside the church where a shooting had occurred.
And after this point in time, eventually,
you won't answer.
Sent that firearm off.
Answering yourself is
one of the
issues.
The firearm tested with hammer for DNA, but rather for it to end up being destroyed in the testing or broken in the testing, if you prefer.
The firearm was sent for DNA, and additional testing was not conducted until later.
We were talking also, to move away from the firearm for a second, about how the lethal round got on set, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Baldwin You actually told
Baldwin.
him that you would figure it out. You gave him that assurance. You said, I get it. I know that there was a live round wasn't supposed to be on set. We law enforcement are going to find that out, didn't you?
I believe the words that I used was, that's why we're here. We're here to try and figure out what happened.
And one of your agents sort of confirmed to him, don't worry, we're going to find out.
Effect on listener? What? One word, but objection. Yes. What is it?
Objection, hearsay, the officer isn't here. Who's speaking up?
Respond.
It's not for the truth of the matter, sir. That is her.
Oh, it just
Okay. Well, did you lay the foundation for that? Did you ask her what she did because of that?
Not yet. I can't.
Okay.
well, you're supposed to do that before you ask the question.
Foundation.
It's called foundation.
After what you said,
Yeah, it's called a foundation for a reason. You ask that part first. But basically, he got caught. He got caught. She helped him out with his line of questioning.
Heard from your fellow officer. It is true.
And he is okay. Baldwin, the jury is back now, and he's just looking bored as fuck, sitting there like this. Don't do this if you're ever on trial, especially for manslaughter. Don't sit in the front of the jury like this. Surely they've told him about this.
As you testified previously, that you
As
did
if he's going to care.
go out to seek the source of that lethal round, right?
Please rephrase your question as to the word seek.
Sure. After you said what you said and the officer said what he said, is it not the case that you made it a priority to try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Our priority was to find the facts of what had happened in the situation.
And one of the steps that you took that we talked about, by searching the truck, by going to Seth Kennedy, getting the PDQ, one of the things you did was you did seek out and try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And as you were doing that, you continued to work with Purple Handcuff, right?
Yes.
You would see her in the prosecutor's office, right?
I would see Purple Handcuff more often.
And you testified previously about the search for the lethal ammunition at the trial of the armorer, correct?
Yes.
And a question came up at that trial of this issue of, did Seth Kennedy really provide the ammunition to Senator, right?
Yes, I believe that came up.
Okay. And eventually there was a verdict in that case, right?
Yes.
And a good Samaritan walked into the police station and gave you the lethal ammunition, didn't they?
What?
After
I haven't heard
the
that.
Hannah Gutierrez trial, there was an individual that came to the police station and stated they had ammunition.
And they turned in the ammunition.
Yes.
They gave it to you, right?
Yes.
And they told you that this was the ammunition that ended up with Seth Kennedy that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
I do not recall all of their statements.
2.5 years later.
Who did you tell about that?
During that conversation, my Lieutenant Brian Brandel, was with me, and Detective Hancock was aware of that individual, that he had come to the sheriff's office.
And you never vouchered that and turned it over to the defense, did you?
It's not her job.
It was a doc information situation.
I don't know what that means. Can you just explain it to me?
Meaning that I was instructed by my lieutenant to create a doc info report on it.
And I mean, what does that mean?
We were documenting information that this individual came and gave this ammunition to us.
Okay, but you didn't. I mean, he told you it had to do with the rush shooting, correct?
Yes.
And he told you actually that he was a police officer in a neighboring county, right?
I believe he said he was a retired police officer. Yes.
And he told you all had been duped by Seth Kennedy, didn't he?
No.
In words and substance, didn't he?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And he said to you, I'm willing to fill out a witness statement, right?
No, I don't recall that.
He told you that the rounds came from a green ammo can, didn't he?
Judge, I have to judge this.
Sustain.
Yeah, it's total hearsay.
Did you take the rounds that were provided to you? By the way, they were Starline brass, nickel primer, live. Where's that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Really?
That is what I said.
Really? Look, you know, like being Yannetti or Alan Jackson in the Karen Reed trial and talking to someone like Trooper Paul who studies forward, when they say they don't know something, you go, really? That might work back east. But when you're a big shot New York lawyer in Santa Fe and you're going, really? Under situations like this, that might not sit too well with the jury in laid back Santa Fe. To be, you know, that really? Yeah, she just said that, you know, and look at her face. She's liking this. She's liking this interchange. Philip Seymour Hoffman is all over this. She's liking the cross examination. Tell me I'm wrong, Hayden.
No, that's funny.
It's information acted upon was my response. But he told you the reason that he was coming in is because he didn't trust law enforcement on this case.
Well, you know what? She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over the judge. I didn't know the judge didn't say, but she just basically said the same thing. She went through his objection and she went through
her objection and his rebuttal to it
and his response. Let me just save time.
Law enforcement on this case.
Well, you know what? She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener. Well, you're going to have to lay your foundation better. You are.
So
was it just laughter in the court?
Yes.
Let me ask this question: How come law enforcement didn't voucher this with the rest of the evidence?
Voucher? What does that mean?
I'm not sure what you mean with voucher.
How come you didn't inventory it and put it with all the rest of the evidence in the rest case?
I was instructed to put this in as a information case, which I did, and it is under that case number.
You
buried it.
You're detained.
There is a supplemental report on it, and that was placed into evidence.
He's writing checks his bank account can't cover.
I have not turned over anything to the defense. My information goes through the sheriff's office.
She's a crime scene technician. She's not an investigator.
That's a good Samaritan came in and turned in his ammunition.
I do not know.
When the defense came to view the Starline brass nickel primer live ammunition with you, you didn't show that vest, did you?
I did not have an evidence dealing with the defense. That was my coworker.
Your coworker didn't show this to the defense, correct?
I do not know.
Do you have any reason to believe your coworker should show this to the defense, given that it wasn't put in the same inventory as the rest case?
No.
Did you or anyone from the sheriff's office ever tell the armorer or her lawyers that a good Samaritan came in after the verdict and gave you this information?
I do not know.
But you do agree.
This is nuts. This lawyer's an idiot, dude.
That's set.
He's defended some big names too, but in New York.
I don't recall what he stated, what someone else stated.
She's smiling. She likes this.
And you told him he didn't have to write a witness statement. Law enforcement was going to type up a report on it today, right?
I never stated any such thing about a witness statement.
He offered to provide a written witness statement so that it was clear. Did he not?
I do not recall that happening.
No. Did you give him assurances that you would type up a report on it?
I don't recall providing assurances to him.
Okay, what we've got here is he's just throwing shit at the wall. He's getting in as much as he can that's not in evidence, and hoping that something sticks. But the jury's hearing it. It's getting objected to. She's saying, I didn't do that. I didn't say that. I didn't hear that. So he's throwing just a bunch of stuff in there that should probably be objected to. But
I was going to say, there's enough there that, yeah. This is dirty.
Yeah. He knows he's doing it, but the prosecution isn't objecting. No, but anyway, so he, like I said, this is just stuff that he wants the jury to hear that he knows she's not going to have an answer to. He knows isn't in evidence, etc., etc.
Did you tell him that you would write up a report on it?
I don't recall doing that either.
Do you deny it?
No.
Do you deny it? No.
So when you testified earlier that you never found the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, that wasn't true, was it?
Can you rephrase the way you stated that?
Sure.
The ammunition that killed her was in
these 45.
Yeah.
Like,
that was
seriously.
What?
It was how he phrased it. You never found the ammunition that killed her. Yeah, it was in the guy's shoulder.
Yeah, it was in Joel's shoulder. That's where it was. What? What does that even mean?
I think he's trying to say that she never determined where the actual bullet itself came from.
Maybe he's talking about the casing? You didn't find the casing because Sarah Zachary threw it in the garbage? Whatever. I don't know. But she's playing checkers. She's playing chess and he's playing checkers.
And losing.
Yeah. That wasn't true either, was it?
Can you rephrase the way you stated that?
Yeah, what?
Sure. As you sit here today, having had a good Samaritan turn in these 45 rounds into the precinct, right?
If that's what you're discussing.
Yeah. You don't know whether or not you have in your possession the live rounds that killed Miss Hutchins, do you?
The live round that killed Miss Hutchins has been fired. Are you asking about a connection between those live rounds and other ones?
I'm asking you as we talk right now, whether or not you withdrawn. I'm asking you.
Withdrawn.
Isn't it the case that law enforcement?
Alec's like,
likely
oh,
has-
fuck. Alec's like, oh, shit. Why did I hire this guy? Oh, my God.
Jem's comment, one of the victims took the evidence from the crime scene, dipshit.
Nice, Jem. That's a good one.
This lawyer is fucking gone.
He's having a
Look at
moment
him.
of regret here.
Yeah, huh?
Look at him.
Oh, shit. What have I done?
I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that law enforcement likely has the matching rounds to the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins?
I do not know.
And you do not know because you made a doc report about this and did not put it with the rest of the Rust evidence, correct?
Those rounds were not placed with the rest of the Rust evidence, correct?
Nor were they sent to the FBI for testing with the Rust evidence, were they?
No, they were not.
Yeah. He's doing Ludo dirty here.
I've got other questions.
Oh, that was sorry.
God.
That was a bad cross-examination. That
Yes,
did
it was.
nothing
Sorry,
other
you know,
than destroy him further. That was a bad cross-examination. What do you think, Hayden?
I think that was terrible. And she gets to go to a bar at the end of the day, sip on a cocktail and go.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Wow. Elsie Merritt, no spoilers, please. We'll get there in a minute.
Orientation or anything like that?
And by a minute, I mean an hour or two. Hang tight. We're gonna do the day. Don't worry. Yeah, okay, we have no super chats or anything else to read, so let's move on with the next. I guess redirect.
Correct.
Short and sweet. She needs to get up short and sweet, say a few things, sit down, make her point. He's done the damage. Yeah, that was a bad cross. Sorry, Doc Ock. That was really, really bad. Unless you're team prosecution.
Detective?
No, I'm not.
Did you interview?
No, I did not.
Don't stop. The phone don't stop.
You didn't interview Mr.
The door
Baldwin?
don't stop. I literally just closed the front door. I mean, it's not locked.
No.
But
Mr.
got
Spiro
the note on
was
there
asking
saying
you
the
about
office
the
door.
Good Samaritan who arrived at the sheriff's department after the Gutierrez trial. Can you tell the members of the jury when the Gutierrez trial was?
I don't recall exactly.
Lay off electrifying. That's all anybody who walks in.
Would you take it in February, beginning of March?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Okay. Do you recall the Good Samaritan's name?
I do not.
Would you recognize it if I said it to you?
Yes.
Troy Teskey.
Yes, that was his name.
I've heard that name.
Are you
before.
aware that Troy Teskey is a close friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father?
That's Friday through.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey had his own motivations for wanting to place blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez?
Objection, meeting, objection,
Overruled.
Wait, what?
I want to hear that again. That was good. I love this judge. I love her.
Hannah Gutierrez.
Objection, meeting, objection,
Overruled.
Please answer.
Okay. All right. What's happening here is the judge is going, dude, what the hell did you just do for the last 20 minutes? You did it. I'm letting her do it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Or I guess in this case, what's good for the gander is good for the goose.
I mean, what's funny is I don't necessarily agree with her ruling there because, yeah, it may be considered irrelevant, but yeah, I mean, fair is fair.
It is hearsay and irrelevant. Again, you could argue that she should have objected, but she didn't. He objects. I think he's correct, but the judge is just like, all right, you did it, so she gets to do it. But
fair play.
That's pretty based. Like I said, I don't think it's a correct ruling, but I like it anyway. And you won't hear me say that very often. Incorrect ruling by judges are usually never a good thing, but that was funny. So yeah, it's turned around to fair play. What was that?
I was taking a timestamp for that because I might just use that as a soundboard.
Overruled. Wow. All right. That was good. All right, we're
having a secretary slash
assistant
here.
Motivations for wanting to place blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez.
Objection, meeting, objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Please answer.
No, I had no knowledge of that.
That was funny.
Yep. And I want to feel bad for him, but at the same time, like,
To be clear,
this was so much fun. I haven't been taking notes.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for bringing live rounds on the movie set?
No.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for loading a live round into the gun?
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
To try to clarify some points.
All right, again, sorry, I don't want to keep pausing this, but this is the crux of the case. And for people in chat who will remain nameless, but think that he shouldn't have been charged because he didn't bring the live ammunition on set and he didn't load the gun. That's exactly the argument right there. He's not being charged with bringing it on set. Someone else has been charged and convicted for that. He's not being charged with loading it into. Someone else has already been charged and convicted for that. He's being charged with his action of taking a gun, a real live gun that he knows is a real live gun, and he knows, as we've just heard, that even blanks can kill. He knows that it is an inherently dangerous piece of equipment. He took that intentionally, that dangerous piece of equipment, and intentionally pointed it at someone and pulled the trigger and killed them. That's what he's on trial for, not exercising due caution and due circumspection in handling and operating an inherently dangerous piece of equipment. That's all. She very, very, very appropriately summarized that. I'll give her a 12 out of 10 for that. Someone else has been already tried and well, not tried, he pled for introducing it into the set. Someone else was tried and found guilty of loading the weapon. Now he's being tried for pointing it at someone and pulling the trigger.
Starline brass. Is that a brand of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Is it a brand of ammunition or a casing?
It is a casing.
Okay. And the live rounds from the set of rust had nickel primers, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
So let me ask you this.
It was
When
Harlan
you went
Rust.
to PDQ to conduct your search, because you're not the detective, do you remember whether you had any surveillance video or not?
I don't remember.
So with regard to Mr. Kinney, prior to the search of PDQ, did Mr. Kinney actually bring his own live ammunition to the police station?
Yes.
So before you ever executed a search warrant,
No, I'm not going to date Rucker Hauer.
and said, I want to give you a sample of my live
I
ammunition.
was going to say, she's about 10 years too old for you.
And you took that and you
She's
sent
got
it to the FBI, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to ammunition, characteristics of some of this ammunition is it says Starline brass on the top, right? And when I say it says Starline brass, describe to the jurors what the emblem is that we see.
It is a star, an arching line, and then another star.
The live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, was it all Starline brass?
No.
Was it all nickel primers?
No.
Now, in addition to the stamp on the top of the casing and the color of the primer, does ammunition have different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the projectile, we're talking about, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the nose of the bullet, so what actually gets projected out the barrel of the gun.
Hold on, please. Thank you, sir.
Exactly. Police your brass. Why, Flux? It sounds like you done been in the military at some point.
Exhibit 26. Remind us, which are the live rounds? The suspected live rounds. Sorry, we'll get there.
The ones to the right.
And what are the ones on the left?
They are dummy rounds.
Is there a different shape to the tip of the projectile?
Yes.
Just the tip.
Tell us what the difference is.
So the live rounds. Okay. So the live rounds have a flattened surface to them, whereas our dummy rounds come to a further point. Sorry, I was trying to draw a line. Almost like a curvature to a better point.
At my request, prior to the Gutierrez trial, did you take out a ruler and measure those?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the size of what we call the is that the projectile? Do you recall the size of the live rounds?
Yes, the live rounds were 6 millimeters and the dummy rounds were 4 millimeters.
Every single live round, well, suspected live round, taken from the set of rust, was it a 6 millimeter method?
Yes.
All of the live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, to include the live ammunition that Seth Kane brought into the Sharp Station, did any of those have 6 millimeter methods?
No.
No, so it's totally different ammunition.
Do you have any evidence that Seth Kinney is the source of the live rounds on rust?
No.
If you know, is there evidence that Hannah Gutierrez brought the live rounds onto the set of rust?
Yes.
What is that evidence? Let's talk about it.
The evidence that I am aware of is a photograph on a cell phone of the rounds in the background of a photograph that was taken with the sun. Those rounds are the same ones from the same box that were being pulled from that day that were handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit to help us. States Exhibit 12. Go ahead, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and clear your screen. It works. Is this the box you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Is it your understanding
Oh my
that
God.
Hannah Gutierrez admitted to bringing that box on the set?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez actually provided evidence to the Sheriff's Department that she was provided that box by
Rounds.
her father?
Yes.
And the Good Samaritan who came in with the live rounds and was telling you Seth Kinney's the bad guy, that happened how long after the incident?
That happened
2.5
well
years.
after the incident in after February, so March of this year.
So Ms. Hutchins died in what year?
In October of 2021.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction?
Objection.
Is that right?
Objection. Assumes facts, not evidence, misleading.
Rule, unless you want to come up and tell me.
What was that? Did she do a fist pump? Did she do a fist pump? Come on, Morrissey. As much as I like you, you can't do a fist pump when you can't do that. No, she did a fist pump. Look at this.
Rule, unless you want to come up and tell me.
Yeah, shuffling a lot of paper, no shit.
Oh, she threw the pen down. She's going up. 2. What are we doing 2s for? What have we done? What have I missed? People are throwing up 2s in chat.
1 in chat for rounds, 2 for rounds.
Ah. It's all caps. Rounds. All right, let's fast forward through this here.
Question, please.
Okay, so she won that.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction. Is that right?
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
I can get some more of this. This has been so nice. I don't want to end.
In your experience,
Take that, Harvard.
if Seth Kinney wanted to hide the fact that he had live ammunition at PDQ, he had plenty of time to get rid of it, right?
Yes.
And you found some there, right?
Yes.
And the photograph, well, was all of the live ammunition in the same place?
Yes.
Where was it found?
It was in a box on the bottom of the stack labeled as live ammo.
And let me.
I remember this from Hannah's trial.
Was there live ammunition found in another room away from this box?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Did you find any ammunition that was not .45 caliber anywhere else at PDQ?
I believe there were 2 boxes of marked 38 caliber ammunition that were in another room.
Did Mr. Kinney tell you that his personal firearms are 38?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as defendants A23. Is this? So when we're talking about .45 caliber
Well, see,
ammunition,
this is the interesting thing. Yeah, I remember. It's a bit money. The Morrissey's a high school basketball coach. That stereotype was not incorrect in my high school. nor was the assistant girls basketball coach. Both of them, anyway. The live ammo 1883, he also supplied, as it says here, live ammo for the show 1883. That's what this ammo was for. It was for the show 1883.
Ammunition. Well, let's back up. Is that the only caliber of live ammunition or suspected live ammunition found on the said rust? 23, page 23. So if you find 38 live ammunition, is that important to you?
No.
Because 38.
Hey, Michael M. It's 1 o'clock here in Korea too. Come on,
the 45 caliber ammunition.
It's Friday.
You found at PDQ. Is this where you found it?
Yes.
Thanks, Mike.
Any mistaking that would be live ammunition?
No.
Nope.
Why?
It was clearly marked as live ammunition in that box.
And let me ask you, Ms. Buckle, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, your close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought to you after her conviction, you still have it?
Yes.
You can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right?
Yes.
And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of rust.
Wrap
correct?
it up, Morrissey.
Yes.
You're doing good.
And
Don't
that's
overplay.
obvious just when you look at it, is it not?
Yes.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set of rust by somebody?
If I recall correctly, just one.
Do you know
You too,
how
sir.
many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set by Hannah Gutierrez?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough.
Wrap it up.
Now, you were asking questions on cross-examination, and I think they were related to, let me get the exhibit just so that we know what we're talking about. You were asking questions about the live ammunition in the other actor's gun belt. You remember those questions on cross?
Yes.
And I think the actor was Jensen Ackles.
Correct.
Do you know whether or not Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
No, I do not.
Whether he did his own safety checks?
I do not know.
Let's talk briefly about, let me make sure I have the proper exhibit numbers in the record.
Come on, Morrissey, sit down. Don't ruin it.
Losing momentum.
You made your point.
I want to be clear, if you recall, I'm showing you defendants A27. Where did those dummy rounds come from?
These were the dummy rounds removed from the box with blue writing that stated dummy rounds.
And who do you know supplied those rounds?
Seth Kenny.
I think I made a mistake on direct examination. This is State's Exhibit 30. Is that what I showed you?
Yes, I believe so.
And so those actually didn't come out of that box, did they?
Correct.
Do you know where they came from?
They came from a gun belt that was located inside of the cop truck.
Defendants A26. Is that where they came from?
Yes.
Based on the dummy rounds in both of these pictures, from the box and from the gun belt, do they have distinctive characteristics?
Yes.
Have they been identified? Do you know who supplied all of the dummy rounds that were in the gun belt and in the box?
Yes, that was Seth Kenny.
All right. You were asked some questions about some documents that you photographed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I'm trying to find them. Our counsel, are all of the exhibits still up here? Click on this.
Morrissey may be a queen, but she's overplaying her hand here.
Those are the exhibits? Let's see. Okay, can I use them? Okay. As long as they're the same. Okay. We'll
No,
just use your copies.
the jury is here.
this
This,
is,
is yesterday afternoon. We'll be catching up live
You know, being shown this? Yes.
in about an hour and a half.
Do you have any idea when this exhibit, or I'm sorry, when scene 125 was being filmed?
No, I do not.
Same question for scene, is it 55 or 66? I apologize.
No.
68?
No.
115?
No.
118?
No.
121?
No.
130?
No.
In fact, if you know, was Ms. Hutchins killed during the filming of an actual scene?
No, she was not.
She was not. Is that right?
Correct.
Same thing here for 118 again. Ms. Hutchins wasn't killed during the filming of a scene, was she?
No, she was not.
Do you know, if you do you know who wrote the script?
No, I do not.
Do you know who the director of the movie was?
I believe that was Joel Sousa.
Do you know whether or not he's going to come in and testify?
No, I do not.
Did he testify in the Gutierrez trial?
I believe he did, yes.
Did you interview the person who wrote the script?
No.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in the room at the time of the shooting?
No, I did not.
So you haven't talked to a single person who could tell you whether these defense A3 and A10 are relevant at all. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked by Mr. Spyro whether or not it was true that live ammunition should never be on a movie set, and you said that was correct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You've never worked on a movie set before, have you?
No, I've not.
How do you know that?
It makes sense to me. It makes common sense.
But do you know?
No, I do not know the rules of movie sets.
You're not aware that there are safety bulletins for the use of live ammunition on movie sets?
No, I did not know
That's a
that.
good point. And that was marked live ammunition for 1883. So I guess I have to revise my view that you should never, ever, 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 ever have live ammo on set. I guess there are
The entire
times when you
scene out there at Bonanza Creek, how many real firearms were taken into evidence?
If I can look at my report.
Sure.
Yeah, she needs to sit down and stop playing with her glasses. She needs bifocals. She crushed it on direct yesterday. Crushed it for the first part of her redirect. Now she's losing it.
I believe 13 in total.
13 real firearms.
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Kinney being present at the search of the crop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember why he was present?
I don't recall the details of why he was present.
Do you recall how the sheriff's department got access to the safe?
Yes, Seth Kenny provided us with the combination.
And the firearms that you recovered, real and fake, who did they belong to?
It's my understanding they belonged to Seth Kenny.
Would you say that those firearms were many thousands of dollars in value?
Yes.
And do you know who provided the vast majority of the blank ammunition?
That I do not know.
Okay. Does it surprise you that the person who owns the guns had access to the safe?
No.
Are we boring you, Mr. Baldwin?
Have you ever discovered any evidence that Seth Kenny was ever physically present on the set of Rust other than the day that he helped unlock the safe for your search?
No.
Do you recall you were asked some questions about you had information about a green ammo can, and that was one of the reasons that you executed the search warrant. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember where you got the information about the green ammo can?
I do.
Did you review any of the photographs from any of the cell phone extractions that were done in this case?
No.
Did you look at any of the text messages between the different witnesses in this case?
No.
you have any information that Hannah Gutierrez previously asked if she could have live ammunition on the movie set she was working on with Nicolas Cage?
I do not have that information.
Okay. Now, I understand we've got some photographs of PDQ, and it looked like it was really packed full of stuff. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you called it a warehouse. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how big that facility is?
It's a very small facility. It has an upfront office, a hallway that leads to a bathroom, and one small workshop room, and then a room towards the back.
Does it have a toilet?
Is it possible for you to estimate the square footage?
No, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. It's a small building.
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene technician, are you trained to find pieces of evidence in difficult areas?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a person's home or apartment that kind of looked like a hoarder place?
What?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's happened to you?
Several dozen.
Several dozen?
At least, yes.
And you're trained to look for evidence in that kind of environment?
Yes.
What?
Is it your understanding that Mr. Kenny's business is a prop house?
Yes.
Would you expect a prop house to be full of props?
Yes.
Was the prop house indeed full of movie props?
Yes.
Did anyone live there?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you have any idea, based on the investigation that you did, whether or not Mr. Baldwin cocked the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
I do not have any information based on what I conducted.
Because you didn't interview any of those witnesses, right?
Correct.
I just ordered me some lunch. What did I miss?
You were asked some questions.
Oh my
or at least one or
God.
two questions about your pretrial interview with the defense attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Spyro even present at your pretrial interview?
I don't believe so, no.
I'm almost done. Let me just review my notes.
That's questions from the jury.
Okay. If you know the investigation into the source of the live rounds, did that investigation continue through the attorney's office?
I do not know.
As a crime scene technician, in your experience, do revolvers go off by themselves?
Objection.
Yeah.
701, 702.
Withdrawn.
Yeah. All right, thank you. That was sustained.
Again, she just said that to get it in. She knew it was going to be objected to and sustained. Come on, sit down. For those of you that are annoyed with the prosecutor, I'm getting there with right now. She should have sat down 20 minutes ago.
I want to just back up real quick. You were asked a question on cross-examination about specifically information that you had prior to putting in the request for the accidental discharge question.
Yes.
And I think you testified that you didn't recall what information you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were provided a document to refresh your memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
No, just say no, Judge. Make her sit down. Uh-oh, what's happening in chat?
Are you paying for that? Yeah. That demonstrative evidence.
This guy at? He didn't.
You had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
That's my native Cache Valley, Utah pronunciation. It's the turtle.
Does that document say anything about accidental discharge testing?
Objection.
That is that's a refresh of memory, so it doesn't have to.
I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to sustain his objection.
Okay.
We lost Doggo Cam and Hayden at the
I'm
same
going to ask this
instant.
question and maybe let's see how it goes. Does it say anything about the gun being destroyed?
I'm sorry, no.
Did that document refresh your memory as to what you understood from the FBI about what the condition of the gun would be after the testing?
Yes.
It does.
Does refresh my memory. I'm sorry, can you restate that?
Does that document, the question you were asked on cross-examination was about the information that
Counsel, okay, I'm sorry to break you up, but let me give you these.
Come on.
Yes.
Apple was a fanny pack collected from the set of Rust.
Yes.
Do you know who the fanny pack belonged to?
Yes. Who's that? That was Hannah Gutierrez.
And was any of the live ammunition found in the fanny pack?
No.
For those of you, Hayden, do you want to explain why that's funny?
No.
Fanny don't mean what it means in the States everywhere else. Everywhere else, it's a vague reference to the other side of the anatomy, not the butt, the front.
Yeah, we don't call them fanny packs. We call them bum bags.
Yes. Everywhere else, they call it bum bags. See, all of the non-Americans are chiming in. Fanny, lol.
So after Ms. Hutchins was shot,
Fanny
do you
was?
know whether or not the gun was unloaded by anyone on the set?
The information that was relayed to me was that the firearm hit Hannah onto the
Front
heart.
butt. The gun.
Does that include the spent casing?
Yes.
Yes, porcelain thunder, the vagine.
Which is why it's so funny that in Darwin you have a road called Dickwood Drive that goes into Fanny Bay.
Great.
Though annoyingly, they're looking to.
He's just up the street from Spread Eagle, Canada. And they found a phallus-shaped iceberg floating off the coast last week. Weirdly enough. That's how I know about those two places.
I'm not sure if that's a legitimate news article.
Oh, God, she finally stopped talking.
Whew.
That was bad. It started out so good and ended up so bad. Yep, Dildo, Newfoundland. Yeah. That ended.
Part of an effective redirect is that you know when to stop.
As the old Kenny Rogers song, "The Gambler," says, "Know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em." What's wrong with you, Yoda? What is wrong with Yoda? What's wrong with you, funny. You stupid dog? Yeah, know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
Yes. I just have one question.
You have to sing the whole verse.
The Good Samaritan asked you, in reference to the ammunition he provided, question, and that's the one that killed Helena. And you said yes, correct?
I don't recall that.
Did you deny it?
I don't deny it.
No further questions.
Thank you.
That was stupid.
All right, we're going to take our afternoon bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And let's try to get back in around
bathroom break.
3:20. Okay, thank you.
Elsie Merritt, please, no spoilers. We're getting there.
I got some chicken chunks.
All right, fast
And
forward.
some fresh cut fries coming down here.
An exhibit unless one of those people testifies.
Got about 45 minutes, and then we'll be live. We'll be on.
I know you want to get in the courtroom.
Good afternoon. My name is Alessandro Pietta. I come from Italy.
Oh, this is Mr. Pietta. He is the guy that actually made the gun. He's the guy that he is like literally the man who manufactured. He personally made the gun that's in question. This should be good.
Factual. I'm actually the guy that made the gun that's been used in the movie.
Thank you. You have to answer her.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate all the information, but I have to ask you a question and then you answer the question.
Sorry.
All right. So you told us you're a gun manufacturer.
Yes,
is that
I
right? And what company do you own?
It's named Fab.
And do you manufacture Pietta firearms?
Yes, that's the name of the company in English.
How long have you been manufacturing firearms?
The company has been founded in 1963 from our dad. And my brother and myself are running the company since 2000.
And are you familiar with how Pietta firearms are actually made?
Well, yeah.
Yes,
and how are you familiar?
I've been working in the company since 1995, and I've been taught by my dad how to produce a gun and assist my brother producing, starting engineering demo.
I can't have his gun, so I have to buy a Chinese
control
knockoff.
measures and inspections of the firearms?
Yes, we do.
And what are those?
We start from raw material, and then we check all the machining part, and then we got our quality control on the assembly department, and of course, before shipping it to the customer. So that's
when there's two of us in here, sometimes we get about half the calls. When it's only one of us, we get about a tenth.
What kind of manufacturing technology does PFA Firearms use?
Well, we've been involved a lot in the industrial 4.0. That means that we are using the most actual manufacturing technology available on the market.
So you're basically high-tech.
Yeah, we use CNC machine for control of robotic system.
All right.
It's not just by hand, but also use the.
I can't understand a word he's saying. I have to slow down.
So, excuse me, what does PFA Firearms do
There's
to
my,
ensure that a gun that uses PFA Firearms doesn't have any defects? And Mr. PFA, if I can just have you pull the microphone a little closer and then speak a little slower.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you could just speak a little slower, please.
Sure. We do have our quality control operation, but being an Italian manufacturer by law, we have to send the gun to a national proof house. It's not a private company, but it's a public company. And all the guns that we produce, all the guns that are imported or made in Italy, need to be tested by this proof house. They have their own standard quality controls, and they also give us a certificate, and they stamp on the gun their marks. So
God help all of you that have to rely on the YouTube
What is a proof
closed
house?
captioning.
a proof house is a public company that shoot the gun, test the gun, take a certain dimension. We have CIP homologations that is different from the American. It's called SAI, but they're very similar in the concept. We have certain dimension and we check in order to be sure that the gun works properly. They also shoot the gun higher pressure, so they know that the gun will not blow up during your regular training section. And of course, they check all the safeties on the guns.
So-
Poof. Sorry.
Before the gun leaves your company, PFA Firearms, do you guys do checks of the guns first?
We do our own final check for quality reports. That mean that we also looking for aesthetical defects, and of course we do our own quality on the trigger pull or on the action to be sure that everything in proper situation.
And so in addition to that, then it goes to the proof house and they do their checks as well?
The proof house check the gun as a piece of steel, if you pass the name. I check the gun for the customer because they want to get a nice gun, so without any scratches or without any cosmetical defects.
Does that also involve checking the internal
30
parts
things
of the
at
gun
once
to
here.
make sure that there are no defects?
That done before by our quality control office, and we do that in the company.
There's a guy who's covering for where I was doing. His name's Derek.
I'm going to show you what's been
Girls are
marked
still
as
there,
States
for
Exhibit 50. No objections.
Customer service.
Your Honor, being that there is no objection, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 50 and ask to have it published. On the screen in front of you, Mr. PFA, States Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
one of our single action revolver. Probably, actually, it's written 45 long call. That's the caliber, 7.5 barrel length.
Are you familiar with this particular gun?
I know this gun because I know that gun has been produced for a trade show called SHOT Show, and has been shipped to Vegas. That, in particular,
It's a
for that show.
7.5 inch
Were you
barrel. Mine's
involved in the
Chinese.
This
Only
particular
6
gun?
inches.
I was personally in this sample for that trade show.
And
Wait, are you saying that
do you
Asian
recall
barrels
when
are
this
smaller than
was
American made?
manufactured?
Apparently.
I guess 2016 or 2017.
How do you manufacture this particular firearm?
Was the
Well, I
manufacturing
don't say
equipment.
manufacturer. I could say I prepare this gun because being a replica, we need to make our customer happy, and of course, our main customers are collectors. So when we prepare a new we study the books. So we study the American history, and we look for details just to make a new model. That's why.
Long live the Italian spaghetti western.
during this trade show.
So you said this was a single action revolver.
This is a single action type revolver. It means that every time you want to shoot, you need to put the hammer, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger.
Is that what a single action means?
Yes.
So you have to cock the hammer. before you
Otherwise, the
pull
barrel
trigger?
just spins like that.
Is this different from other PFA single action revolvers?
It's different on outside, because the details are different. We are not used to make any marks on the grip, or we are not used to write the caliber on the trigger guard.
I usually keep that outside door shut.
So are the internal components of this gun the same as for others?
Every time someone walks by, our camera kicks
Are
on.
the internal components of this particular gun, are they interchangeable with other PFS single action revolvers?
Yes, they do.
Now, is the hammer to this Exhibit 50 that we see in front of us, is that different from other PFS revolver hammers?
As the sides of the hammer and being polished just to create a different color.
But is it similar as far as specifications?
It's the same.
It's the same to other firearms? I'm going to show you
There's
what
an app
the
you can
admitted
download.
into evidence is.
2-minute delay, but you can.
Ask you to put on some gloves.
Sure.
So you can.
The 400 units are the east side.
You don't have to put on the gloves. The glove is a whole sham thing. That's just
whatever.
it doesn't matter.
This area. What's your phone number? Your email still Woodward Jerome 52 at Gmail?
If you can open the box, Mr. Pieta. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yeah, it seems to be the same gun that's on the screen.
And I'm going to show you what's going on. States Exhibit 1. I vote Dennis 51, Your Honor, with no objection. Now, if you can take a look at that firearm Exhibit 6 that's in front of you, does it have a serial number?
Yes, it is. So yeah, you're good.
And I'm going to put on the screen States Exhibit 51.
What they do is once a week they will
recognize
review
that?
the list and tell
Yes,
us whether
that's
or not.
our invoice that probably has been used to ship the gun to EMF.
Does this invoice contain or list this particular gun that's in front of you,
They won't
Exhibit
be
6?
looking at it.
Can I check the serial number?
Yes, please.
Can I touch the gun?
Yes, we do.
Touch it. Touch it.
Yeah, it's the same serial number.
Get you on that.
So
How do you know
did
that? You
PFM
use
Firearms then ship this gun, Exhibit 6, per this invoice?
Yes, we did.
And when, and to whom was it shipped?
It's been shipped to EMF company. This is one of our customer that show with us during SHOT Show. So to get the gun inside United States, we need to get someone to get all the license
Last
to
four.
import the gun for us. That's why this sample has been shipped to EMF.
What kind of a company is EMF?
EMF is an importing company, and they sell to distributor, dealers, and to individuals.
Is EMF associated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes, it is.
How?
We, Alberto and myself, own EMF.
So you own EMF?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so when did you
Solid
ship
business model.
this
All
particular
right.
firearm
Let's
that's in
shoot,
front of you?
we'll give you a number to text.
It's written on the invoice of the 27 November 2017.
So that's when it left Italy to go to EMF?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me go back to ask you a question about this camera. You had said that it's nickel plated because this is for a particular.
No,
this is
it's
for-
not
Just
included,
for
just
next
polish.
orientation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If
Does
they
that
put you on a
include
reject list, I'll let you
functionality?
know before the orientation. The orientation is next
Did
Thursday
this
at 1
particular
o'clock.
gun go to the proof house?
Absolutely.
And was it approved by the proof house?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
Well, there are some marks on the frame that is clearly on top of the serial number.
Best way to get in touch
So you
with
can
us
see
here.
then there's also another proof mark on the cylinder. So they're easy to understand that this gun has been approved by the proof house.
And what does that mean to you as a gun manufacturer that's been approved by the proof house?
That we have produced a good gun for
Fingers,
the
make sure you have your ID and stuff with
regulation,
you.
and the gun can be sold to anyone. Without that marks, we cannot sell or produce or export any gun.
Now, once it comes to the United States, do you know if your guns or these guns that you import are also subjected to testing by American agencies?
No, actually, all the guns that want to be imported in the United States need to be approved by ATF first. So when we start producing this single action revolver, we send a sample or few samples to ATF agent, and they approve the gun for us.
Do you know what ATF does in order to approve the guns?
Mostly they have a schedule and with details, so they need to check if our guns, actually a gun, match their requests. And also they call drop test that is used to see if the gun is safe enough to avoid any kind of malfunction.
You said a drop test. What do you understand that to be?
Drop test means that the gun has to be approved. They have a safety and in this particular gun, the safety is on the cylinder, and they put the safety on. They put a primer, not a light round, of course, a dummy. They put the hammer in the first notch, so the firing pin is lined with the primer, and they take a weight, let it drop at the 8 or feel that 5 times. And again, the system should not shoot. If that is okay, they approve the gun.
And so, does your PF firearm revolvers get put through that test by ATF?
Absolutely.
And that's to test to make sure it doesn't fire on its own?
No, that test means that we have safety on the gun.
Okay, Hayden, I have a question. What do you think about? I mean, he's obviously fluent in English to an extent. Not truly fluent, because I'm not even fluent in English. Completely fluent in English, but he's getting his point across. What do you think about the use of an interpreter
for him?
Yeah, because I mean,
probably unnecessary at this stage.
See, I'm thinking he should have, because he's talking about putting the safety on and putting it at the first notch. The safety mechanism is the quarter cock, half cock, and full cock notches.
Just because he has
a little bit here.
Just because he uses different words for things that would otherwise be, I don't know that that's the same thing. Because if you try and tell it to an interpreter, they're probably going to assume and convert it anyway, if in his mind they mean different things to.
See, I
don't necessarily think that that's a language barrier there. I think that might just be that's what he calls different parts of the gun.
Yeah, see, I'm just wondering if maybe this isn't going to confuse the jury. I think the gun has some sort of, like a standard semi-automatic would have a safety switch on it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if they get that confused, then that's going to be on the prosecutors for not making the delineation.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. It was just a thought I had.
Unnecessary commentary.
I've seen it here.
Let's go legal license.
This is one thing that I do here in Korea. I
wish I could fast forward it, but he's lying.
I sort of monitor court translations, because I used to be a court translator for our clients and things, but then the court started saying, well, you work for one of the law firms that are representing these people, so we want to make sure that there's no bias. So they wouldn't let me be an actual court translator anymore for our clients and things.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to have Korean to whatever language translator, and I would be monitoring the translation. And there was times when I'm just going, I want to interrupt, but I couldn't. So I'm sensitive to the translation issue. That was just kind of food for thought.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Not a quartz translator, a court translator.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Of course he is.
Well, what does it take to
you need to cock the hammer and pull the trigger.
Do you know this gun that you have in front of you will fire without a pull of the trigger?
This gun cannot fire because from what I see is missing some parts. So
okay, I'm talking about when it was first.
Oh, sure, of course.
Does it fire? Would it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
Why not?
Because the mechanic, the design of the hammer and the trigger has been designed since Samuel Colt made his gun to work in that way.
And can you explain under what circumstances it will only fire?
Well, when you cock the hammer, the trigger will engage the firing knob position. That is the farthest one, so the last position of the hammer. And if you want to release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. The trigger is just a sear that locks the hammer in that position. And if you want to do that, you need to pull the trigger.
Now, is there also a manufacturer's warning about whether or not the firing pin should be sitting on a primer?
Well, actually, it's not just a manufacturer. It's a standard rule between shooter when you carry your gun, in this particular gun, to load just only 5 ammo and not 6.
Why is that?
For safety reason. So you will know that eventually the gun fall down, nothing happens.
Always
what
have
would
the
happen
hammer
if
on
the
an
gun falls
empty
down
chamber.
and the primer is
Most of the
shoot
time,
yourself in
nothing,
the foot.
because the armor is against the frame, and so if you hit the ground, the primer will not shoot the primer. So just a safety rule that I've been taught to every kind of shooter. So I've been a shooter for myself, and that's what they told me to do. So load 5 rounds on the cylinder instead of 6.
And will it fight? Let's say 6. And what could happen if you load 6?
Nothing really, just know that you load 6 rounds instead of 5.
Okay, but if you have the firing pin on the 6th round?
If the firing pin is in the rest position, when the armor is down the frame, so the firing pin is not against the primer, nothing happens, because if you want to shoot the primer, you need to apply a certain quantity of force to shoot it. So you can get a thick touch on the primer, but the gun will not shoot.
Okay. If the firing pin is actually on the primer?
Close to.
Okay, but you had said that if the firing pin is on the primer and you drop the gun, what could happen?
Usually, it's based on the primer technology. The powder in the primer is not at the top of the primer, it's just a little in the middle. So you need to press it a little more. And when you reach that point, you can shoot the load under the firing pin.
So what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like the only way you can fire this gun is by pulling the trigger?
That's the way that should be done.
Is there another way to fire this gun?
No.
All right, fair enough. He said it does not fire unless you pull the trigger. Well, yeah, but he hasn't seen this gun since 2017.
That's before this gun is being used for a trade show. So we shoot the gun without the firing pin. That is mandatory for this trade show, that all the guns are safe. And doing that, there are inspectors that check all the guns for us and put a tag. So the consumer, the customers, will know that they cannot use the gun to shoot anybody.
So not having a firing pin
They don't want
in
to
that
shoot
gun
people at
while
gun
it's
shows.
used in trade shows, does that alter it or change it in any way?
Well, you are missing one part. That's it.
But does it change any internal components of it?
No.
Now, did Pieta Firearms own EMF while during the time EMF owned this gun?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did EMF do anything to this gun?
No.
That's not what I thought I ordered, but that's okay. Gotta make the carbs, I guess. Let's go to the fridge.
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Pieta. When Pieta Firearms shipped this to the United States to EMF, did it send the firing pins with it?
I don't remember. Really. Sorry.
How hard is it to install a firing pin?
Pretty easy. It's just pin and that's it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, but the other lawyers will.
Wait, what? That's it?
Fairly straightforward. She got out of him what she needed.
Well, I guess during the opening statements, they did say he will testify. He'll come and testify that the weapon will not fire unless the trigger is pulled, and that's essentially the only thing he really testified to, other than how the gun is shipped and the quality control testing. They flew this guy all the way from Italy for that. The last time he saw this gun was 2017. And has been in trade shows and gun shows and has been handled by literally thousands of people. He has no idea what happened to this gun between 2017 and 2020. 5 years. Or 4 years, lawyer math. But on the other hand, nobody at any of these trade shows went, well, hey, this gun did this. It's not supposed to do that. So none of the thousands apparently said there's any problems with it, but he doesn't know. I don't know. While we're paused here, Flux says there is one light. See, this is the problem. He doesn't have, Alec doesn't have Hannah Gutierrez Reed's lawyers, so we can't count the lights by the reflection on his forehead. I believe there's actually 3 lights, but we can't count them because this dude has hair. Mandy says, to be fair, I use my readers for my phone and take them off to see the TV. After a while, you don't realize how often you do that. Talking about her glasses on, glasses off, twirly glasses thing. bifocals. At least get some bifocals. It's kind of distracting. Me, I'm super awesome. I have long and close range for because I'm old. But yeah, this is my eyesight stream. And Mary Jane, not really Sarah, member for 3 months, to speak Korean to us, Jeff, please. Danny did it. Don't lose to her. 왜 한국말을 하라고 하는지 모르겠는데 한국말 해도 무슨 말 하는지 모르잖아요. 왜 그렇게 말하는지 모르겠어요. 아무튼 그렇게 했으니까 뭐 했지 뭐. 알겠다. 그래. Okay, good. There. Are you happy? Leave it up to you to figure out what I just said. Let's go. Hi, Yoda. Why are you on your feet showing?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pieta. Good afternoon. Just have a couple of questions for you. We'll be out of here quickly. We heard you say that you personally made this gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it was shipped from your company, Pieta, in 2017?
Yeah, that's what is written on the invoice.
Between 2017 and October 2021, you don't know how this gun was handled by any particular individuals. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Your knowledge of the gun's functionality was limited to November of 2017 when it was shipped from your company. Is that fair?
That's not correct, because my knowledge about this gun was also during the in January. So probably the last time I saw the gun was in January.
So roughly beginning of 2018.
Yes, correct.
And so you don't know what condition the gun was in on October 21st, 2021, when it was being used on the rust set by Mr. Baldwin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the gun was sent to the FBI for testing in 2022, you were not asked to inspect the gun. Is that right?
Wait.
Correct.
We can count the lights on his head. Let's count there, people. Just curious, asking for a friend, how many lights do you count on his head? Hayden, how many lights do you count on his head?
4.
There are 4 lights! Exactly.
In fact, the Santa Fe sheriff didn't ask you any questions about the gun at that time. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Or at any time?
Never see anyone except today.
Even though you personally made it. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And so the first time that you had seen the gun since about early 2018 was about 2 months ago. Isn't that right?
I saw the picture of the gun during a pre interview that we got on Zoom, in a Zoom meeting.
Someone held up a picture of the gun on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, this picture probably.
And that was the first time since 2017 you had seen the gun.
Yeah, of course, I got on the computer. I never recall that was the one that was sent to everybody else.
And at that point, the gun was already broken. Correct, sir?
It's the first time I see the gun. I may say yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
아이고 그러게 했는데 좀 시간 좀 낭비한 것 같은데 그 종을 어떤 상대인지 잘 모르잖아요.
Oh, fuck me, see what you've done? Yeah, we can't turn it off.
그래요. 앞으로 그냥 한번 할게요. Should I just continue to give my comments in Korean and see what people think?
You can if you want. I mean, it'll play to a certain audience, but we'll have to hope that you and I are on the same page about various things.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. That's the end of Pieta's testimony.
I tell you what, though, look at that guy's glasses. Holy crap!
Which one? Stephen Baldwin's back there.
Stephen.
Yeah,
that's Stephen.
That's Stephen Baldwin back there. Yeah. He's got the lesbian library named Helen glasses.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. That's it. That's it for Pieta. Let's keep going. We're closing in on the end of yesterday, and then we're going to start today. Jeff knows how to talk Australian. Justin Bieber? What? Alec Baldwin's son-in-law? He's calling Justin Bieber? He's like, haha, my dad's going to be a
Do you
felon.
swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony
That
of
ain't
this
Justin
case will
Bieber.
be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Nope.
Unless you ate the whole McDonald's.
Did they get it done?
Yes.
Okay, I need it. Thank you. Never see them. And sir, would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name is Justin Neal.
And sir, how are you?
Oh, what was that? Wait, what? What the fuck just happened? That was weird.
People jump back.
Who's your next witness?
All right, we went back in time.
You're on the state calls Justin Neal.
All right.
So who's Justin Neal? Is he like the craft services
Testimony of
guy?
this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Yes.
Okay, I need it. Thank you. Never see you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name's Justin Neal.
And sir, how are you employed?
I own my own marketing firm.
And
Craft
what kind of work
services
do you do? What kind of marketing work?
My marketing firm is a very stereotypical ad agency, and we have another leg to our company where we recruit and manage.
What kind of clients do you have?
Primarily outdoors.
What?
And are you affiliated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes.
How?
Pieta's a little bit more robust than the other clients I have. I essentially handle North America for them as it pertains to sales and marketing. And I also handle EMF, which they are part of, as their sales and marketing.
What is EMF?
Early Modern Firearms is an importer, and it's based out of Santa Ana, California. They have been.
He's the U.S. He's the U.S. side of the Pieta Firearms. He's the importer, the U.S. importer for Pieta Firearms.
In business for 65 plus years, and very much back in the day, they used to supply a lot of firearms, Pieta and otherwise, to Hollywood.
Who owns EMF at this time?
Alexander Pieta.
And how EMF?
2017.
And what exactly is it that you do for EMF?
I handle, again, the sales of the guns that they have of Pietas. EMF only imports and distributes meaning sells to retailers, Pieta Firearms. So I handle the sales of Pieta Firearms through EMF, through distribution.
Are you required to have a federal firearms license?
I am.
And why is that?
I am an RP on the FFL for EMF. There has to be two responsible parties, and the Pieta family or the Pietas interested in me one of the FFL.
And RP is what?
Responsible party.
And what does the responsible party do?
The responsible party is responsible for the distribution, the importing of the firearms, and all the paperwork thereof.
So as the responsible party for EMF, are you also required to be aware of what transactions take place, what firearms are sold by EMF?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how EMF maintains its records of sales?
Yes.
In September of 2021, do you recall a transaction between EMF and a company called PDQ Arms and Prop?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall that?
I recall that because I saw the actual sales record and package slip.
I'm going to show you. Well, let me ask you this. How did PDQ contact you, or how is it that you guys learned that PDQ needed to purchase arms?
Yeah, they contacted EMF.
Okay. And what was the request for?
The request was for firearms that he saw on the website. EMF.
Just whether I should make a horrifically inappropriate joke. I decided again.
And at that time, 2021 was the heart of the pandemic, and Pieta and every gun manufacturer was back ordered. So we didn't have any. The lady in which he talked to initially said, we do have display guns that we show at trade shows. And so we said we had those guns.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're talking slow enough. We can bump it to 1.5.
No objection. Here are the statement moving to evidence 52. State's 52 is admitted in the public.
Mustang Guy 79, please, no spoilers.
State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
What is it?
It is a Pieta single action revolver.
And how do you recognize that is a Pieta single action revolver?
Because that was a display gun that we had at some of the trade shows in which I attended and I monitored.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 6 and ask you to put on some gloves and take a look at that gun.
Okay.
All right, we can fast forward through him putting on his rubber gloves for the sham.
So it's the same gun as depicted on 52? State Exhibit 52.
Yes.
And tell me, was this one of the guns that was sold to PDQ?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as stated. Keep that in front of you. Let me ask you some additional questions. If you can just click pause, but I'll ask you some additional questions. Let me show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 53.
No objection.
Neil, do you recognize what's in front of you as State Exhibit 53?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a shipping report, and that is shipping invoice
From whom to whom?
from EMF to BDQ.
And when was that?
It was in 21, order date 9/29/21.
Okay. So on September 29th, 2021, were these firearms that are listed on this invoice shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
And is Exhibit 6 that's in front of you one of those firearms that's on this invoice?
Yes.
Which one is it? You can actually touch the screen and it'll mark.
Oh, well, okay. I'd have to see the serial number.
Okay, so if you want to look at the serial number of the gun in Exhibit 6. Actually, if you want to open it, and you can check the serial number.
Shit, lost the dog cam again.
Yeah, it's right here.
Is it on the
It's the third one. I got gloves on. Okay. It's the third one.
So
E52277.
this one right here?
Yes.
So the number 3, the third gun on the invoice is Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Now let me ask you, when did you become affiliated with EMF?
2018.
And do you recall approximately was it beginning, mid, end of 2018?
And
when you became affiliated with EMF, did EMF already have Exhibit 6 in its inventory?
Yes.
And did this gun, Exhibit 6, remain with EMF from the time that you were with them until September 29, 2021?
Yes.
And what did EMF use Exhibit 6, this particular gun, for?
To display at primarily industry, trade shows, business-to-business shows, beauty shows.
Coffee's for closers, Baldwin.
The entire time?
Yes.
Did EMF do any work on this gun?
No.
Did EMF inspected for quality insurance purposes?
Before each show, functionality. It wasn't. They didn't take apart the gun or anything. Just to make sure.
Even those are
properly,
fucking
and then they just put
stupid
it in
glasses.
what we call a sock, which is basically a soft case.
And when you say functionality, what does that mean?
That the gun works properly. Not firing it, never fired. Just the forward traditional click of a Colt firearm, and the trigger worked properly.
And at any point during 2018 to September of 2021, was there any indication that this gun malfunctioned or had any defects?
No.
Okay, he
What
closed the
condition was
gap.
it in when it was sold to PDQ on September 29, 2021?
It was in perfect condition, as far as I know.
You said that how often was this gun checked for functionality while it was owned by EMF?
We do approximately 5 shows a year, and so at least 5 times.
And you say 5 shows. Does that mean is it in a display case?
It is in a locked glass display case.
So people can't just come and grab it?
They can't grab it, no.
Do you also, well, let me ask you this before we move on to the next topic. When this gun was shipped to PDQ, do you know what it was shipped in?
Yeah, EMF follows standard operating procedures, which they do for any gun ship, whether it's to a dealer, a big box store, distributor, influencer. It is in Pieta makes and supplies EMF with a very hard styrofoam box that's molded for single action, and it's placed in there, the cover over the top of it, the fit to it, and then another cardboard box sleeve that slides over the top of that, sealed, and then it is put into another shipping box with whatever other guns or accessories the attended person or store request.
Would that have been the manner in which it would have been shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
Do you also handle customer service calls for Pieta guns in the United States?
I handle quite a bit of the customer service calls, yes. Not all, but a lot.
Approximately how many would you say?
Over the years, since 2018, I probably on average handle 5 or 6 a month.
Okay. Have you ever received a complaint or a call about a Pieta revolver going off by itself?
Never.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Am I familiar with how it fires?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I was going to ask who's huffing into the microphone, but I think I can guess.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so the gun's fine. Gun's never had a problem. Nobody's ever reported a problem with a gun between 2021. So that kind of closed the gap.
Mr. Neal, if this particular gun, Exhibit 6, if it had displayed any defects in functionality, would it have still been shown at trade shows?
No.
Why not?
The purpose of PIETA or EMF going to a trade show is to sell firearms to FFL dealers, holders, not the public, but sporting goods stores, if you will. And if a buyer who wanted to specifically see this gun or any other was to hold it under our watchful eye, of course, and it was defective, he'd probably not buy that gun or any other gun that we have.
So would it be fair to say you put up the best of the best PIETA has to offer?
Absolutely.
Madam Woman. Difficult one.
All right, he's done.
Give us just one moment.
Guess there was no cross-examination for him.
Probably wasn't any need to.
Baldwin's wheeling his chair over.
Dude in the back row is falling asleep.
The state calls Corporal Alexandria Hancock.
Oh, is this Detective Duck Lips?
You have my attention.
I think this is Detective Duck Lips.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Have a seat.
Yep, this is Detective Duck Lips.
Whoa, Adele's on the stand.
Alexandria Hancock.
How are you currently employed?
I am a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
It will be 7 years in November.
And how did you become involved with this case?
In 2021, I was
So we have
a
half
detective
cock, full cock,
with the
and
Sheriff's
hand cock.
Office.
Oh,
I was-
speaking of cocks, we should probably look at the bingo card real quick here. For those of you on the bingo card, so far we have dog cam, dummy round, live round, prop gun, cock the hammer, pulled the trigger, Gutierrez Reed, blank round. We haven't had a lot of bingo answers today. Interesting. All right, let's keep going. So again, dog cam, dummy round, live round, prop gun, cock the hammer, pulled the trigger, Gutierrez Reed, and blank round for your bingo cards so far.
assigned to the Violent Crimes Division.
Are we counting judge calls for sidebar?
On that day, we had received a call,
call for a
shooting
sidebar?
at a movie
There was an
set on the
argument. She
Bonanza
said, well, if you
Ranch.
want to come up, and I think they went up after. So
All right.
You said you were on
give it to
duty, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you. What were you at the time? Were you a corporal?
No, I was a detective.
And did you show up to the scene there at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 p.m.
And so, can you kind of give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of
Okay, live ammo on set.
what
I'll
was
give
going
that
on?
to
Were you the
you.
only detective on scene? Were there other detectives? What was happening?
Yeah, so when we had originally, it's called a briefing, essentially, back at our office, at the sheriff's office, we had a short briefing with all the detectives that were there that day about what had been learned thus far as to what occurred on the ranch. And so during, or should I say, after that briefing, the detectives were assigned at that point on who would be handling and who would be assisting. And then from there, the entire team of us went out to the ranch.
So approximately how many people were in the team?
I want to say maybe 5 or 6 of us.
And how does the sheriff's department traditionally, is one detective named primary, or are there more than one? How does that work?
Just one is primary, and then typically they will have a secondary, just depending on the case.
And how did it work out with this case?
Originally with this case, a different detective, his name's Joel Cano, was assigned the primary detective, and then I was assigned secondary.
And just so that we're clear, at some point, did you become primary?
Yes.
And at what point was that?
Probably at least a couple weeks later.
Okay. Now, in the interim, in those 2 weeks, were you actively working on the case?
Yeah, I was assisting with it.
Coffee is not enough for that guy. Someone get him a cigar.
As the assisting detective, did you conduct interviews with witnesses on October 21st?
Nicotine
Yes, I
keeps
did.
you awake.
Who did you interview on that day? And then we'll back up.
Okay, on that day, I interviewed Hannah Gutierrez Reed, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
So I want to be clear, you as the assisting detective interviewed all 3 of the people that were ultimately criminally charged.
Yes.
So if you were interviewing all of those, what I'm going to call sort of main players, what was the primary Detective Cano doing?
He was, on the day of the incident, he was interviewing the numerous people that.
And give us an idea of who those folks were.
That Detective Cano interviewed. They were people that were said to be inside the church at the time of the incident, or members that assisted with the armor.
Why was it necessary to have two detectives doing interviews at the same time?
Because of how many people were involved.
Okay.
Halls. We got Halls mentioned.
And have you continued to be the primary investigator with the Sheriff's Department on this case since
bingo.
2 weeks after the incident?
Yes.
You got bingo? Fuck you.
Now, when you were dispatched, well, it sounds like you weren't really dispatched, were you?
No.
Who called you in?
My lieutenant at the time, which was Mike Martinez.
And you indicated that you had a briefing.
Yes.
And tell us kind of what information you got at the briefing that you had before you went out to the scene.
Yeah, so during our briefing there at the office, we were told that there's a movie being filmed at Bonanza Creek Ranch, and then sometime during that day, shortly before we were called in for that briefing, that 2 people had been shot on the set.
Did you receive the information that the shooting had been characterized as an accident?
I do recall reading that on our CAD.
And as a detective with the Sheriff's Department, when you get called to a shooting that's being characterized as an accident, does that mean to you that there will be no criminal charges?
No.
Have you been dispatched or involved in accident investigations in the past that turned into criminal cases?
Yes.
Drinking problem.
Choke on my water. For some of this. So you interviewed Hannah Gutierrez, correct?
That's correct.
And what role did she have on the set?
She was the main armorer on Rust.
And you also indicated that you interviewed someone named David Halls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what his role was on the set?
He was the assistant director.
And then, of course, you interviewed Mr. Baldwin, and we understand that he's an actor, correct?
Correct.
I want to just take you back for a moment during opening. Did you hear the defense attorney say that Sarah Zachary was not interviewed on October 21st?
I did hear that.
Is that correct?
No.
Was Sarah Zachary actually interviewed on October 21st?
She was.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Joel Cano with the assistance of Detective Ray Arndt.
And who was Sarah Zachary?
She was the props master for Rust.
If you would try to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the relationship between the prop master and the armorer based on your understanding.
What I understood between the prop master and the armorer as it pertains to Rust is that they're technically 2 different departments. They have different functions, different roles, do different things. But in the case of Rust, the prop master and the armorer assisted each other because of what they would describe to be prop heavy this movie was.
And did you get an understanding when we say prop, exactly what we're talking about?
Yes.
So one of these gun holsters, would that be a prop?
Yes.
Would the guns themselves be props?
Yes.
Even the live gun, the real guns, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And the ammunition, would that be considered a prop?
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include glasses and cups and plates and silverware?
Yeah, anything that an actor would use in a scene, excluding like wardrobe items.
Okay. And I understand that you indicated that Ms. Zachary was interviewed on the 21st of October by Detective Cano. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with Sarah Zachary at a later date?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I believe it was sometime in November.
So just the following month?
Yes.
And you testified that you can interview her on October 21st. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with her at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when was that, if you recall?
I want to say that was in November as well.
And you interviewed Mr. Baldwin on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
And did you have subsequent contact with Mr. Baldwin after the interview that you did on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
And how were you having contact with him? Was he in New Mexico, or how was that happening?
No, he wasn't in New Mexico at that point, but I would receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Yeah, he was actively calling her going, I was just thinking about this. Let me talk to you about it.
It was him reaching out to me.
So he had your cell phone number?
Yes, my department's off.
And just to be clear, do the defense attorneys also have your contact information?
They do.
Have they sent you text messages?
I don't know exactly her title, but members from their team, yes.
Okay, so they actually have your cell phone number?
Yes.
And you've made yourself available to them?
That's correct.
And you do that whether I'm there or not, right?
Yes.
With regard to your November interview with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez about who loaded the gun?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That she loaded the gun herself.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez concerning the box of ammunition that was holding that one suspected live round?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That it would be a box that she would have provided.
Objection here, saying this is information acted upon.
So my response, unless you want us to approach, is that these are statements against interest and they come in under that exception.
Yeah. Are we got about?
I don't believe they are, but like I said, it's information acted upon, and we can cross on it. It's fine.
All right, go ahead.
We got about 10, 15 minutes left of her. Then we're going to move to today.
Did you have conversations? Well, let me ask you.
Such as it is.
Ms. Gutierrez indicated that she brought that box of ammunition on the set. Is that right?
Similar to she would have provided.
During that interview, did she produce a photograph for you?
She did.
And the photograph that she produced, did she tell you where she got it?
I don't know if she said in that interview exactly where she got it, but she did describe it to be a box like that was in the photo would be what she provided.
And the photograph that she showed you during the interview, did it match exactly the label on the box that contained the live ammunition?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any question about who introduced the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
Who do you believe it was based on your investigation?
Hannah.
Did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about her firearms training?
The one that she conducted?
Yes,
or her own experience?
No.
Objection, you're set.
Listen, I think we should approach. Do you not want to?
Oh, go ahead. Come on up.
All right. They're approaching. We got nothing to talk about, so we'll skip. Ooh, it's a long approach.
Regarding the use during that interview, whether or not Mr. Baldwin received any training regarding the use of these firearms.
Yeah, he had mentioned that he did a training session shortly after with, he said Hannah, which was the armorer, and then I believe he said Sarah and their assistant Nicole was there.
Okay. And did you interview Seth Kinney?
All right. I really hate to interrupt this, but JKD Buck has just sent me a tweet asking a very, very important question.
Okay.
That question is why is the prosecutor dressed like Luke Skywalker? I can't unsee it now. Why is the prosecutor dressed like Luke Skywalker? I don't know why the prosecutor is dressed like Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, several times.
Why was Lando dressed as Han Solo at the end of the movie? We'll never know.
I'm not sure I can remember on it.
He's dressed like Luke
Probably
Skywalker.
at least between 5 and 10.
Okay. And was Mr. Kinney cooperative with you?
Yes.
Did you
God damn it,
request
no,
any
I
search
can't
warrants
say
in
it
this
either.
case? What search warrants were requested?
Damn it.
I had drafted the search warrant for the prop truck as well as the search warrant for PDQ.
And PDQ, is that Mr. Kinney's business?
Yes.
You been on a movie set before?
No.
And have you ever investigated a crime on a movie set before?
No.
On October 21st, 2021, did you know what a prop truck was?
No.
At some point through your investigation, did you learn what a prop truck was?
Yes.
And what's a prop truck?
It was an area that was used for storage.
She was nailing womp rats.
This particular prop truck?
Yeah.
It was actually multiple departments that were using it. I don't know exactly which
Never
ones,
seen
but
womp rats on my
the
stream
armor
again.
and the props department had
What's wrong with
approximately
womp
half of like the back of the truck.
And I think we heard previous testimony from Ms. Popple that the search of the prop truck didn't happen until the 27th of October, I think.
Yes.
Is that right?
Racism.
What was the delay?
Why was not the case agent at that time. And so I really wasn't the one in charge of the investigation. So what happens with your case agent is they kind of develop the flow and decide what's needed based on the information that they have and what we need to get.
What was one of the first things that you did when you became the primary on this case?
Started reviewing a lot of information.
How long after you became primary did you request a warrant for the prop truck?
Well, I wasn't the primary at the time that I requested that warrant. I was assisting. Okay. And so I mean, between the day that the incident occurred, which was the 21st, and then the day that the search warrant was, I think, applied and executed for the 27th, so 6 days.
Was the prop truck secured during that time?
Through my interviews, I found out that it was secured.
And how was it secured?
So the set, one of the individuals that worked on the set of Rust.
Objection, you're set. You're correct. What she knew at the time.
This is information that she learned during the investigation.
But afterwards, it has nothing to do with.
When did you get that date?
In terms of when she learned?
Yes.
When did you learn? Let me ask you this. When you showed up on the 27th of October, did anyone meet you at the prop truck?
Yes, and then we also, at least a couple, did that search warrant to secure the truck with 24-hour surveillance.
So when you went to the prop truck on the 27th, did someone have to meet you there to open it?
Yes.
Who had to meet you there to open it?
Her name was Roy Walters.
Okay. So on that day, did you understand that it was locked?
Yeah, inaccessible.
Okay, because she had to open it for you.
Correct.
And other than props generally, tell us what other things were stored inside that truck.
There was a firearm safe with firearms in it. There were firearms outside of the safe. I think there were like a bunch of chairs in it and maybe some like shade tents and stuff like that. There was quite a bit of stuff.
After you were let into the prop truck and it was unlocked for you.
Sorry, I have to pull a Baldwin and run out of the courtroom for a minute.
Maybe about 4 feet tall and maybe about a foot wide.
And did someone have to come and unlock that safe for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Seth Kenny.
And when you executed the warrant on the prop truck, as it relates to this case, just summarize for us what you found. I mean, we don't care about tables and chairs and stuff.
Additional firearms, more ammunition. I think that was kind of the major things that we got off of it.
And are you familiar with the ammunition that was provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Where was that ammunition found?
Inside of the prop truck in a bag.
And when you say in a bag, was it inside something else?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Was it just loose in a bag?
Well, it was inside of a box that was inside a duffel bag type thing.
Okay. And is it also, did you locate a black gun belt?
I don't think I was the one that located that.
Okay, all right, no problem. And we understand that you also executed a search warrant on PDQ, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was on November 30th, I think we heard?
Yes.
So prior to executing that search warrant, had Seth Kenny talked to you about live rounds?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you recall, did Seth Kenny at some point bring live rounds to you?
He did.
Do you know whether that was before you searched PDQ?
It was before.
So you knew before you searched PDQ that he had live rounds because he took them and told you?
Yes.
Did you receive information prior to the search at PDQ regarding a green ammo can?
I did.
Who did you receive that information from?
From Thel Reed, which was Hannah's father.
In part, was it based on the information from Hannah's father that you executed the search warrant on PDQ?
Yeah, the information I learned from him was some of what I used.
And just to be clear, I want to be clear, the reason that you went and searched PDQ, one of the reasons is because Mr. Reed said Seth Kenny's got live ammunition, right?
Yeah, he did say that. He actually said that he was the one that picked up that live ammunition.
Who was?
Thel.
Thel picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Corporal, did it occur to you that Thel Reed may be giving you inaccurate information to protect his daughter?
But, unless we're going to get last witnesses.
Continue.
Nice.
I'm just asking you, I'm not asking about anybody else. Did it occur to you when you took the information from Mr. Reed and got the search warrant, did you know who to believe at that point in time?
No.
Okay. and I want to be clear, did Mr. Reed, and this is just why you did what you did Mr. Reed indicate to you that the ammunition at PDQ he thought was the same ammunition on the set of arrest?
Yes.
Did that turn out to be true?
No.
Even though, well, let me ask you this, the live ammunition that was collected from PDQ, did it just visibly look dissimilar to the live ammunition from Rust?
Yes.
Even though it looked dissimilar, did you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We did.
And I have to make an emergency stop here because I just realized that about a million hours ago, like 2 hours ago, I missed Bad Duck Super Chat, the $2 hashtag snitches get stitches. That's when there was the controversy about Danny on allegedly stealing my bingo thing and claiming it as her own, which A, is not true, and B, I stole it from Megan Fox. So yeah, sorry about that, Bad Duck. I didn't mean to miss that Super Chat.
I thought you saw it. At the very least, I saw it in chat.
I saw it, but I didn't read it. So I had to stop it to read it. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Bad Duck. I'm a bad person.
Did you ever discover any evidence throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Seth Kinney was present on the set of Rust until you met him at the prop truck?
No.
During your investigation, did you ever discover any evidence that Mr. Kinney modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Wasn't necessary.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
Do you know whether or not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he was.
And the fact that you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have anything to do with it?
No.
Does as a law enforcement officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
No, of course not.
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away?
Do they have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects or witnesses, whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Well, and also to make sure they don't.
The final charging decision in a criminal case.
The district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
We know who Alec Baldwin is. He's not going to hide
Now,
anywhere.
in addition to searching the prop truck and searching PDQ, did you also ask to search cell phones?
I did.
And whose cell phones did you search or ask to be searched?
I requested searches of Alec Baldwin's cell phone, Hannah Gutierrez's, David Hall's, and Sarah Zachary.
Did you review all of those cell phone extractions?
I did.
And when you review the cell phone extraction, what do you get to see? Do you get to see text messages?
I do.
Do you get to see photographs?
Yes.
When you reviewed the photographs from Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, did you notice anything that stood out to you?
I did.
What was that?
There was a photograph taken, I believe it was maybe end of November, that she was, there was two bullets, 2 rounds, in I believe her hand. It caused a little bit of concern. And then I think I actually found a couple photos of it. And one of the bullets in that photograph was
liable
circled,
because he
kind of
pointed
looking
at
at
a
a
human,
picture,
whether he thought
and
it
it said, I believe it was Dud on top of it.
a dummy round blank and
That
whatnot in
bullet
it.
that was circled
You
that said
don't do
Dud on it, was it a Starline brass casing?
It was.
Did it have a nickel
He's
primer?
being charged with
Yes.
involuntary
Silver.
manslaughter.
Silver nickel, okay. Just in terms of the color.
Yes.
And in terms of the projectile shape, did it match the live
He didn't
rounds from the
intend
set
to
of
kill a
rounds?
person, or his negligence killed.
Jury, I want you to, instead of
Then they
8:30,
just
I want you to
go
be here
off.
at 9:30 downstairs. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
Billy Boy voted today. His gay ass glasses.
All right, there we have. That's the end of the day.
Yesterday.
We are going to do this. And Hayden, take this opportunity to tell people why they need to subscribe to you.
Guys, Aussie Overlord on YouTube, X, Rumble, now on Kick, now that I've fixed the, what do you call it, the bad word list, because, you know, whatever else. Was that the jury should be worried because they're in range of an accidental discharge? I agree. But guys, I basically cover the lesser known cases as they come up, and news articles, things that are funny. Recently, I've been looking into the Justin Root and Sarah Birchmore cases because they seem to be intrinsic with the Karen Reed trial. Root was a gentleman that unfortunately was going through a mental crisis and got into, well, you can't really call it a shootout with police because he had a paintball gun and they put 31 rounds in him. So looking into that, I'll be finishing off my deep dive in that on Sunday, hopefully. He's
not going to get that.
But
he's going to go behind bars.
We just try and it's law news and laughter is generally what we cover. So
I mean,
I can't make it any easier for you. I dropped a link into the chat a little while ago. I'll redo it in a minute. It's literally open that link and a thing will pop up saying, "Do you wish to subscribe?" Go for it. I mean, I'm still in YouTube purgatory, shall we say, gaining 10, losing 10, whatever else. But having fun, and we're having. I'm starting to have more people on the show, starting to work a few things out. This guy won't get a damn Discord account, so I've completely structured my show. And yeah, on Sundays we watch LFL, which, you know, it's a good time.
Aussie Overlord, everybody, make sure you subscribe to him. Do it. All right. With that, and by the way, hit the like and subscribe here while you're at it. What we're going to do now is we're going to start today. We are starting Friday morning right now. Let's bring this on up. We're going to catch up again. We're going to follow this thing at 1.5 speed until we can't do 1.5 speed anymore because someone talks too fast. Just make sure you get there and do this stuff. 1.5, let's go.
Let us argue your motion.
Your Honor, just very briefly, first, given the nature of this, can Corporal talk stuff out?
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
I'm going to take testimony from her. She can set up for you.
Sure.
He should have pled guilty. Then again, he refused to plead guilty. Even this silly charge.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that Mr. Nick is to address the court.
Oh, okay,
this is just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously. But I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching this emergency signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And you know, I really
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated. And like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues.
Well, the cameras attached to him.
Is a high pressure case that I've ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss what to bring to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, you know, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, you know, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, they should have got him a good deal.
The grand jury, you know, survived. You know, there's no remedy. I get that. And, you know, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And
they destroyed the gun. No, they didn't.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you a remedy you wanted, but yes.
Fair enough. But so one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we had the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we have limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay. Let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, he's bitching about some picture or other.
Of what you're saying, but we are. Look, first I have to see the picture. Okay. Now let's go to the arguments.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what you're talking about. And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on.
Just one moment. I need to get me my notebook.
Of course.
my notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so much worse than just signaling the witness, I think.
On a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey.
That's not what this case is about.
Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I had a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, the batch could be from the same bat kill. He says, and it's Fel Reed, and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition.
But they're celebrity lawyers. They've represented celebrity cases.
Thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, I am, Teskey says, I'll take a picture, not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey's going to hold that up to you and say, you know this from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period.
Dang it, I got to keep it at 1.25. I wanted to speed it up. He's just on the border of being too fast.
Ms. Morrissey probes further. Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picks some up, and he went with Seth Kenny to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenny, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenny then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him.
Doesn't matter who brought the live ammo onto set. It really
that
doesn't.
Could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Helena Hutchins. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenny called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed.
That's a rumor. That's a rumor that I've heard too.
And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenny, angry with Hannah, on the license, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close. We know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe. Sees what happens. Shows up at the sheriff's office and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Alec created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's the live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where a criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes, and he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted, gets appealed, ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. The continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. In the case that was never disclosed to us. We have Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say, doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. Continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, jury, as Mr. Spiro said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trombetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 5501 requires. As Your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment.
Wow, we have a motion to dismiss.
Ms. Morrissey?
This is serious. This shit just got real. Accusing her of hiding evidence, covering up things. Wow. All right. Nice. Yeah. Looks that way. Dude's going to go for an interlocutory if he doesn't get this. Motion to dismiss. Wow.
Your Honor, there have been absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors.
Real quick, like I said, they just accused the prosecution of all kinds of violations of the duty to disclose, hiding evidence, repeated violations of this. This is real. This is a thing. She's fighting for her life right here.
I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend, and Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single-wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security, and because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live 45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want to
Yellowstone.
Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883.
Mark off cowboy.
So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea.
This isn't even California.
Recoil. And
New Mexico.
to help them with their acting techniques. In fact,
All gun laws are
the
illegal.
fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had that he got from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds. They go to the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kinney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it, they send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kinney. So I want to show you, when Seth Kinney is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to, he reaches out, he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay. And he sends to Seth Kinney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kinney. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant as she should. I come into this case, I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad.
Okay.
It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing.
Okay.
So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then in September of 2023, we do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teskey and she said, hey, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition, and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, well, Mr. Bowles was there, so this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us, so there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday. So this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our discovery server. And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet. Everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server, that he downloaded it onto that hard drive, and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spyro indicated, we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to.
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teskey, if the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is a photograph and not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it.
Technicalities
It
are
has
as
a
good
different
as
projectile
anything.
shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchins died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teskey had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case. It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it. If the court, let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about the transcript of Mr. Teskey's pretrial interview is he does not say, this is the same ammunition that killed Helena Hutchins. He says, that's what Seth Kenney told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kenney countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teskey indicated during his pretrial interview that he had knowledge whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth. The only way that this has, on the best of days, for this to be
everyone thinks that those things are so convenient, but yeah, that's why they do it. That's the ammo version of crypto.
It has to actually have some exculpatory value. And you can tell from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, when she was working on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kenney a text message. And in that text message, she said, is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns? And Seth Kenney responded and said, no, don't do that. In fact, what he says is, it always ends in tears.
Oh, no.
It did this time. Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun. She points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use. And it was a spot-on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it
Not
again.
crypto, but digital currency.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not. So
it was the opposite.
I can't. I mean, if the court,
it is your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do. It's your presentation.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word. Not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.
Well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there won't be multiple words involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened that.
All right. This is, thank you. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Nikas.
Yeah, let Mr.
Your Honor, if this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it, the fact that they put it under a separate document number, didn't disclose the supplemental report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing. If it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't.
Yes, she does in her
5501 says
investigation.
It's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record and his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant, period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing. What Ms. Morrissey is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility, it goes to the government's bias, improper motivation, and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Popple's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned in by Teskey, a subset. He said he shot it. Rounds in those 2 years, evidence, Your Honor, and whether Seth Kenny is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant because what we know is we don't have those bullets and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision, fairness. And that's all we wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance, and there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it, Giglio says it, 5501 requires it.
All right, thank you. Before I and we can take testimony later if you all want, but I'm going to require that the state, in fact, I'm going to order that the state by 11:30 this morning produce the supplemental report, the file itself and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I respond?
I'm not finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Popple took from Mr. Teskey.
She wants to see everything.
That last night, the defense reached out to Ms. Popple and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message. And then they reached out to her again and said, no, never mind. We don't want you to bring the rounds
Thank
to
you,
court
Ms.
tomorrow.
Morrissey. Thank you, Ms. Morrissey. I don't. Okay, where are they?
They're I'll go there.
All right.
Wow. Everybody's being pissy this morning.
Well, actually, I want testimony from Ms. Popple on how she retrieved those. So I don't need the box. Tell her. I need Popple.
Okay, real quick here. This shit is getting seriously real right now. To allege a Brady violation, which is essentially the defense is saying the prosecution did not turn over stuff they were required to disclose to them, whether it proves his guilt or whether it proves his innocence, whatever it is, they were required, but they didn't. To do this in the middle of the trial and to recall a witness that has already testified is incredibly rare. They're calling back Popple that we just heard from earlier today. They're recalling her to give testimony about this. Wow.
No,
Yes,
annoyingly,
this
right. I was just going to say, annoyingly, this has literally got nothing to do with what Alec did and didn't do. This is procedural, and this is a pain in the backside. It's got literally nothing to do with whether or not he committed the crime or not.
And people saying it's just a technicality. Yes, this is a technicality, but it's a rule. It's a very important thing.
Yeah,
that they're being accused of.
Very serious criminals have walked away on technicalities like this.
Rested Pandies, stop the spoilers, please.
Here's a supplemental report to the defense.
No spoilers to anybody that's watching anywhere else.
Seriously. It's
a bannable offense.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a
Okay,
seat.
they put her
Have
back on the stand.
I would like to read the report. May I see the report?
Yes.
All right, this is the report that was apparently the defense never saw. I mean, the prosecution said they never saw, so they couldn't turn it over.
Where is this box of evidence? in the other. Well, I'd like to see it. You need to do it, Martine. I need the box of evidence.
Better, bro.
All right, get the evidence box.
Well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
You can ask first.
Do I open this, Martine?
Stop smiling, you smarmy git. If Baldwin gets off on this, it's going to be on a massive procedural technicality, not because you did your job.
Anywhere's fine. Maybe you need gloves too. Do you have gloves? Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I just cut into it.
There should be there's a separate
area. I'm going to have you. This is unusual, but if you all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down. And when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
All of this is extraordinarily unusual.
We're going to go right there.
Yes, but this is a good example of how a judge should bend and control her own courtroom.
Bridget, this is today's show about 2 hours behind live. This is today's show.
All right, so point out to me. Let me ask you this. Did Ziegler test? Ziegler tested the rounds in the Hannah Gutierrez case, correct? Yes. He didn't test any further rounds after the Hannah Gutierrez case? No. Okay. In the Hannah Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying this morning. Please stop.
We sent all of the.
Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez on the rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set went to Ziegler?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'll check with else and I don't know if you want to be there with her or what.
And you can take the witness chair. Good morning again. I'm just going to pass the witness up because we're not fully set up, but copy of the spent shell casing that covered on the bullet that you just provided to the court.
Yes, it's Starline brass 45 gold with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense, though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case, that's under the rust investigation case number. You would agree with me, there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of rust.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, well, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouched it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well, let me take a step back for a second, just to make something clear. You're following order, right? You're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, how would you? I apologize.
I'm a crime scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that because it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Totally different.
When you took the, you're effectively following orders when you're deciding whether to voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenny evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher, and I'm not sure what context you're using it.
Yeah, I apologize for that word choice. When you inventory and make a report, I think your testimony is
she's not happy to be
direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Again.
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenny walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all
That you all inventoried it, right?
Yes.
You took photos of it, right?
Yes.
You put it under the rust case number, right?
Yes.
You turned it over to the
Yes,
defense.
the jury
right?
is not here.
According to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Somebody else comes in to the precinct, okay? A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Yes.
Who is a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later, after a trial, that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on.
Okay, let's break that down for a second. Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, walking into the precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
Okay, not recalling doesn't mean
So
it
he
doesn't
turns
happen.
this round in, and you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Star Line Brass, nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay, but he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact
don't
that
know.
all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kennedy. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kennedy.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You know, the other thing that you're saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition, and now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's this guy, Troy Teskey, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teskey and his involvement in this case was very well known to law enforcement, correct?
I had never heard his name before.
Okay, but he came in and he said, I'm here to give evidence about the Rust case, right?
He stated that he had evidence the defense had wanted, and he no longer wanted to hang on to it.
Well,
and he was the one using the word evidence.
Okay. You said to him when you met him down at the first floor of the precinct, you were called because you were the person in charge of the evidence, the CS tape, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, thank goodness it's you. You're the perfect person to take this because you know all about the Rust case. And you said, I know all about the Rust case, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny that?
No.
Okay. And then he said to you, this ammunition was in Seth Kennedy's possession. And you said Seth Kennedy's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kennedy, right?
I don't recall that.
So you take this ammunition on March 6th, right?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your answer back?
Yes, I do. I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP into evidence. In this case, many times, there are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy. I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened during that month? Seriously, Papa.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month, no.
Okay. Who was involved in the word choice in this report?
Myself?
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay, and so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, I've never seen it in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You're reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right?
Uh-oh.
The
Yeah,
lieutenant writes
because
in,
you didn't give it to me
it should
when
be
you're
noted
supposed
that
to.
this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were at CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither.
I will say the pendulum has swung in favor of the defense at this point. What do you think, Hayden?
So you're
I don't know that they'll get a mistrial on it. I think that
if you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this you filled out versus the lieutenant.
The section that starts at the top with my
this is
name.
pretty shit.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
He's not making the arguments as strongly as he should be.
I don't know why the captions aren't working. They're on, but they're not working.
After this occurred, did this cause you concern, CST Popple, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
That's pretty much it, JKD Buck. That's why I'm sitting here pissed off.
And as I asked you yesterday, you actually said when you were meeting with Mr. Teskey, this is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the Russ set, didn't you?
I don't recall.
This is not
stating
the
that.
ammunition you're looking for. Move along.
I'm not denying.
So I don't know whether the most critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. It probably is the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. Would you agree with that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the two critical evidence from an entry perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay. And then we could turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay. Were you in the precinct when the evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this voucher sealed evidence out.
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to do. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
Ooh, that's not a great answer.
Nope.
Well, they didn't say what they wanted to see, so I didn't bring it out.
All ammunition was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Which was a perfect plan.
Oh, come on.
You're asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm saying whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence from Rust.
He's
That is
getting
the
at you hit
that was
evidence.
Well, your report says this is evidence from Rust, and then it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant then writes that sentence in saying this isn't evidence from Rust, right?
pulled. My report states that Mr. Teskey believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started? Well, do you remember when we started my examination of you yesterday? How I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, "Oh, you better pick up that glove," you don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct who's known to law enforcement, who tells you involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man. And you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it under a different case number.
Yes, as I was instructed to do so.
Okay, so you need to finish up so that Ms. Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time. So I will pass the witness.
Wow, real quick here, Blue Var with the $5 super chat. Why wasn't Chewbacca given a medal? Speciesism, I guess, probably. That's my best guess. And since or still talking about the attire of the prosecutor from yesterday's, or stole Shooter McGavin's jacket. Name fits. I don't know who Shooter McGavin's is, but I'm sure you're
is
right.
the bad guy from. I want to say Billy Madison, but it's not. That's not Happy Gilmore.
I haven't seen that for 30 years. It's a technicality at best, but still pulled a live. He still pulled a live gun. Yeah, but a win on a technicality is a win. They have a duty to turn over all evidence to the defense, whether it's good or bad, especially if it's good for the defendant. But regardless, they have to turn over evidence. It was collected on site. It's not evidence. The police doesn't get to determine what's evidence and what's not evidence. This is some serious stuff here. Right, let's keep going.
1 second. When I asked you this yesterday, but I want to ask again, which is, you told Mr. Teskey that he would write up a report because of how important this was the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further. Oof. For the record, that was State Exhibit 29 to show the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation.
Is it court exhibit or just
Are you okay with court's exhibit?
That's fine with me.
Somebody's going to punch my face.
All right, court's exhibit 1. Come on. All right, thank you. And it is, any objection?
No, certainly not.
Okay, apparently people are still confused. DJ MaxiPad, everyone else confuses me. Simply put, what Hayden mentioned in chat earlier. This green ammo box that came into Seth Kenny's possession, or the Good Samaritan brought in, or whatever. They had a duty to turn this over to the defense. That's the defense is arguing. You have a duty to turn this evidence over to us, whether you think it had anything to do with this case or not. We need that evidence. It possibly says that someone else is responsible for this. They didn't turn it over. So now they're arguing, the defense is arguing that because they did not turn this evidence over, it's a violation of the rules of evidence. It's called a Brady violation. And therefore we're entitled to a mistrial, to dismiss the charges, basically. We're in charge of a dismissal of the charges. It's a technical argument.
By burying exculpatory evidence, they're basically saying that Alec cannot get a fair trial at this point because we are already that far into the trial. because they would otherwise have ran the defense differently, or they
They
might
knew
have
about
made
this
further
before they even
inquiries, or potentially
got
got
to
other
me.
witnesses on the stand. Basically, they're saying it's unfair to continue with the trial at this point because it would be prejudicial to Alec Baldwin.
And the jury has been seated, so it would attach with prejudice, I believe. And this would be a Alec Baldwin thing. This has some potential.
I know that feeling 357.
And I think it's a good argument. You can say it's a technicality all day, but rules are rules. And this is
it doesn't matter if it is or isn't exculpatory. It's the point is that there was evidence that was not provided.
Yeah, and that's it. Rich man wins. I don't buy the rich man wins argument. Rich man, and I will say this in favor of the rich man gets to level the playing field. Like I said, with the O.J. Simpson trial, people say, "Oh, the rich guy bought the O.J. Simpson trial. He had the dream team of lawyers." The county of Los Angeles spent $9 million prosecuting O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson's defense cost about $6 million. He was still $3 million short of what the prosecution spent on the deal. Having money means that you can hire people to level the playing field against a prosecution who essentially has unlimited resources. They got special budgetary benefits to allow them to give them money to try this case, because little Santa Fe doesn't have the money to handle a big case like this. So they got extra funding from the government. You level the playing field. If you have money, you're in a better position than the guy that has to rely on the public defender. You get to actually hire people that can spend a lot of time on this and try to level.
The government doesn't produce money. Taxpayers do.
Yeah, state is always richest man.
Yeah, thanks to civil asset forfeiture.
Oh yeah, let's not get started on that horrible stuff. Like F the state, but this doesn't matter to what he is. It doesn't matter. We don't see that's his argument. We don't know if it matters because we didn't get a look at it. We didn't get to see what it is. You had a duty to turn this over and you didn't do it. So therefore, we don't get a fair trial because you did not fulfill your evidentiary obligations, your disclosure obligations. A win on a technicality is a win, hands down. And this is far and away the best argument that the defense has made in this case. And,
isn't that terrible?
And it might have legs. Wow.
Go ahead.
If I can just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kinney on his way over. He'll be here any minute.
Oh, wow.
We intend to take testimony from him. I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles. Judge, I have to make a record, though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
Oh, I agree. He's charged with pulling the trigger and doing other things like that.
The issue is the disclosure.
Exactly.
Right.
But the judge just said the issue is disclosure. Did they disclose what they were supposed to disclose? Whether or not it had anything to do with the trial, whether or not it proved guilt or didn't prove guilt, it doesn't matter. It's an evidentiary, it's a fair trial issue. So I agree with the sentiment that it probably has nothing to do with the charges itself, but they didn't fulfill what's being argued is the prosecution did not fulfill a fundamental duty they have to turn over all evidence, inculpatory and exculpatory. This is a good argument. What do you think, Hayden?
I hate to agree with you.
I hate to agree with me too.
I mean, look, and I can see people in chat saying, well, how do we know that the defense didn't just tell him?
Hello?
If they had handed it over, irrespective of whether or not it's provided by the defense, irrespective of whether or not it's fake, whether it's whatever else, it's literally, it wouldn't have mattered whatever the source was. They still had to turn it over. And the trouble is, guys, you got to remember as well, this is what I keep saying times when I have to hate to stick to my mantra, because we have to provide the defense every benefit of the doubt, because one day it could be us on the stand. You don't want to get caught by a technicality on the other side. Imagine if this was actual exculpatory evidence that proved that, I don't know, it was someone completely different that had pulled the trigger or whatever else, and he hadn't admitted to it. Don't get me wrong. I fully believe that he should be serving time for this. But this kind of technicality makes me want to shoot something.
Well, worst case, depending on what side you look at it. From Baldwin's perspective, the best case scenario is they dismiss it with prejudice. He walks and it's never retried.
Yeah.
You violated this. The fair trial's here. The jury's already been sat. Prejudice attaches, and therefore, it doesn't happen. Middle case, it's a mistrial, and they retry it. And the other extreme is they go, no harm, no foul. And
which I can't see that judge doing. I don't know
something. So you think something's going to happen?
I think that there'll be some sort of repercussion. I don't think that the judge is going to go, okay, we're going to sweep it and move forward. I think it'll depend on whatever testimony they get from what's his face? His name's
Kenny.
Going out of my head. Kenny, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sort of leaning more towards we'll be looking at a mistrial without prejudice.
Well, let's see. We're on our way.
That's why I want to call these people, because it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for.
Well, we don't have time for this. So what I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case. And then this portion, just like we did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up. You can move Seth Kenny. Yep. But he's going to do all of his money for that.
So here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report.
Oh, she didn't see the report either.
I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. I've never seen the report.
So ask questions of this witness, and then you can.
That may be the only thing that saves this case.
I'm going to go with Hancock after this.
She's saying she didn't receive the report either. The police didn't even give the prosecutor the report.
But I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
This is police fuckery, not prosecution fuckery.
Do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
Level of prejudice was still attached to
yesterday that he is the friend of Thelreed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way.
Nothing. This has nothing to do with Hannah's case. She's done.
Is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad. And if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with their bare hands.
Oh, for crying out loud.
If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence, that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes.
And has she been convicted for that?
Yes.
Is this evidence that Seth Kenny provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
So let me ask you, Ms. Popple, if you buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
That's a good question.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple.
That is an important query. If it's buried, how do you know about it?
But I had one more question.
Good point.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours? If you
I don't think that was in dispute. I think he.
All right.
Right. Never mind. Okay. So you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out, or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept.
Well, stop saying vouchered.
So it'll be Court's Exhibit 12.
Half-cocked.
Is that how you
Probably
want to
don't leave live ammunition just sitting on a table in the courtroom.
Okay, Court's
That's a
12.
good thing.
And my only question is, do you want them back in the? Do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be because what else we can't. Yes.
Well, she divided them all up. Is my only point. So is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading. That none of the.
No, this is my question.
Yes.
You all. Okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there, and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this. Okay. So do you want them staying out like this? or do you want them in the bag? That's all. That's my question for you.
I think they should remain voucher, and they're open like any voucher.
No,
would be
it
a trial.
still is DJ Maxi Pub. It's still a problem.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately. Okay, you're lay people. You have knowledge.
God's like
I don't
someone
need
gets
to
a
go into
Tupperware.
it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag, or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CSD pop up to put it back after that. But remain in the box. That's what I would ask.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay.
Wow. And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenny, and I would like, I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a
Okay,
witness.
well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out.
That's a good point.
Other
Solid
than
help.
telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony. And well, you said actually, I'm now thinking, why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry,
they heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just.
Oh, they're not going to hear. Okay, I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have? Is this a problem? So, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So this is why I want to do it this way. Okay, I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue. Okay, Seth Kenny comes. You're going to do all of his testimony, including this. Okay, Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying. Okay. And on both testimony, the jury will leave. Okay, and anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiral my approach?
Sure.
Wow, this is a clusterfuck.
Yep.
All right, let's.
That was definitely Louis calling for a sidebar there.
Yeah. Yeah, this lawyer's calling for a sidebar. Mark that off on your bingo card. Holy shit.
Even Blondie's getting flustered. That's not great.
Bingo. Been there, done that's got a bingo.
Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day.
Oh my God,
I'm
you're
sorry.
sending the jury home for the day. This is getting real
Trials are
serious.
fluid. It's not something we predicted. Okay, so if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Monday. It's been a longer week than usual. Okay, so Monday. Okay, so have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't read any accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
All right, the jury's going home for the day. It's just going to be arguing for the rest of the day. This is wild. All right, court's on break. Let's skip through here. This is exciting. We don't see this much. I've never seen this before, where they do this in the middle of trial, recall witnesses, argue Brady stuff, do the motion. Well, motions to dismiss kind of happen sometimes during trial, but the Brady assertions and the recalling witnesses, damn. Comments, Hayden?
I think it's a very important question that needs to be answered is how the defense knew about it in the first place, because if that was brought to their attention, then I think maybe you can skip around the Brady violation. But like,
this is a desperate move, and it might work.
Yeah, that's the really annoying thing.
You might see a guilty man walk before this is over.
Well, I mean, Spiro just walked into the courtroom, so.
Just come in. I do that.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to see if we can get some subtitles here. I'm going to refresh this.
In a criminal case and a civil cases.
No, we don't need you. Where are we? Now you got to go back, of course. Where's the break? About an hour ago. There we go. There's the break.
Well, that's not the same
We'll
thing.
see if we
Brady
get
Act
the
versus
closed
Brady.
captions here.
Detective Hancock.
Negative.
Rule.
Negative. So Hancock's back on the stand. No jury.
I can do that for Detective Hancock.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Lots of approaching. I got to say, this is pretty wild. I'm pretty excited. It's 4 o'clock for you. I don't know if you're fading, Hayden, but it's like 3 o'clock, and I've got the adrenaline going.
Look, I'm slumped down, but the adrenaline's starting to hit me. I'm still awake, which is the main thing.
So Legal Vices is in
Where's
South
Chloe?
Korea.
You need Chloe to
Obviously,
come and sit on your lap.
Overlord is in Australia. So
what?
That's Sean's dog, Chloe.
Oh.
But
I thought
I'm
the
thinking
dog
that
from Vermont had miraculously shown up at
the
my
defense
house.
knew about this from the
you're
beginning.
just
and
assuming-
has
you're
been
just
waiting
assuming
until
the
they got
Sean
deep
position.
enough into the trial to spring it.
Oh,
I truly believe that.
Gotcha.
That's how devious these
Who's that
fuckers
wearing
are.
a mask in the back of the courtroom? Come on. Really? Okay, this is long. Whatever's going on is taking a long time.
She's not even at the bench now. Well, oh, sorry, neither of them are. So presumably they're waiting for. Oh no, they're still up there.
Yeah.
People are asking for a bingo card recap.
All right, we'll do that here in just a bit. We got to figure out where the testimony is starting again, or I mean where the court's starting again. Stephen Baldwin must be hard of hearing. He's got his audio assist there.
I take it that the face with the mouth just slightly open is just a Baldwin thing.
What was that?
I take it that the staring off into space with the mouth slightly open is just a Baldwin family trait.
Okay, this is very long, whatever they're doing. All right. Nope, that's still the outside of court stuff. Come on. Holy crap. We're going to catch up here.
Yeah, it looks like most of it from then on is court TV stuff.
All right, what have we done? Something's happened. A jury dismissed for the day. I think she sent him to lunch. Okay, we're back in 2 minutes, I guess. All right. Oh, lunch Q&A coming up. When?
They're doing it now, apparently.
Yeah, they've sent him to lunch. Something's going on.
Yeah, and it could.
Something is going on. Because they were going to talk to Hancock, and then suddenly he's like, let's not talk to Hancock. Let's discuss something at the bench. They discussed it for a ridiculous length of time. And then we got to where we are. They sent him to lunch.
So, yeah, we're caught up for the most part.
What? Yeah, we know we are live.
Let me see something here.
Hello, bro. I see a vlogger on the street using a GoPro. I don't know if I don't know. Should I greet him? Let me see if I can actually. I'm seeing a vlogger here. Should I actually greet him? He's doing his video. Yet I'm saying hello. guys, so as I was walking, actually, you saw me stopping by. I met a friend here who I saw actually blogging using a GoPro, and I said, hey, this guy might be a YouTuber, so let me just say hello. And luckily, he's a YouTuber. So I want you guys, I want him to introduce himself, and guys, I want you to support him because he's an upcoming YouTuber, and check his channel out. How are you, my brother?
I'm very well. How about you, young man?
I'm good too. Yeah, can you tell us your channel?
My channel doesn't have a name right now, but
Yeah.
it's under my own email address. I'm
Yeah.
still in the process.
In the process.
Of setting up my channel. I have a bunch of videos
Yeah.
that I'm yet to upload.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you came to talk to me, and indeed you have encouraged me.
Yeah.
I hope to put a title, a label for my channel.
Okay.
And hopefully in the near future, you'll see me posting a lot of videos.
Yeah.
And I'll have as many followers as you do.
Yeah.
I guess I'm learning from the Gen Z, even though I'm some decades beyond that age. But you're never too old to learn from other people, especially the young people who know these things better than we do.
Exactly.
Some of us are the old school guys.
Yeah. So tell us about your content. Which type of videos do you make?
For me, currently, I'm into everyday observations.
Oh, okay.
Wherever I happen to go, I may be driving somewhere, I may be riding my bike.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm just in Nairobi City driving around. I take videos, I make content.
Okay.
But mostly I like going out of town.
Okay.
I get on my motorcycle, I get on the highway, I get on the small roads, I go to small towns, middle-sized towns. I go to Kitui, I go to Machakos, I go to Nyeri.
Oh, wow.
I go to Loitoktok, such kind of places.
Yeah.
Just to see how people live. I like to see how our people around the corner, the Maasai people live. I was there yesterday.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
I like to see how the people on the other side live in Machakos Hills.
Wow.
So basically, I want to see how life is for
yeah.
the everyday.
Okay.
Yeah. And I want to project that for other people to see.
That's very nice. Actually, guys, he's an upcoming YouTuber, and it doesn't even remember his YouTube name.
Indeed.
So actually, if you click on the description below, you'll find this link. Kindly, guys, let's support him and tell him you are from Team Ken Gore. Yeah. So thank you so much.
All right.
And,
Look forward to a lot of videos being posted, and watch the videos, make comments, so that I can keep improving.
Yeah.
And inshallah, one of these days we're gonna hit 100,000 subscribers.
5K. Yeah, I'm heading to 5K subscribers.
5K.
Yeah.
Go to 10K. By the time you get to 10K, I'll be at
2K,
yes.
5K around there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're in a race to at least 100,000 subscribers.
Exactly.
And then maybe once you get to 500,000, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can retire. Second or third time, I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, young man.
Yeah. Guys, kindly check him out.
Check me out.
Check him out and say you are from Team Kengo.
Yes.
Yeah. This was a friend. Let's continue with our daily vlog. And as you can see from this place, it's very dusty. On the other side, actually, you can see kids coming out of school, and very, very nice building. It's actually developed. So this town, what really amazes me is how people actually for now I'm in this town. I live in this town with my brother Peter C7. The first time I came to this place, I was really I felt sick because of the dust and sun. It's too sunny here and the dust. So I was really surprised how this town thrives in this dusty area. And actually people are very jovial over here. People are jovial and welcoming. Business going on daily as usual. And this road leads to, I had already told you, this road, that's the main road over there. It leads to the border town of, I think Namanga. Is it Namanga? Yeah, kind of. Actually, you have Nyamazon here.
Yeah, Kenya.
Smell
Yeah.
nice aroma. This is King's Choice wines.
Exactly where they're at.
To those who love drinking or who likes being tipsy, this is the best place to be at. Here, that place. And we have King's. This wine
Most
is
dustiest
this
town in
wine store
Kenya.
is really big.
Yeah.
From that side to this side, and so it stretches from that side and goes all the way to that side, as you can see. As you can see, very, very nice. See the way it's dusty. Very, very dusty. Cars moving by, passing at a high speed. Loud music, you have to expect that from actually this kind of towns. So
No, I haven't. Drop the link.
some men at work.
Do a poll. All right. At least we're done.
Between 3 and 3:35 p.m. on the 15th of January 2019, 5 Islamic militants launched a coordinated attack against a full-time business located in the heart of the Kenyan capital city of Nairobi. In the wake of the first bombs going off, Kenya's special forces were mobilized from the town of Ruru to deploy to the scene of the attack. Embedded with them was a British soldier of B Squadron, 22nd SAS Regiment, who was requested to join the Kenyans in their deployment. Arriving at around 3:40 p.m, the SAS soldier conferred with members of the Kenyan police and army before moving off to the outer perimeter of the complex, armed with his body armor vest and Canadian-made L119A1 rifle. Here he was seen conducting a reconnaissance of the area, possibly trying to establish the whereabouts of the terrorists, any civilians seeking safety, and familiarizing himself with the local area. The clip ends with him running into the heart of the complex. Returning back to the main entrance, we see him, this time with assistance, carrying an injured civilian to safety. As others come to help the wounded man, we see the soldier turn around and head back towards the plaza. Present at the time, a witness commented, "This man carried out one of the wounded, and I went back and did that again." There was a lot of confusion and a lot of people running around, but he stood out because he was a foreigner. He was very brave. Having carried out several rescue sorties, the soldier is then seen standing alongside his Kenyan colleagues. Discussions are visibly underway in the Kenyan prison when the film cuts to him running back in the direction of the hotel complex, alone. The scene ends there, and we are unable to confirm what he has actually done at this stage, but what we do know is that the time is just before 4:25 p.m, which was H-out for the Kenyan military operation to extract the civilians who had trapped themselves in the buildings for their own safety. The Kenyan offensive centered on two focal points. On the right, the SAS soldier was embedded alongside Kenyan soldiers to clear the building known as Belgravia, whilst the second push, on the left, cleared the building known as Hanover. Leading the way into Belgravia's ground floor, which housed a hair salon, the trooper began searching for trapped civilians, finding this behind the soldiers moving up in support. Not long after, we see the SAS soldier with one of the first civilians to be rescued. As more civilians are brought to safety, we see him turn around and head back towards the building. Heading back to Belgravia, we see the British soldier behind the woman, his boots and balaclava just visible. Kenyan soldiers begin clearing the ground floor and rescuing other civilians. Returning to the building's entrance, we see him ordering the last group of civilians out of Belgravia, and alongside his Kenyan colleagues, he leads them to safety.
Look at them titties bouncing back and forth.
Thereafter, the soldier returns and proceeds to assist in the extraction of many more civilians from the building. His actions afterwards, however, are not precisely clear due to the lack of footage available. Nevertheless, after helping with the efforts near Belgravia, the British trooper deployed onto the left flank to help secure Hanover. This photo shows him deploying to that flank, with two armed Kenyans following up behind him. From here, he moved down the road, where he was photographed handling pieces of paper with several armed civilians, possibly discussing the course of action in the Ember complex. Moving into the building, he assisted the Kenyan soldiers in clearing each room, and is seen conducting stop and searches on civilians who had locked themselves inside the rooms for their own safety. Unfortunately, as the day wore on, a restricted perimeter around the site of the attack was established, and the media and photographers were forced away from the scene, meaning after this point we do not know what the British SAS troop had done. Judging from his activity throughout the day, it is certain he continued to provide advice and support to the Kenyan Special Forces in their efforts to neutralize the enemy. By late evening on the 15th of January, the Kenyan Special Forces had located the position of 4 of the Islamic terrorists and began their operation to clear them out. By 3 AM on the 16th of January, The Kings had trapped the militants into a single room, and an hour later launched an assault, which left all 4 militants dead, with only 2 soldiers becoming lightly wounded.
Lightly wounded? Oh, yeah.
As you can see, even from on the other side, the farthest part, you can see it whitish, very whitish. It's because of the dust. This town actually that
Watch Kendra, I have to go to the bathroom.
it's a semi-arid town. Yeah. We have Alma Hotel, as you can see on that side. That's Alma Hotel. And, you can see from that side. Very, very nice. So this also. In this town, almost everyone wears socks. Even young kids, as you can see, they wear socks. Even me, I wear socks to prevent dust.
All right.
Anisaka.
We were about to get into his stuff and was going to be shooting with him primarily for the next 2 weeks. And I was almost done with the film. I think I had like 3 or 4 days left. So up to that point, I had been on set almost, the full time that they were filming. I think I may have had a day or 2 off. And we had ninja shots and stuff prior to this. So, I handled a gun almost, every day. I mean, it was part of my costume. They would hand me a gun in the morning. I would check it. I would do my own checks. Just because I've been in the industry for 25 years. I've had a lot of onset and offset training for firearms. So my quick check is if they hand it to me, they show me all of the dummy rounds in the wheel, and then I just take it. And armorers hate this, but I just dry fire it into the ground 6 times. That's my own personal check. They're like, "Oh, don't do that. It's going to hurt the firing pin." I'm like,
That's what they're made to do.
so what?
Yeah.
I want to know that all of these are actual dummies. Not that I would ever think that a live round would be in a gun on a set. There's just not a world in which a live round should ever be on a set, period. Which is why this is so
is so like crazy to me to comprehend how that's all I want to know. I could walk you through all the safety protocols, everything that I saw, everything that I went through.
Listen to how much different he is than Alec Baldwin in demeanor, in what he does. Oh, I didn't want to offend her for all. I mean, dude is 180 degrees different than Baldwin.
The only question I have, it's not like, oh, how did Dave miss this? Or how did Hannah not get it? How did a live round on a set, multiple rounds, end up on a film set? It's just, there's not a world in which that should happen. But the thing is, the problem is if you look at a dummy round, it's made to look like a live round. You look at a blank, it's crimped, has no tip. It clearly looks like a blank, but that is a charge in it. So you're looking for a clay tip that is to look like a lead tip, or a crimped tip, which is a charged bullet, or not a bullet, sorry, a charged round. If I look into the gun and I see 6 clay tips, then I can just assume that they're all dummies, because that's all there should ever be on a set. If I see a crimp tip, then I'm like, whoa, we got a hot gun here. Like there's a blank in there. Get that out of there.
But the
Which
point
is why
is, he still does his own checks and looks.
I feel for Dave, because I feel like he could have looked at it, given it a visual inspection, and saw 6 clay tips, and not known that one was a lead tip with a charge in it. But again, so there was clearly safety protocol that was skipped or missed, because it should have been caught. Every round that's loaded into a gun should be inspected.
Yeah.
And can be inspected. Anyway, I went off on a tangent there. Sorry. I don't
What do
know.
you mean,
Tell
great
me
success?
if you
He
could
is an
just,
actor.
If you need me to we talked about this since it happened.
Okay.
So I'm kind of going through this too. I mean, I've tried to talk to my wife about it, but it kind of freaks her out.
Yeah, this is where he's talking about his wife being freaked out. This is a pretty freaky part.
She gets pretty anxious about it, and she's like, I can't. She's like, if I'm watching the video, she's like, please turn that off. Please turn that off.
Right. It's a traumatic situation.
It is for us that were there, and for people that are in proximity. So
you've never heard of him either? He played Dean Winchester in Supernatural for like 15 years.
Literally grew up watching this guy.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm sitting here. I get that he's in a police interview, but this is my first real look at Jensen Ackles outside of a TV. I'm very glad that he is exactly what I thought he would be.
Yeah, he's a real dude. And this is never heard of this guy. Has no one seen Supernatural?
Apparently not.
He's been in a bunch of other stuff too, but yeah, Supernatural is his big thing, and that was essentially 15 years of doing nothing but shooting guns constantly.
Literally for like seasons, he's carrying around a replica of Samuel Colt's revolver. This is like, he knows what he's doing with this shit.
Yeah.
That particular day, morning went per usual. We were shooting up at the church. Actually, we shot some other stuff the morning of. We had a slight delay in the morning. In fact, so much so that we got loaded up into a van at base camp and we're headed to set. And they said, wait, we're not ready for you. Turn, everybody go back to base camp, the cast. And I heard that on the radio. I was like, what the fuck? That's weird. If maybe they had a camera, a lens issue, or the light wasn't right, but at least bring us up there. It's not going to be it's going to be a 10-minute fix, whatever it is. Little did I know that it was the camera crew that was walking, because they weren't. I mean, this is what I heard that morning from the producers, because I went in and I was like, "Yo, what's happening?" And they were like, "A camera is walking because we won't put them up." We put them up where? What do you mean? They're like, well, they're set up in Albuquerque. They want to be in Santa Fe because it's a longer commute, it's less of a commute. They want a lesser commute. It's in the contract that they don't get that. They're still in the zone. And if we do it for them, then we have to do it for all of the departments, and we don't have that in the budget. It's a small budget movie. So they threatened to walk, and they walked. I was like, well, when did they threaten to walk? They were like, this morning. They waited until like one of our busiest days when we have a big giant shootout. They knew we were just coming off a 2-day break. They could have said it. They could have done it. Given them
an effective walk.
2 days to find replacements.
Good strategy.
But they didn't. They were smart. They're negotiating, and they showed up that morning with their equipment. They were like, so you gonna put us up? The production was like, no, we told you no. And they're like, okay, bye. And that's why they were like, so we went back and we got it was a 2-hour late head start that day, which was, we moved pretty quick, especially for a low budget film like those tend to be high pace.
Megan, that's Jensen Ackles, Dean Winchester from Supernatural.
Reed, who was Helena's guy from LA, he wasn't going to leave her, so he stayed, even though most people would have probably left solidarity with the rest of their camera crew. But so we've got A cam and B cam. B cam is usually a guy that can also double with steady cam. So A cam is more studio mode. This makes sense to you guys. They left. B cam stayed. The operator, the focus puller didn't. He left as well. So we lost like 6 out of the 8 camera people. Maybe it was 7, I forget. But Reed stayed, who's an operator. So finally, they wrangled some focus puller to come in.
And for those that don't know his role in this movie, he was one of the guys that came in that was going to come into the church, and Alec Baldwin was literally going to point his gun at him, Frigg, which essentially means that if Helena hadn't died, he would have died.
Yeah.
That more like immediately, and we were able to continue.
How do we know this wasn't an assassination attempt on Jensen?
So we started first couple shots, me riding into town on a horse, hopping off, establishing shots, that kind of thing. And then we moved up to the church later in the morning, and the first few shots inside were facing me, so it was over Alec to me and my kind of deputy coming into the church, guns drawn, saying, stand up slowly, drop your weapons, that kind of thing. And then he basically slowly takes his gun out, thinking that he's going to, drop the weapon. And then he draws back on a hammer, jumps up, starts shooting at me. That's the scene. So we shot my coverage over him to me, both wide and both tight. And then we sort of around, broke the lunch. So we went to lunch, came back, first camera shot back was kind of a close insert of Alec pulling the gun out. And so I was standing not immediately on set because they were just setting this particular shot up. It didn't necessarily include me, but I would have been coming in for off-camera dialogue. Okay. I was not on camera, but I would have been off camera for the, telling him to put his guns down, that whole thing, which he probably didn't need me to do that, but that's just, what we do. So I was standing just outside the church, right off the porch there when the gun went off. And again, they were just setting up a shot of him pulling out the gun and showing Elena, she was very kind of involved in every shot. This is, I'm used to kind of directors being a little bit more of like, okay, I want to see this, but Joel was more of like, this is the scene. Elena, how are we going to shoot it? And so she was really, for all intents and purposes, she was the meaning of director of photography. She was directing all of the camera shots. And she was very, very passionate and amazing at it. But she would get right in there. She would even move me, finding the light and stuff just right. So she was very, very hands-on. Some people don't do that. A lot of people don't do that. They'll just sit there, chair it behind the monitor, just be on the radio telling people to do things. But she was very hands-on. So she was standing right there next to Reed and looking at on the camera, asking Alec to show her show me your action. So he was just showing her the action and then it went off. I don't know if he was just drawing back on the hammer and his thumb slipped, and that was enough of a spring to get forward and hit that primer or what. But I'm sure he's told you. And so I heard the shot go off. There shouldn't have been any shot go off because it was a setup. There was no cameras rolling. There wasn't supposed to be around a blank to be shot in that particular camera sequence, and nobody yelled hot gun. So when it went off, it just sounded different. I mean, a real round sounds different than a blank, and I didn't immediately think that it was. I just was like, "What the fuck was that?" And so I spun in the church. I saw Elena seated, and I could see her back was to me, but I could see the blood pooling on her khaki jacket. And so I just started yelling medic. And then that was about it.
Oh,
then
no, he's not.
I stood back.
He's doing exactly the opposite. Watch.
Kicked myself for not running in there and doing something, but I don't know what I would have done.
No, I mean, the medics are trained professionals, and there was an on-set medic, so I mean.
There was, that's why I was screaming for him. And I know that as the reality started setting in, at first I was like, oh, somebody, a shot went off. But there's no way that would have caused that much damage. Like, how are two people down and there's that much blood with a movie round? So I was just instantly like, what? And then as it started to settle, I was like, that was a real round. I know that sound. That's a real round.
Is that what it sounded? Because you made a comment about how it sounded different to you.
Yeah. I mean, it sounded like a real round. It sounded like a 45. I have a 45. I know what they sound like.
Okay. Did you see what happened with the gun after it was shot?
No, when I stepped in there, I saw Alec seated in the pew, holding just like, just in shock. Because it's also like a flashbang, right? I mean, that thing goes off. Everybody in there was deafened and disoriented. When Maggie came out, who's our script supervisor, she was stumbling out, and she ended up being the one that called 911. There was a wardrobe person was in there. She came out. She was stumbling. She hit her knees. Reed was still in there. There was a few people that kind of staggered out, but it was disorienting. So I didn't go in because the medics were yelling everybody out, and Joel, our director, was actually yelling, get the fuck out, get out of here. So people were quickly exiting that didn't need to be there. So I didn't go back in there because I knew it was, I couldn't do anything at that point. So I just was standing back and I started helping move it to make way for responders.
Okay. Out of the church? Or
out of the way of the church. There was so much equipment around the front of the church, and we knew that everybody was going to need access. So we started moving barricades, we started moving camera equipment, we started moving monitors, and I just threw my jacket and my hat off and started helping grips and electrics, and everybody just started moving shit.
Okay. I want to back up to the beginning of the day.
Yep.
Were you guys working with any of the firearms on the first half of the day?
Like I said, we get handed our gun belt and our firearm in the morning, and it essentially stays on our person because it's part of our costume for the remainder of the day. If we ever are actually shooting, then it gets taken. They load it around with blanks. We usually use it afterwards. And then it's well announced that there's a hot gun, and how many rounds are hot at what load capacity. so that everybody's aware. But again, there's the few of us that were in the movie. We get handed essentially a prop, and it has dummies because I always personally check, and I was telling some of the other guys, I'm like, always check yourself. That's not why we're hired. And I was telling you this, we're actors. And if it was left up to the actors to be the final line of safety and defense, then I wouldn't trust 99.9 people I work with, percent of the people I work with. But again, just from using a lot of firearms on set and also having real training, I just always do my own personal checks.
That's he's not required to do it, but he always does it because he doesn't trust 99.9% of the other people to do it.
Because it's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What gun did you have in the morning?
I had the it's 45. It's not the long Colt, but it's the one that has.
Yeah, great success. It's not required, but it's also not an element of the crime that Alec is charged with.
U.S. Marshal in the handle. I believe there are only 2 on set, but I think I don't know if it was, but I was told that was one of the ones you guys announced.
Okay.
Was mine.
And did you check that in the morning?
I did. I always do that.
Did it have anything in it?
Dummies.
Okay. And did you take the dummies out, or just did a visual check?
I did a visual check and did a click into the ground.
Did a visual check and a click in the ground.
And I also appreciate you walking us through what takes place during a film, because we're getting to know what actually takes place on film. This is a major case, and some people that we've spoken to have kind of walked us through what the procedure is. So I appreciate you letting us know what exactly takes place. We're starting to learn a lot more about what goes on in there.
Yeah. Any questions, and then I can that I can shed light on it.
Who handed you the gun in the morning?
Second morning, I believe Sarah Props handed me my gun belt, and Hannah handed me my gun. She was not 100% of the time, but most of the time, the person that was handling the firearms. Sarah would help her and had a license to help her. This is something that I learned later. It's like, because I asked her that day, I was like, did you handle the gun? And she was like, no. I was like, are you even supposed to handle the gun? She was like, yes, I'm licensed to do it. So I would help Hannah out. But from my recollection, Hannah was handling the guns 90% of the time. There were times when I would at lunch, we would always take our gun belts off and hand our guns back to Props. Or Hannah.
Tammy Faye with $2 says, hi, Jeff. Hi, Tammy. How are you?
And hand it to either Hannah or Sarah, whoever was close by. And then they would take it and lock it up and do whatever they did with it at lunch. And then I would get it back after lunch.
During your time here during this whole production, has David ever handed you a gun?
No.
Or anybody else that's been?
No. Well, Sarah, I think there were probably a couple of times where Sarah handed me the gun. Maybe I want to say that every morning Hannah would show me the rounds. She would pull the lock back, slide the wheel, and show me each round, and then hand it to me. Then I would click into the ground, put it in my holster, and there it stayed until lunch.
Okay.
See, this is the difference between someone who is arrogant and, I didn't do the safety because I didn't make her show me because I didn't want to offend her, and a guy who's like, I'm let her do her job. She did it with me every morning. She showed me around. She checked that I did my dry fire into the dirt, and we went about our day. Difference between him and Baldwin are night and day.
And then did they outfit you after lunch the day of the incident?
Yes. And I can't remember if I clicked into the ground that day. So I know I did that morning, but I've been racking my brain trying to figure out if I did my safety check after lunch, and I can't remember. And maybe that's just because was a pretty crazy event that happened after lunch, and I'm just trying to think of. It's like flashes. Like I know where I was standing, I know what I saw, but for some reason I'm like, gosh, because I never overly thought about it. I'm like, gosh, did I check my gun when I came back from lunch? Like I normally do. I always do, but I can't remember doing it.
Who handed you the gun after lunch?
I can't say with certainty.
Okay. And it's okay if you don't know, because we don't want to say or
Right.
have something in mind that didn't happen. So if you
That's what. Yeah. I mean, I could certainly. Yeah, you know, I
just saw your message.
Yes, but it was. I don't know for certain that it was either him
Yeah,
or Sarah.
it depends on the type of router and stuff you have. I mean,
And what about your belt?
It would have been the same person.
Most of the time, wireless will work, but yeah,
What did you
hard
do
line
with
is
it
always
after
best
the
for
incident?
gaming.
I took it off and handed it to Sarah.
Okay.
And she went and immediately. I saw her take it immediately to the cart.
Can you describe the cart?
It was just a rolling double-decker cart that has, you know,
Matt,
a
you
variety
gonna
of
send me the address to send that to, or am I gonna keep going down the list?
Do you remember the color?
No, blue maybe. Blue or black.
Did you see her set it down?
After the incident? No, I handed it to her and then I went to work moving equipment.
Okay.
I said, here, take this. And then she was frazzled, and I saw Hannah like on her knees, like head in hand, like somebody was consoling her. And I was like, take this, put her in the cart, and then I just started moving shit.
Okay. Did you see what happened with the gun after it was fired?
Alec's gun?
Yeah.
No. Dave immediately, I heard Dave yelling, where's the gun, because he wanted to inspect it. And Hannah and Dave I did see that.
Okay. Can you recall what they did?
They were still in the church, and I just remember Dave yelling, you know, where's the gun? Let me see that.
West Side will be the next one.
And then I don't remember anything. I don't remember what happened after that with that particular situation.
Okay. Going back to Hannah, so you've been working with her since the beginning of the set. Can you, or is there anything that she was being unsafe or not following protocol? Is there anything that stuck out to you?
She was, in my experience, she was saying the things that you know, an armorer would and should say. She was doing safety checks. You know, there's levels, I think, to the intensity of armorers in our industry. I would say that the majority that I've worked with are like drill instructors and can make any kind of weapon, whether you know.
And I think that was a big problem with Hannah. She was young, she was inexperienced, and she didn't have the confidence in her job. Like I said, he's just working with like drill instructors who will scare the shit out of people that mishandle the firearms. Hannah needed to be the person to scare the shit out of people. She had the authority to shut down the production. She could have done a lot of things.
I used to not like that. Now I'm thinking that I think that's a really good thing. So yeah, I would say that there wasn't that kind of intense fear that she was giving off. Again, like most of the ones that I work with are like very, you know, they're either military, ex-military, ex-law enforcement. They've got a long history of gun handling and gun safety and gun training. And they do not care that you're a Hollywood actor or a name or anything like that. they are there to make sure that you know that this is a firearm that can hurt people, and you don't point it at anybody unless you are planning to shoot, aim it at a target. You know, there's safety guidelines, and I think that's probably why I do things that I do with my prop. It's just because I've been dealing with armorers who are very strict and very experienced and very safe. I know that you know, I was on a show for 15 years, and a lot of times I would have my gun on my person, but I wasn't actually firing off blanks, but I would have it, and I would need to you know, rack it or do something in the scene. Well, the armor, you don't need an armor for that. On-set props person is licensed to handle firearms, but they're not licensed to handle ammunition.
Okay.
That's when the armorer is the specialty, the special person. They are really responsible for the gun. The ammunition inside the gun needs a specialist.
Okay.
And so my props person, you know, on this particular project would literally come up to me and shake every bullet in front of my
Looks like
face.
the court's back,
and
peeps.
load it. Shake.
All right. Hang on. Court is back. Let's move this up. And here we go.
Thank God they were right on time because I was just about passing out.
Coming back in. Wow, court is full. And I put up another like and subscribe poll here. What's going to happen? Charges dismissed, mistrial, something, but trial will continue. And who the hell knows? 50% of you say, who the hell knows what's going to happen in that camp? All right, let's get rid of the banner here. Jury's gone for the day. I need to update that. Oh, the tension. Oh, the tension. What's happening here? Dang, she's a tall drink of water. The one there in the left.
Ladies, you heard it here first. All you need to do in order to get Jeff is be tall.
No, she's like, no. You get noticed, you know, that's for sure. Just like Miss Green Pants there gets noticed because she's wearing way too much green.
How tall is tall though? Tall. Like there was this one chick in Vegas that was definitely like a volleyball player or something.
She was an Amazon.
It was difficult getting Jeff to put his mouth off the ground. Like,
dude, she was 6'5" and had awesome side boob. What do you want? And how do you know what my mouth was doing? You were staring harder than I was.
I was staring at the menu. I wanted my damn burger.
Uh-huh. All right. Sure.
The funny thing is, that's not even the craziest thing we saw that night. There was a bride with nothing on, just like a white thong walking around with a veil.
Yeah, with some lace scattered about her. Is that Seth? Did he get a haircut?
Mm.
Fire. I saw like minimum 6 foot. She was 6'5" easy. She was a full 2 meters if she was anything.
Which was scary because she wasn't even wearing heels.
And yeah, she was wearing flats.
She was walking around with them in her hands. And I was like, holy crap, and she's still that tall?
And she was drop dead gorgeous too. And she was a very, very small man. All right, come on, Judge. Get the audio up. You're back on the record.
Having conferred and looked at the evidence, it is the perspective of the special prosecutor as an arm of the public, that all of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be, and they should be seen by the public. This is a public issue, and a record should be made, and we are here to do that.
I just realized I was muted.
Ms. Hancock?
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr. Kenny. How do you want it? Do you want me to take the testimony and then?
All right, we're gonna take
It's
the
your
these
motion,
witnesses
so that's
here.
why I'm asking.
But it's your witness. Well, who wants to do what?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Are the captains
Mr.
working
Kenny.
for you? Because they're working for me.
Is
on
Corporal
the
Hancock in a hearing?
What was that?
Can she not be?
Sure, she
Never
can
mind.
sit outside.
Okay.
That was Kenny. Cut his hair.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat. Come ahead to the microphone.
All right, so we don't have to interrupt the test.
I will talk over them, but most of the time I'll pause if I want you to hear everything.
It's only too much. If this guy goes too long, I'm going to tap
Good
out.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Righto.
Please,
It's props to a number of feature films as well as episodics TV, including firearms, tactical gear, leather.
hang on just a second. Okay. Move a little closer to you.
I'm gonna go
Commentary, right?
while we do this background
And of course, if you can't hear me talking
You
over them, let me
provide
know.
ammunition and firearms as a part of the props
Oh,
that
cool.
you provide, is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically,
I'm
that is
sorry, we're
blanks
not-
and dummy rounds.
blanks and dummy rounds.
They're
Okay.
both cool guys. I've
Um,
watched Vices since he started.
Sir, do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need the history.
He's a work friend.
How long
Oh,
have
she's
you
testing.
known him?
Of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thale's, and we used to spend time together
Well, they're
at
both
his
cool.
house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And
Vices gets a little bit.
just for the record, what does Thel do for them?
Is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film industry for going on 60 years.
But I understand why.
And does he have a daughter?
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you met her?
I have.
Mr. Kenny, can you explain, were you ever asked to do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no. But props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883
Correct.
as a prop house. You own a prop house.
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
So if you know, was Mr. Reed asked to do anything relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach and a bit of,
What does a gun coach do?
Well, gun coach-
We don't do this for a living.
yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why
This isn't her
was
witness, Harper.
live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range away from set.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was, for the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August Texas summer day.
So did you take live rounds from, did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes, yes.
And where did those live, who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them to Delta?
Live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. And at that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of
When you
months.
say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to Albuquerque?
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
They both drove from Bullhead City, Arizona.
Thank you. So they came to Albuquerque, and did they have the live ammunition with them?
They did.
And where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the Sprinter van, my Sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the Sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
Self.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household gray bin. Approximately 2 feet long, 16 inches tall, about the same width. And it stayed in there and was packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of Thales that there was between 200 and 300, and they were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes.
Where are you from?
And then it took a picture of it. Of those boxes, partial, and coincidentally, it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Are you leaving us, Hayden?
Were they in the
Yeah, I have to.
can?
No. Once they been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can
Thanks for joining me,
the
Trevor.
firing line, and it was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of hired brass.
How's the overload, everybody?
So how were they kept at PDQ?
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household, typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
Sir, I want to be clear with you. After this came back to Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Or was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself?
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
Understood. In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. We're of different calibers and we're not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get this?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah, so yes, there was, I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag and because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set. And I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag, the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse. And they were so corroded, they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish before it had an appropriate patina. And I also noted that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attributed to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked around and treated the interior of the case. And again, not a metallurgist, but had done something to the number 2 lead shot single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay, stand by. I'm just looking for some exhibits. We've got a lot right now, so I need to flip through for a second. The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to Rust?
It was 50 rounds individually inserted into styrofoam, each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5 row wide, 10 row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into a small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them a set of Rust, how did they get there? Did you drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust, came by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21, was any of that sent to the set of Rust?
Absolutely not.
Let me ask you, did you also supply props and ammunition to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
No ammunition. Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
And do you know who the armorer was on the set of The Old Way?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition. If you know, do you know if dummy rounds were used on the set of The Old Way?
They were. Dummy rounds were used.
And where did those dummy rounds come from if you didn't provide them?
They came from Thale Reed.
How do you know that?
Because I witnessed them packing up her car and assembling all the blanks and dummy rounds that she was going to need.
So, did Hannah stay in touch with you when she was working as the armorer on the set of The Old Way?
Loosely, yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text? Call?
Both. She called on one particular day because she had been looking for 5.45 Colt ammunition, live ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office. And I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition and giving the daughter any. I found it peculiar. So at one point in her travels from Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake. And I even said it always.
And did you have any additional communications with her about live rounds after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You take your box of dummy rounds and you give it to Sarah Zachary. Do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27, previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Describe to us what we're looking at.
Well, these are these antiqued rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and obviously miss size. Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of rust. And there were some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe to
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of rust?
I actually didn't until I think the day that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck, the day that they executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe?
I didn't actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck, just passed it along.
Okay, what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with Detective Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching, and was opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teskey to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was one of the 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from. And I thought possibly Troy Teskey might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
I haven't had an opportunity to mark this as evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a digital copy of it, but I intend to use this with the witness. This is as an offer of proof, Your Honor. This is a copy of the text message between Mr. Teskey and Mr. Kinney. So I'd like to just go ahead and display it, and I can mark it and provide it to the court. I just don't have a paper copy of it. Do you need to see it?
No, I know what this is.
Okay, let's go.
What is it going to be? Going to be actually, this is a separate motion hearing. So when I marked that the supplemental is courts 13, I think I should have marked it separately as courts 1.
Okay.
Motion hearing, and then while we're here, I have not marked those. So those are courts 2.
These are the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want me to mark this exhibit that I'm going to use with Mr. Kinney?
Well, now you're going to have to, well, let me do this. Let me make this courts Roman numeral 1 and courts Roman numeral 2, and then you can keep your 1s and he can keep his alphabet. You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with the next exhibit.
No, because we're in a motion hearing.
Right. So we'll call this states in mind. Okay.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer to. You don't have to reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Can you mark this? Can you mark that for me? Courts 2, Roman numeral 2.
Is there a reason I'm not seeing this on the monitors? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yeah.
Okay, well, he's doing this first. So
okay, sure.
Yeah, right there, right on top. Thank you. Okay.
Do you see what's in front of you, sir?
Video.
Is this?
I wish they would show up.
What? Tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, want to be States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it, and I'll move it away again.
Need more.
Can you see the date?
Add more.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
What is it?
November 1, 2021.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is once I had called Troy in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so.
He's got Megan
And
Fox with her.
at that
Not the
point, I
Megan
asked
Fox,
him
the
if he had any of the
attorney Megan Fox.
reloads
This chick.
that Thale had owned for a number of years, that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teskey have Thel Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads, but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teskey to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883.
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The cowboy training camp. And did they ever go to you?
No.
Bullfrog's got a nice beard.
Because
too.
they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a dead giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
So let's look at the text exchange here at the bottom. Who's communicating?
My text is in green, and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy writes, I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find. And I reply, yeah, it's evidence in the accidental.
Hang on, we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos and knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was in it, it was the nickel primer Starline brass case, and I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that loads these hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How do you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Right after Hancock and I got in, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be 2 different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point, if you
What
made
gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used, and he gave me 2 options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point would you switch between brass and nickel primers? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, well, why? He said, well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago.
Not making what?
Okay. So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer any of those blank rounds for the same
Swanson
reason.
makes a mean Salisbury steak.
So
TV
you
dinner.
indicated to Mr. Teskey on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds
specifically
in the photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Russ since November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Do you still believe that these are evidence in the accidental death?
Probably not.
And then I see Mr. Teskey responds and says, okay, and then what do you say?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
Let me see. There you go.
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? Question mark. And I reply, Hannah.
And then you ask an important question.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I asked Troy Teskey in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay.
Hello. I kind of wanted to end the stream by now, but this is good shit.
Is that just a close-up of the same photo of the ammunition?
It is.
And you have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have 4 different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously dead giveaway. But what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than Rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on Rust.
So, Mr. Kinney, the ammunition that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21, what happened to it? Where did it go?
Where did the
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't switch back and forth that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Can you see it?
The gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep, I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
No, and ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, they weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
So everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Did you, at any point in time, go Did you have initial reader Troy Teskey again after the death of Helena Hutchins?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teskey, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone. That was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kinney, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teskey wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of Rust on you?
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, Thale definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay.
Palpable.
It means you can feel it.
So this is the conspiracy that this guy planted the live rounds?
He's muted. You're muted, Vice.
How certain are you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of Rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions, and on average of the film, and each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So there was never a question in my mind that I provided the live ammunition to Ross.
Okay, I'll pass this witness.
Okay.
Is there an exhibit that you need me to provide?
Just you can email me that.
The text message? Yeah, sure.
It's happening with Harper. Says, what does this testimony have to do with the non-disclosure issue? They're trying to decide whether this ammo was part of the non-disclosure.
So in the thousands of times you provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about?
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know. I apologize.
That's
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to get you.
Gotcha.
All right. In the thousands of times you've done that.
He absolutely is.
Sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
This guy cannot get a word in edgewise. This woman is always objecting.
Well, he's Harvard Law. Tammy Fayette with the $2. What is Hancock's new occupation? She was promoted from detective to corporal. So she is now corporal.
That's promotion.
Wow. So this is a shit show. We got some things going on.
It is. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I'm following. The thing that had the nickel coloring, was that the live round?
Yes, the nickel primers were the live round.
And they prime those things to make them look antique, is that correct?
Yeah, they put that on the outside to make them look antique. Yeah.
So that makes them look old.
Yeah.
And he's saying that his company or whatever, they never use that nickel, or wherever they get them from, they only use brass.
Yes, the brass primers, yeah.
The brass primers. So there was a live round. Why would you patina a live round? Jeff, why would you do that?
Who knows? Who knows?
That doesn't make sense.
Well, the live round.
Stephen Baldwin. Is that Stephen?
Yes, we're wearing his lesbian librarian named Helen eyeglasses.
But why was he wearing earphones too?
Yes.
Does he have a hearing issue we're not aware of?
Could be.
Well, we're all getting up there in years.
There she is, Hilaria.
Hilaria Baldwin. She does not know how to say cucumber. Cucumber. How you say in English cucumber?
I don't know how you say cucumber in Boston.
She was born in the United States, by the way. She developed the accent.
I just love that she just chose Hilaria as her name, too.
I know. Hilaria. I really do, though. Why would you pick on a live round? What purpose does that serve? You're not supposed to have live rounds on a set.
Well, it was patinaed before it got to the set.
Productions that you've 1,000-ish.
Baldwin's breathing heavy.
Yeah, I saw that. Hilaria looks pretty upset there. She's looking tense.
Okay. The 1,000 productions that you've. Oh, you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics.
Okay. 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film.
Or an episode.
Each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds, between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds, right?
Yes. 5,000. Yeah, that's the math. Yeah.
And you're telling this court that of all the dummy rounds, in all the productions, in all the years, these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the antiquing and because that, again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen. And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had muddy rattle.
No, the ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes. And more specifically through Sarah Zachary. She picked them up.
Right. And you know Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Sarah Zachary, she who was given immunity.
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque. You came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
You've got to put it on. Thank you. You arrived the 11th?
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th?
Yes.
Shooting
You
happens
can
on the
see what you're
21st?
seeing right here.
Yes.
Russ needed 4 goals.
May have knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
You have already told this court that you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck, yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883, not on the set of 1883, at the cowboy camp, just off the set of 1883.
Not even close to anything that was filming.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883, yes.
Okay. And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts, again, you say dummies, I get it, to Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of Russ had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right. It could be. The invoice was generated weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay. Have you been watching any of this trial?
No, just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination of
the girl who's at fault has been convicted.
CST Popple, that this was entered into evidence, which is states 30.
I haven't seen her at all during this trial.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that were, of course, the rounds provided, correct?
Except for the bright one in the lower row, in the middle, just above the 2 zeros that are next to each other. Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, which I think you said in direct, is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
It's 2.5 years ago. It does not appear. I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, actually, of this, and you told Detective Hancock this, and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy, correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph is. A photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that that picture, that round was sketchy.
I recall saying that, or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning, because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I provided.
Right. So years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you received a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did.
Okay.
Within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around, daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set? You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
But the moment that happens, right, things changed, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchins died. Right?
Was it hours later?
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
Miss Zachary, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and afterwards that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Barely. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct?
KW's
with nickel
comments.
primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
He does.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that he contained the live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutors, and that's true.
No, I've actually seen the interview.
Okay, well, we can pull up that interview if we need to. So,
Sounds
the
need
week
to.
after the accident, that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you weren't sleeping, right?
Correct.
You were drinking a lot?
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case?
I don't even
I don't recall
remember.
that.
You
It's a
texted
good
Sarah
answer.
Zachary in the days that followed. Do not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Yes, I remember that text.
Do nothing.
Great
say nothing,
advice.
Write nothing, correct?
Correct.
That's good advice.
She told you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
I
Told her
recall
not to
giving
get a lawyer,
similar advice
right?
recently.
In fact, at one point you just said, shh, and with an emoji, right?
And then she put her in the suitcase and
I
pushed
don't
it down the
recall that.
stairs.
Okay. You did provide Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo that was entered into evidence on the screen? Okay. Did you email that? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get it in a minute.
I don't fault the guy for telling her to
The
shut
one
up.
that you just saw on the screen of you and Mr. Teskey, do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Does it sound like... I don't have the photo.
Does it sound like you
But
can't finish a sentence?
The photo that
Mr.
you
Harvard
took and
Law.
sent to of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers.
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
Which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock and the text exchange with the pitcher occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teskey replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is, I think it's court exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
This one? No, mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be stakes 1.
Stakes
I just
1.
haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it stakes 1 for now. Do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death, correct?
That's on November 1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay. But when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks that it comes from the same batch.
What is he doing?
It's really her fault because she loaded it into the weapon, right?
Stop saying
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh.
God.
And then what was the second part of your question?
Ugh.
But it's her fault because she loaded it into the weapon, correct?
Certainly.
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement that whatever happened
it
here,
is
it's
her
her fault.
fault.
She loaded it, correct?
She did.
Well, certainly she's responsible
She was
for
convicted
loading
of
a
that.
live round into a gun on a movie set.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing, how come when you provided defense A, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of.
I understand that, but I'm asking you.
That's.
Can't scroll down a picture of a picture you twat waffle.
The witness is laughing at him.
This sucks.
I did, and what I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Okay, so on November 1st, you agreed to an interview with Detective Hancock, correct?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No
He's
other
caught.
November 1st, yeah.
No other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teskey, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair?
Of the reloads, yeah.
That's gonna be my new band
I was
name.
fairly
Joe
confident
Swanson
that
and the
somehow
original
some
batch.
of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
It turns out you actually made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot of the police recording equipment. And you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you then said,
Did it start with ugh? Ugh.
No, just and
shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Now I recall. Yes.
I bet you do, right?
Why are you being a sarcastic bitch? Come on.
I bet you do.
Hashtag he.
And the she who didn't do her fucking job was the armorer, right?
Correct.
And the shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
What?
Well, I think the shit was a concern that
The shit,
Swanson
shit,
was going to
shit,
get
you
dragged
see?
into that, and it was that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit was your concern for Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
So some of the shits were for everybody that had ever touched the commingled round.
The whole thing is awful.
Okay. Can we agree that
What are we
you didn't
doing?
intentionally provide
What's
5
happening?
ammunition, et cetera?
We can agree that.
Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
I think they call this a shit show, Josh.
And by the way,
no shit.
That's November 1st. November 30th, okay, a month later, the police come knocking with a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
Glad you
shit,
mentioned
I'll
that.
be back.
Both times, both at the truck and at your the
Well,
search
shit.
at your prop house. Both
It's just
times you
us.
happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day.
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to the Rust set directly from Las Cruces, driving in the Sprinter van.
That was after you got the code to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were
Did
to
we miss
represent
Larry
you in this
laughing in the
courtroom,
court?
or
Did
to
we miss
represent
Larry
you
laughing in the courtroom?
that they
Damn
need
it.
you to open up, that's why you were at the truck search. That's not actually true, because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole
Where is
story
Larry?
about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
Someone tell me
I
where
don't know
he's
that
sitting.
it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to
fan.
interview me, and also I wanted to be there to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation. So I think they're being cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ.
I like when I look at the
warrant was
camera,
signed by
notice
a
it's
judge
getting
authorizing
light
him to search
outside.
your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the
don't
warrant
have
that
work
it talked
tomorrow,
about
right?
the reloads
Nope.
and the green ammo can, you actually started to text Detective Hancock.
I just heard we missed
upset
Larry
with her for
laughing in the
including that
courtroom.
warrant, didn't you?
I missed it. I
I
was
did.
Legoing.
You had surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the
Yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
you have surveillance equipment, or it's overwritten or not, you don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment, yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you deny it?
If I was actually inside the premises?
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's possible.
Okay. And you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teskey about in front of Hancock, correct?
Sounds, yeah, roughly accurate, yes.
Right. And written on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, on, yeah, black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yeah.
It doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
The last time was in Texas.
God.
That's it? What did we prove?
Unless the court has any questions for the witness, I don't know.
Excuse, thank you, sir.
All right, that's the Kenny.
I'm underwhelmed.
A lot of trying to.
I feel as if I didn't learn
have some
anything.
gotchas there that never happened.
Well, when was the last time you were whelmed?
Thank you. I've been overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed by the stupidity in Gingras' latest motion. Where is Larry sitting? Do we know?
Probably behind the
can't find him.
prosecution.
I haven't seen him.
I'm just wondering why the crypt keeper is behind Alec Baldwin. Is he next?
She's picking her nose. Stop.
Oh, the guy in the blue and yellow, right in the very back.
Where is he?
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Up Detective
Have a
Ducklips
seat
back.
talking to the microphone.
Who?
Detective Ducklips.
Ducklips?
Yeah.
Well, this should
Hancock.
Corporal.
Corporal. No, she's been promoted. I forgot.
Corporal Ducklips to you, sir.
On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kinney?
Yes.
Oh, that's a
And
lot of filler.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kinney share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
I wonder if this is what Jennifer
Would you
Coolidge
recognize
looked like
it
in her
if I
younger
showed it
years.
to you?
I might.
Those might even be lip implants. I mean, those are some serious fish lips. Someone I know got lip filler recently, and I couldn't stop staring at them.
Does that look familiar?
Very uncomfortable.
Not anymore.
Okay, do something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kinney and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
Does shit ring any bells? Real quick, what's
Can
on
you
the court?
see
Oh,
that?
I want
Do
to
you
see what was
want
on the
me-
court.
I'm gonna enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm gonna go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kinney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then. And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So, did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay.
Is she in Vice? I don't get
And
cop vibes
from this
her.
vantage point. How can you see
She was
that?
the lead investigator.
So some of them Well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, VHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Russ is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline Brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office.
Was a chemical
I
patina.
asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to
testing was ongoing.
Continue this investigation.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you received information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait until, have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him.
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had asked where they sent here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time in where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
Because I need to figure out with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you were reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes, and to try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case?
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a witness,
that's weird,
who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Okay, that was a hearing then.
Did you are you
Defense did
aware
this.
that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body-worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it's not, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brandel, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Popple that she testified about the bullets and what they were, when they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense through their
The ones that Popple testified off of, not any.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified she inventoried and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had?
Yes, yes, where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not scene photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you have those?
There should be.
And just for the record, Judge, we don't have the body-worn camera.
I'm hearing you. I want to look at the bullets. The physical. Okay, I'll take the physical.
How are you still awake, Jeff?
I don't know.
Were you dozing off there for a second?
She testified the ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. There. Okay. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrison. Okay, thank you.
Oh, so you want the actual bullets?
Oh, these are fine.
Okay.
Wood carved nameplate.
May I ask?
Hey, good.
Are these all?
What is that?
These aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they? They are. These are the sum total.
Correct.
Oh my
There are only 5 live
God.
rounds, in addition to the spent
I'm
casing.
so jealous. You have the
Okay.
asphalt.
Were only the live rounds tested by the FBI?
Big and heavy.
Oh, that's so
No, there
awesome.
were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were
That's my
dummy
birthday
rounds that were
present
sent
to
to
my
the
Russian
FBI that
friends.
were confirmed to be
I want
dummy.
Okay,
Rivendell.
that's
Have
what
you
I
seen
wanna look at.
Rivendell?
Yeah.
It
Do you
looks
have pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
While they're
I
chatting.
I don't think we've had her testify to that. I
I'm
don't
building
know-
a
I don't
boot.
know.
Can I have all the different,
Yeah, Jim, that's
that
Lego.
that were entered while she testified? That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings Lego sets are
Sorry to interrupt.
unbelievable.
No. Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll announce what they are. Hayden, can you tell us what the exhibits are during Poplar's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
Oh, this is riveting.
Yes, very.
Let's get to the
Look at
point
that
and make
name. Look at
decisions.
that nameplate. It's like burned into wood.
We do that out west.
Yeah, is that a thing?
Craft.
It's kind of nice. Nicer than those plastic ones everywhere. It's Roxy Lego, says Ellen. When are you going to build that?
No idea.
You should start now.
Save it for retirement or something.
We got plenty of time right now.
All right. Do you want me to tell you what they are?
I think Brian next to me has them. I'm just trying to get there. So I don't want you to list them off to me yet.
Well, it's just 15 through 21.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute. I've got.
I don't know,
18
Alan. What did you
set
send?
aside. I've got
I
17.
can't remember what I had for
set aside,
breakfast, let alone what I got a year ago.
15, 16. What was the other one? That's 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. And then
It's getting
20,
serious. I have to put
21.
my readers on.
23.
Okay, slow down, because it's, if you would, please.
I'll leave you guys with this. Call it a weekend. Find my stuff in here.
What was give me the first number again? We've got a ton of
20,
exhibits.
20, 21.
20 and 21?
23, 25.
This is 20. You want that?
No, I just want the gun.
Well, Alan, what were the things that were in it?
21 is the shot of the pew.
Yeah, I don't want the pew. I want
Okay, what else?
just
So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. Because she testified to it.
a scene photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust. It was taken on the set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex leaving.
He's got to take another wee.
This does.
He's had enough.
He's old.
This one
Bowels
has
can't
ammunition
hang.
on
He's
it.
got to take a wee. It's been a
Which is
while.
that from? Oh no, I don't want.
I
don't
do
want the
think
ones on the set.
People in the
in,
chat are
PDQ.
like,
okay,
they've all had plastic surgery. The Baldwin brothers. I don't think
So,
Alec has
what
had any
I'm
because he doesn't look like an old woman
handing
yet.
you is
Like
Yeah.
Stephen does. You know how Stephen looks like an old woman?
Yeah.
exhibits.
That's the surefire sign
That
of male
were,
plastic surgery. They start looking like women.
Hmm.
Alex still looks like
Ammunition, do you want
himself,
the
just
casing?
older.
No.
Do you want me to go through the defendant's exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibits.
I just want you to go to the arguments
Do you
and
want this?
close it down and
Yeah,
make a
sure.
decision.
Okay, that's
And
the spent casing.
let me go to sleep. It's 5:30.
I have.
Jem says he's getting away. Alec,
These are it.
he's running
Efforts
down the
following
street.
13
You got a
hours
runner.
later than
Taser,
that's
taser.
tomorrow.
This would be the perfect time to make a run for it. No one is paying attention.
Real quick.
Everyone's exhausted.
All right.
Stop for just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are enough. These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let me just use the
Sounds like Rain Man.
these,
These are
okay?
enough.
Let me
These are
just see
enough.
if
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna-
these are enough. I'm
I
good.
might ask
I'm
for
good.
more later.
He's
Okay, go
using
ahead. I'm sorry to
Korean
interrupt you, but-
face creams. That's how he looks the way he does. He's using that good Korean face stuff.
Just not joking. I'm just.
Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to
Finally.
tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of Rust?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get.
He can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure, and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants.
Absolutely.
But,
Sure. I'll pass the witness.
all right, I have some questions. Can you put back on that video of the text that
No, I didn't.
Seth Penny got from Teskey?
Why would he turn over ammunition and say these were never on the set of Rust? Just to confuse things?
Last time, I'll give you that video right now.
He's a red
What am I
herring.
missing?
Can you blow that up?
I'll tell you, I'm missing a Lego piece right now and it's driving me crazy. I can't find it.
The top.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions.
Sure.
I guess not, Alan.
All right, so you testified that that only one seemed similar. Let's see. One similar to the Starline brass color primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. So 45 Colt?
Not, it didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color.
And why is it different in the primer color?
Because the primer on this, the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing
She said, come up, go up.
I only see one silver here.
Right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
You just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust.
To the live ammunition.
To the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, as far as, yes.
What?
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Yes.
Dummies, but not live.
Yes.
Okay, I understand your distinction on
Okay.
live.
Yes.
But they still look similar.
Yes.
That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar.
Why does it fucking matter?
Dummies.
Fucking judge
All right.
get caught up
Yes.
in this stupid bullshit.
All right, thank you.
She's gonna fucking dismiss this case.
Yes.
Oh, go get her, Tiger. Rower.
I may not even need to do right now. So we can start.
All right.
Chat wants to know what the fuck is going on. No idea.
I don't know.
When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed onto the set. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody,
Let me just ask it. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on Rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on Rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were.
Some of the dummies that look like that one on the phone.
And she's pointing it out, Baldwin.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just
Dummies that
testified
look like
that that looks similar to the dummies on Rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on Rust were sent to the FBI.
I'm off in a half hour.
Thank you.
so
Jonathan Irvin
at certain point early
just
on
had a
in this
news
case,
break reports
you
North Korea executed 30 middle school
entertained the
kids for watching
possibility
South
that
Korean
this was an
dramas.
actual
Oh, come
sabotage
on.
that somebody
Good for North
could have
Korea. That's a good start.
intentionally placed the lethal bullet on the
Can't
set.
be
correct?
real.
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside
Jesus,
of
it's
Russ
real.
could have placed or been the cause of the
Moral of the story: don't watch South
ammunition
Korean
ending
dramas.
up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenny, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he had, in relation to this case or in relation to the past case,
In relation to any case.
it's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
She was excluded as a witness, I think.
Are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So you were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Do you remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
Oh, shit. There you go.
Whoa.
Mr. Kenny was just here. Did you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
Well,
you interviewed him.
Shit. Don't lie.
I think you said over 10
There's a
times,
problem.
right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense. Defense B. On the screen. And it's not working. Okay.
Is he lead counsel?
Yes.
It's hard to believe that Alec Baldwin took this guy as lead counsel. He seems a little green.
Oh, no, he's 50 law
And
firms
you
in
see
the
at the
country.
top, this is a screenshot that he sent
But
to you,
mostly
right?
Yes.
commercial
And you
stuff
see
and
it
white
ends
collar
with,
things.
yup, it's
Well, that could be
evidence.
why.
Kind of out of his
You're
element.
right. Yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
He
right?
represented Elon Musk in the Thai
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I can
soccer
see that.
team
Okay. And he does not
cave
include
thing.
the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it looks like it's been reloaded. And you tell me that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you asked a very interesting question, Corporal, that sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You asked, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms, I thought the same thing regarding, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
It still has nothing to do with whether
And you
or not
had that information
he fired.
in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenny story with you today. Okay.
Okay.
Today.
But it's fair to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. comes in, and you had known Mr. Chesky's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up, withdraw. Troy Chesky's name came up several times because Seth Kenny brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
For the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Chesky, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Whatever it is.
I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
County that's close to them.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ, in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can. Correct?
I did.
And as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was where that originated from was from Thel.
Well, but see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Chesky and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenny found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
He said that exact phrase? Shit, but it's her fucking fault. He said that a lot? Suspicious of Mr. Kenny? Has he kept saying that?
No.
Oh, okay. So in any event, you knew that Mr. Chesky was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing Mr. Kenny, he's calling him in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Sending you screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chesky showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Chesky then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
Which
isn't she law enforcement?
Would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay, and I know we're going to get to that, don't worry. But wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kenny, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people
allegedly the prosecution did not turn over evidence to the defense.
Or testimony.
That's what they're arguing about now.
That to what I was doing.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And Chesky came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenny's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
To the precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mhm.
You're saying that Troy Chesky made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
Oops.
I'm reading it.
Oops.
Okay, so this.
Whoops.
That's not my police report.
Uh-oh. Oops,
I never
oops.
said it was your police report.
You just said it was.
Yes, you
No,
did.
just
Yes, you
Yes,
did.
you did.
You said your police report.
Just clarification,
Boy.
I said no running
Testing.
Objection. Misrepresentation.
correct the record with regard to Mr. Spires.
That is not an objection. What is your objection?
I want to correct the record.
One word.
I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself. A police report.
Whoops.
In the department, in your sheriff office's police report, okay? I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay.
Yeah, don't try to salvage that one. Just a linguist.
And
Not so cunning linguist.
Come
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah.
the very same sheriff's office, correct?
Well, they had one of the deputies didn't even know what the acronym
Yes.
CAD
Okay.
meant.
Not only does it say
One of the first
live
witnesses, he
rounds
didn't know
of
what CAD
ammunition
meant.
that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right? You
Yes.
saw that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenny's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement.
First deputy on scene.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
That's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Popple, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case, remember the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took the statement, right?
Yes.
Bitch.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case. Right?
Yes.
Inventory item is a witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I have no idea,
I don't
Flex.
think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I'm a technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard, a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through
I'll be back in a
somebody
minute. Let me know if he
that
cracks the case.
gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could
Unlikely.
be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate that to Rust in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it.
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there
Well-
when he was dropping the ammunition off.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that,
Santa Fe County.
now that you know that he gave a full
Santa
witness
Fe
statement,
County.
the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
so
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point is that he went to the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
But again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand your testimony, but given that he all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree that if law enforcement were to come to this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement? True?
Potentially. I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have
I have
been
photos to prove
in
Alex is telling the
relation to
truth.
Rust. When we submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now?
Dude.
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
Yeah, he needs to stop being like that. Stop being a dick.
I mean, is there a rule in your department that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there's one.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know, I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay, I went through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but
irrelevant.
I can't say how relevant if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with the Rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed
No, it's not out yet. I don't know if it's going to be released.
Right?
Yes.
I think it was finished.
And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Jiho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours.
No, you shouldn't, especially if it's not hers.
It's got the dude from
when
Viking.
you reach out to witnesses,
Yeah,
there are often case supplemental reports
sorry, you got an award.
indicating an attempt to contact someone.
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to
Special mention
say
award,
every day and
Hall
every
of
time
Shame.
I tried
You got the
to
Hall of Shame
contact
award.
somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That was that.
That's
There's
you can't
something
answer
to
that
fight
question. Yes or
over.
no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking.
Oh,
in your own file that
Just
you
say
as the lead
yes.
agent have.
It's not
There
that
were
big a
lots
deal.
of police reports that say Detective so-and-so
I
tried to
hate it
reach
when they
somebody,
do
couldn't
this.
reach them. Isn't that true?
In this
Just admit
case,
it.
yes, and that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you, you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey.
He keeps stepping
Did
out of
you
the
ever
camera because he
create
doesn't give a shit where the
supplemental
camera
police
is.
No.
He's not there for the camera.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct examination.
Why can't
that,
the cameraman follow him? All right.
You then, in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
Oh
God.
She didn't even
asking for which
answer.
phone.
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case because we have those,
Mhm.
right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used now.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls, Mr. Teskey, from the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law enforcement in this case, or the precinct, when you claimed to this court that you called.
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, what you don't know what phone you called?
She didn't do nothing wrong.
Okay.
Well,
there are
he's
no
just grasping here.
calls from
He wants
you
to
and your
just
cell
declare,
phone that you used for everything else in this case, to Mr. Teskey, during the weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so that's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number. Okay?
That's our dispatch number.
Okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone number.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would like to see the body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding. And I have no further questions for this witness.
No, thank God.
Simple question. So on testimony, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
All right, and at that point, you were aware it was Troy Teskey?
Yes.
Okay, so then you find out that because he couldn't, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over
There's
there
a
and he
nice
dropped off
fishy-
the ammo,
fishy lips.
right?
Yeah, but I'm not
It's
exactly
duct tape,
sure who
right?
told me.
Fishy
But
lips, I
okay.
think fits better. Nice injections there.
You can't confirm or deny that, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from, correct?
Right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when Popple when you
Why
were
didn't she review
advised
it
that Troy was
before?
there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
She was a witness.
Yeah, so
She had to
why
be
didn't you
there.
chase it
So
down,
did you
lady?
and Papa have a conversation about what to do?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The rust evidence?
No.
Why
just,
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
Oh
And
my
why was that
God.
determination made?
They did hide it.
To why
Who
it
made it?
was.
Let me ask you
The
who made it.
prosecution didn't hide it. The
These were
cops
discussions
apparently
that
hid
we
it from the
had
prosecution.
with
Yeah.
myself, with the
But
supervisors
guess what?
at
They're
that
all on the same
time,
team.
and then with the prosecutors.
Oh no,
Do
the
you
cops
believe
screwed up?
Yes.
Did they possibly just
And
fuck
you
this
said,
case? Yep.
okay, so
Yep, on both
you
counts.
all had discussions
Oh.
about what to do with what he dropped off.
Yes.
And you all agreed
Decided
to put
to
it
sit
in a
on it.
separate file.
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Whoa, look at the judge's face.
Yeah, judge ain't happy.
First questions. The defense requested both through you and the prosecutors to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously,
He said he was
and I know it's
done.
obvious, but I want to
She's
make sure it's
gonna
on
allow this?
record. We were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there because even on the first day that I was
showed it or
present
you
at the
didn't?
evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition,
got
so I just
caught.
wanna make sure I'm
You got
understanding.
caught.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence, but they did get evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
You should add that as
believe that
a
we were
quote.
sent a list of
Yeah.
what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I understand
Oh
what I'm
my
trying
God.
to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to
I
continue.
asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer that.
Thank you.
Well, even the judge is pissed at her.
I can't provide the video until she logs into this system.
You know, I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it. But do you have any cross-exam for her?
Oh, the judge is so mad she can barely speak.
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you going to get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body cam.
I agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
Judge is pissed. Be careful.
She's pissed at the wrong people. Though.
Yeah, what does this do to Hannah's
You sit
case?
here today.
Good question.
Do you have
They
any
didn't get this
reason
ammo
to
until
believe
after
that
Hannah's
the
case was
ammunition
I know, but does she have an
provided
appeal
by
now?
Mr. Teskey
This is all after. It just didn't
came
affect her case
from
at
the
all.
set of Rust.
No.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
But
But let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spyro wants me to, I'll testify under oath.
You are.
Sure. Absolutely.
You did testify under oath. Wow.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of arrest?
Because it was.
They've got the prosecutor
collected during a
testifying as a
search.
witness in their own trial.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church. Or
State's
around.
Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of arrest?
That was that Marissa collected.
God.
State's Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of arrest?
Collected.
All these photographs and all of the items that are in
Yeah,
evidence.
I'm like, oh, it's after 5.
How do you know they're related to the set of Rust?
Because we got them from Rust, or during the investigation, or some part of.
Yeah. The link is on the pinned comment, I believe. Did I repin it? Yeah, I did. Did repin it. So that's the link if you guys want to. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be time warp. So we can do that. We have the technology for time warps. All right, y'all. Doc Portal is pretty cool that you can do that. All right, guys, have a great night. I might come back on later. We'll see. It's date night, so I don't know what we're going to do. It's 5, though. I need to get the flock out. Thanks for reminding me. I wasn't even paying attention to the time. Outro video. Peace, everybody.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so